S2 Chapter 8 Hunting for Swords. Third-person POV. Issei has had his batch of strange mornings. Normally, it involved him having a unique dream of some kind which leads to him laying on the ground. This also results in Issei getting a sore neck, which leads to him having to ask his mother how he can make it better. That's a typical morning for Issei, a weird dream which leads to a morning full of sore necks and memories of strange dreams. But none of them even come close to the strange one he was currently having right now. The brown-haired boy slowly opened his eyes, his blurry vision being greeted by the light of the sun, which caused him to shield his face. He should really look into getting better curtains, or at least move his bed to a spot that won't have the sun shining in his bloody eyes balls. Issei fucking hell. After a few seconds, his eyes adjusted to the light and he found himself staring at his ceiling. His gaze moved down, being greeted by a sleeping Yamato and Yoruichi who were sound asleep on his chest. Seeing this caused Issei to chuckle slightly. He had to say that it was a pretty cute sight, especially since both had very beautiful female human-like forms. Issei cute. So this is how you wake up. Issei instantly froze when he heard that voice. There was no possible way that the person he was thinking of was actually in his bedroom. The chances of that happening were 0%, so why was he hearing her voice? His gaze moved over to his right, seeing Artemis sitting in the chair. The goddesses of the hunt were staring at Issei, her arms crossed as her bow and arrows sat next to the chair. Issei. Artemis. Issei. Artemis. Issei soon let out a small sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. Issei, why are you in my room, watching me sleep for that matter? Artemis, I'm curious how men like you sleep. Issei deadpanned. Why the hell was Artemis, the goddess who is known to despise all men, was wondering how he sleeps? Like, that made absolutely no sense to Issei because that just goes against everything that Artemis is known for. She isn't called the Virgin Goddess for nothing. Or was that a different goddess? Issei, seriously, you should know that people sleep the same way I do. Artemis, still you interest me, which is a first. Issei, thanks, I feel so special. Issei shook his head as he slowly got out of bed, causing both Yoruichi and Yamato to wake up from the loss of their pillow. Artemis watched as Issei stretched, getting a satisfying crack sound as he placed a hand under his shirt and scratched his chest, showing off a few of his abs to Artemis. The goddess has seen abs before, a lot actually, since she has seen gods like Ares and Hercules walk around with bare chest out. She doesn't see the point of having them, finding them totally worthless. Issei headed towards the bathroom until he stopped and glanced behind to see Artemis following him. Issei, can you not follow me into the bathroom? Artemis, why? Issei, cause it's weird, plus why would you? Aren't you known as the Virgin Goddess? Artemis, yeah, why? Issei deadpanned. Issei, have you really not pieced it together? Artemis tilted her head in confusion. Artemis, is this some kind of male trick? Issei face-palmed himself. Either Artemis was messing with him or she was very dense. That is supposed to be the male protagonist's job, but he has to remember that this wasn't an anime or a manga. This was real life. Issei shook his head as a screen appeared next to him. He was wondering what was taking the system so dang long to give him his daily quest. Daily quest, train to become a formidable combatant. Push-up 0/100. Up 0/100. Squat 0/100. 0/10 km. Issei, about time system, you love taking your time. Issei could do it now, but he wants to take a show and wake himself up. He has a few hours before he fails and is sent to the penalty zone, so that gives him enough time to take a shower and maybe get some breakfast in his stomach. Mickey, Issei, you up yet? Issei, I am, mom. That was the other problem. How was he gonna explain Artemis to his mother? This isn't like Sun Wukong, who said he was his friend. Artemis wouldn't even think about calling herself Issei's friend. The goddess will make things very difficult for Issei. He needs to play his cards right, or else it's game over for him and his secret. Mickey, breakfast, shall we be ready in 5 minutes? Issei, okay mom, I'll be down in a bit, just gonna take a shower. Mickey, okay sweetie. Issei looked at Artemis. Artemis, why didn't you tell her of my existence? She should know that Artemis, is here. Issei, simple, I want to keep the whole, me being a part of the supernatural world, a secret from her. Artemis, huh, so protecting your mother from the supernatural. I didn't know men would do that. The brown-haired boy crossed his arms as his eyes started glowing purple. Issei, she has been taking care of me ever since my father disappeared. She has had to work long hours to pay off our bills. I want to help her, help us have a better life. Artemis, what happened to your father? Issei fell silent as he looked away from the goddess. She instantly took this as a notice of he had no idea what had happened to him. Artemis, you don't know, do you? Issei sighed and shook his head. His father went missing several years ago. At first he thought he abandoned them, but he would never do that to his mother. Issei knew that his father loved Mickey more than anything in the world. He wouldn't just abandon her after having a child. So where did he go? Why did he leave? Where is he now? What is he up to? Issei had so many questions, so many possibilities flowing through his mind. He knew that the answers to all of this were just out of his reach. Issei, I don't want to talk about it. Artemis. Issei turned to the bathroom door and held the doorknob, but before he even dared to open it, he looked back at Artemis. Issei, can you please just stay out here and out of sight from my mom? It was already hard enough when Sun Wukong showed up. Artemis sighed. Artemis, fine. With that, Issei entered the bathroom to finally have a shower and get his day started because he gets the feeling it was gonna be one hell of a day. Time skip brought to you by Backrooms. Issei was jogging towards Kuoh Academy wearing his school uniform and having his backpack. He left his home not too long ago after having a hot shower, followed by eating a nice breakfast made by his mother. Right now, he was finishing off the last thing for his daily quest, even though he would have had plenty of time before he started worrying. Plus, there was a part of him that wanted to keep one empty or at least not finished, because there will be a chance that he'll need the penalty zone to save his life again in the near future, but this was only speculation. Issei Issei soon stopped where he was as he looked around after he told Artemis to stay out of his mother's sight. He hasn't seen the goddess of the hunt since then, and that was worrying him a little bit, mainly cause she will probably try and attack him when he least expects it. But she wouldn't do that in broad daylight with loads of humans around. Artemis was a huntress, skilled in the art of stealth since she hunts things in forests. So the chances of her doing something in the wide open were basically 0%. Sneak attacks, though, were completely other stories. Although he shouldn't worry about her right now, he had more important things to focus on, plus he has a few people to see and catch up on because he was away for quite a while. As the brown-haired boy approached Kuoh Academy, he saw a familiar figure at the front gate which made him smile. Issei, this is funny. When did you start waiting for me, Sona? The person who was revealed to be Sona Citri, one of the devil heirs who watch over Kuoh Academy, stood at the front gate of Kuoh Academy, a smile growing on her face. Sona, normally I don't, you are an exception. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, because you kissed my cheek after our karaoke session, does that make us lovers or something? Hearing that caused Sona to blush slightly as she looked away, much to Issei's amusement. Sona, I never said that. Issei never said you did. Sona grumbles to herself in embarrassment until she clears her throat. Sona, anyways, I'm sure you haven't heard the news yet. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, what news? Sona, 3 members of the church are in Kuoh. They're going to speak with Rias later today. Issei's eyes widened slightly. 3 members of the church. Was she talking about Irina and her 2 friends? He knew that his childhood friend and her family were very religious and whatnot, but he didn't think that they would have their daughter join the church, which was sort of the enemy of the devils. Issei, seriously? Sona nodded her head. Sona, yes, I'm not sure for what reason though. Issei crossed his arms. Issei, I think I can figure that out. Sona, what if you get into a fight? Issei merely chuckled at the devil girl's words. Issei, Sona, I took on Riser, I can handle myself. Sona, you are not wrong, but there's one other thing. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, what is it? Sona, how are you feeling after what happened to Matsuda and Madohama? Issei looked away from Sona. No one besides Skathach still knows what has happened to Madohama and Matsuda. To everyone in Kuoh Academy, the status of the 2 boys is missing, and Issei was pretty sure that nearly every girl in the school wouldn't even care that they were gone. Sona, you miss them, don't you? Issei sighed and nodded his head, but he knows very well they were not gone as they were with him literally. Issei, yeah, I do. Sona, I'm sure we'll find them, Issei. Issei, and I hope so. Sona hugged the brown-haired boy, holding him tightly as he hugged her back. Sona, I'm here for you. Issei, I know. Sona, if you ever need anything, and I mean anything, just come and see me. Issei chuckled as he grew a small smile. Issei, sure thing, Sona. Sona smiles and nodded before walking off as Issei frowned and glanced at where he and his friends normally sat. He let out a small sad sigh. He was gonna miss the old days, the fun times they had together, the mischief they would get into. Sure, everyone hated them for what they did, but Issei, Matsuda, and Madohama were inseparable. But Issei wondered, is there any way to turn them back to normal? Can they turn back into humans? Will they remember who they were? Will they remember what happened to them? Issei gazed up at the sky, these questions burning into his mind. Maybe he'll get his answers once he finds the one who made the system. Issei, until then, I gotta keep using it. Issei then headed inside the school and made his way toward the classroom. Time skip brought to you by Baru being best boy. Issei yawned as he scratched under his shirt. Issei, finally. School has ended and it was time for everyone to pack their things and go home, but Issei wasn't, because he was making his way over to the occult research club. He was gonna see what this fuss was about. Hopefully, no one thinks about killing the other side, because that was the last thing that Issei wanted right now. As soon as Issei arrived at the old school building, he made his way inside and upstairs to where the clubroom and the meeting were being held. When he arrived, he started knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Riaz, who is it? Issei, it's me, Riaz. Riaz, oh, come on in, Issei. With that, Issei opened the door and walked inside the clubroom. When he did, he was greeted by a shocked Irina, with the same being said for the blonde-haired girl, while the blue-haired girl held a firm gaze at him. Irina, Issei, what are you doing here? Isn't it obvious, Irina? The chestnut-haired girl looked at her companion. Irina, what are you talking about, Zenobia? The girl named Zenobia stared at Issei with a stern expression, her eyes locking onto his brown eyes. Zenobia, he's with the devils. Issei, way to state the obvious. This made Irina gasp as she looked back at Issei. Irina, Issei, is it true? Are you a devil? Silence filled the room as Issei stared at his childhood friend, but the silence was soon taken away when Issei started laughing like he heard the funniest joke ever. Issei, sorry, but the look on your face is hilarious. Irina pouted and crosses her arms as Issei wiped a tear from his eye. Issei, no, I am not a devil, I'm still human. Irina, then why are you with them? Issei merely smiled as he looked over St. Riaz and the others. Surprisingly, Kiba wasn't with them, which confused him. Maybe he was running late. Issei, they are my friends. Irina, so you replaced me? She asked, crying hysterically, causing the boy to deadpan as he remembered she was like this in their childhood. Issei, yeah, what did you think I would go to school and have no friends? Irina, I thought I was your best friend. Issei sighed. Issei, you're my childhood best friend, big difference. Irina, oh. Issei couldn't help but shake his head as he walked over to Ria's side and stood next to Kaneko, who was eating a chocolate bar. Issei raised an eyebrow at her. Just where the hell was she getting all of those sweets from? Like, he doesn't see any pockets on her outfit, and it isn't like she's storing them inside her ass. Issei, strange. He looked at Zenobia. Issei, now I believe you have a meeting. Zenobia, you're right. She turned her attention to Riaz. Zenobia, thank you for agreeing to speak with us. My name is Zenobia. Irina waved at everyone. Irina, and I'm Irina Hyoudou. The blonde-haired girl stood forward and gave everyone in the room a polite bow. Asia, I'm Asia Argento, a substitute nun of the church. Issei felt something strange from her, but he wasn't sure what it was. It didn't feel like holy energy, but more on the line of life energy. Riaz, it's a surprise that followers from God want to speak to a devil. Irina, it does seem random. Here's the thing. The church has 6 swords that we can account for. 3 are still with the church and the other 3 was stolen by fallen angels. This shocked everyone except for Issei, who didn't know anything about what swords they were talking about, but he figured that it had to be serious. Zenobia showed the wrapped-up thing that she had on her back, which was obviously a sword. Zenobia, these are the ones that are left. They were made from Excalibur. This one is mine, the sword of destruction. Irina then reveals some sort of white cloth around her arm. Issei sensed powerful holy energy from it. Irina, and then there's the one I have here. It's known as the Holy Sword of Mimicry. It's an Excalibur mimic. Issei, that's a sword, seriously. Riaz, well, what is it you like for us to do for you today? Zenobia, stay completely out of it. This is between the church and the fallen ones. We don't need you to interfere. Riaz, that sounds like an accusation. So you think we will side with them and stop you from obtaining those swords? Zenobia, we know that devils are weak against holy swords. Wouldn't make sense to support the fallen angels. Riaz stared at the blue-haired girl as her eyes turned red. Zenobia, if you do, then we have no choice but to annihilate you, even though you are the great devil king sister. Riaz, if you have figured me out, then let me share something with you. There's no way that I would think about joining the fallen angels. I will never do anything to betray my clan or my older brother. Zenobia, it's enough for me to hear that. I was told in headquarters just in case. I thought the little sister of Lucifer would be a fool, but looks like I was in the wrong. Riaz smiles. Riaz, good to know. Then I hope that you understand that we will not support you either. Zenobia, of course. I trust that we will prevail if you promise not to interfere with this ordeal. Riaz, you have my word. Issei looked at Riaz. Issei, hey, where's Kiba? Right here. Everyone perked up at the sudden new voice. They turned their heads and saw that it was Kiba, who had a serious yet angry expression on his face. Zenobia, who are you? Kiba, your superior, nice to meet you. Issei, oh boy, this isn't gonna be good. Time skip brought to you by there being so many time skips. Outside the old school building, Asia, Riaz, and her peerage were starring at a battle between Issei and Kiba versus Zenobia and Irina. While Riaz is worried about Kiba because he is going up against holy swords and pieces that are a part of Excalibur and that could kill Kiba, she was more worried about Issei because she knew that he was strong. But will he be able to take on a piece of Excalibur? The crimson-haired girl hoped that he would be okay. Zenobia, alright, let's begin. Both she and Irina removed their clothes to reveal their outfits, which were black leather suits. Issei's jaw nearly dropped when he saw Zenobia and Irina's outfits. Issei, seriously. He looked over at Asia. Issei, hey, Asia. Asia, yes. Issei, do you have a similar outfit? The substitute nun nodded her head, a small blush of embarrassment growing on her face. Issei, not to self, go and kill those who made those outfits. If Issei was his old self, then he would be drooling like a waterfall. Good thing he wasn't, otherwise Artemis would shoot him dead. Speaking of which, Issei still needs to figure out where the hell that goddess went. Aquino looked at Riaz with a worried expression. Aquino, are you sure it is alright to fight the people of the church without permission? Riaz, it's just an informal bout, not an actual official battle. Irina, if the higher-ups found out, then we're all in trouble. Irina took the white cloth off her arm and it transformed into a katana, causing Issei's jaw to once again nearly drop to the ground. Why the hell couldn't his weapons do that? That would be both really cool and super handy. Issei, damn impressive. Zenobia unwrapped her sword and prepared for the fight. Zenobia, we'll do our best not to kill you. Kiba stared at the blue-haired girl as he started to laugh, confusing Zenobia. Zenobia, what's so funny? Kiba, it's because the one thing I want to destroy has appeared willingly before my eyes. At that moment, many swords appeared from the ground. Kiba had a power called Sword Birth. It allowed him to create any sword he desired and could change them in mid-combat. Zenobia, Sword Birth, now I remember you are the sole survivor of the Holy Sword Project. Irina, Issei, is it totally you? Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, yes. Irina, I feel like fate is making fun of me. The best friend I grew up with is with the devils. Why is this happening? Issei couldn't help but sweat drop from TT, the chestnut-haired girl's words. Why did she have to make things so dramatic? Irina, my one goal is to wield a holy sword, move far away and help those around me. God must be testing my will to overcome this dramatic heartbreak. If I prove I'm strong enough, then I can be much closer to him. Issei, yeah, whatever you say. Irina, I'm really sorry, Issei. This hurts me much more than it hurts you, but your sins will suffer the wrath of my Excalibur. She charged toward Issei, who just remained where he was. He watched as she jumped into the air with the sword above her head. Irina, amen. Issei smirked. Issei, I don't think so. Just then, Issei summoned one of his daggers and blocked the incoming attack. This shocked Irina because she never thought any weapon could withstand a piece of Excalibur, especially a small dagger. Issei gently kicked Irina away before dodging a few more strikes from the katana. Irina, how are you dodging all this? Issei smirked. Issei, you're not the only one who has changed over the years, Irina. On the sidelines, Asia, Riaz, and her peerage continued to watch the battle before them. Aquino, just being touched by a holy sword is a huge disadvantage for Kiba. Riaz, Kiba's speed can manage her, but Issei is the one I'm worried about. Kaneko, he seems to be fine. Riaz, I know, but you gotta remember, he's human and a sword is still a sword. Irina continued to unleash a barrage of slashes upon Issei, who effortlessly blocked them. He was so glad that he leveled up. If he faced Irina when he was just starting out, he would have been dead already. He won't lie, Irina was a very skilled opponent. She has probably had tons of battle experience with a sword, while he only has a few weeks to a month of experience with his daggers. Irina, how are you blocking all my attacks? Issei smirked. Issei, what can I do? I'm just good, but you freaks really do love those toothpicks you call swords. Irina got annoyed by Issei's words. Irina, they are not toothpicks. Another smirk grew on Issei's face. He was about to end his childhood friend's whole career. Issei, their toothpicks say what? Irina, what? Issei, huh? Irina pouted cutely. Irina, damn it. Everyone deadpanned at what the two were doing. They were definitely childhood friends and were morons as well. Issei, okay, I gotta say, that face you're making is both hilarious and cute. Irina blushes. Irina, I am not cute. Issei couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, how the tables have turned. He recalls the number of times that Irina teased him when he still thought that she was actually a boy rather than a girl. She didn't do it often, but there was a lot of times she teased him, and it would always lead to a good laugh or two. In fact, he was pretty sure that her father nearly passed out from laughing so much. Those were some very good times, memories that he will always cherish until the day he no longer breathes. Issei, looks like the tables have turned. Irina, remember when you used to tease me when we were little? Irina, oh yeah, I remember when I teased you about we'll get married one day. When the chestnut-haired girl said that, Riaz and her peerage members' eyes widened from what they had just heard. Did Irina just say that she teased Issei about the both of them getting married, as in, being together forever? The only ones who didn't hear the two childhood friends speaking were Kiba and Zenovia, who were still locked in their own fight. Issei, yeah, I found it weird since at that time I thought you were a boy. Irina, still don't know how. Issei, the hair, you had short hair. Kaneko's eye twitched as she dropped her candy bar, which she would never do under any circumstances. Aquino had her typical smile, but behind that smile was a sinister aura that caused Asia to slowly move away from her out of fear. Riaz merely clenched her hand into a fist at the very idea of Issei getting married, but there was a part of her brain that wondered what it would be like to marry the brown-haired boy. Issei, why do I feel like I need to run later? Irina. The chestnut-haired girl turned her head and saw Zenovia. Behind her was Kiba, who laid on the ground. Issei had to say he was surprised that Kiba was taken down this quickly. He would have thought the boy had more fight in him. Looks like he was mistaken. Zenovia, it's time we get going now. Irina, but I can still fight. Zenovia, it doesn't matter, we have a mission to do. She then looked over at Asia. Zenovia, Asia, we're going. Can you make sure that I am in fighting shape? Asia, oh yes, Zenovia. Asia walked over to her two partners as Zenovia wrapped her sword up, and Irina turned her holy sword into the white cloth again. The blue-haired girl then looked at Riaz. Zenovia, remember what we talked about Lady Gremory. They then put on their cloaks and started to walk off, but they were soon stopped by Riaz. Riaz, just out of my curiosity. The two girls looked at the crimson-haired devil girl. Riaz, if you don't mind telling which fallen angel stole the 3 Excaliburs. Zenobia, yes, we know who did it. The leader of the Grigori, his name is Cockail. This gained shocked expressions from Riaz and her peerage. Issei, on the other hand, looked over at the devils, confused as ever. Issei, who are the Grigori? Aquino, a fallen angel faction. Riaz, the 2 of you are after a leader class. Are you planning to die? Zenobia, we do what we must to keep the fallen angels from the holy swords. I'm willing to trade my life to annihilate them. Irina, we understand the anger. There was already 1 casualty. One of the priests that should meet us was killed. This gained Issei's attention, and he raised an eyebrow. Issei, a priest? That doesn't sound right. I know who it was. Everyone turned and saw Kiba, who weakly stood up. Kiba, he was killed by a man named Fried. Riaz, you had a run-in with him. Kiba nodded his head. Issei, Fried, I forgot about that sociopath son of a bitch. Riaz looked at Issei. Riaz, you too. Issei sighed and nodded his head. His encounter with Fried wasn't recent like Kiba's. In fact, it happened 2 days after he took down the first instant dungeon that the system gave him. During that time, Fried mistaken Issei for a devil and attacked him, but when he showed no signs of anything related to devils, he just bounced and that was it. Their battle may have been short but was entirely one-sided because that psychotic priest was more skilled than Issei ever was. This is why he hopes to never run into that lunatic again. The last thing he wants is to listen to Fried's creepy and annoying voice. Issei MHM, he was one insane motherfucker in the head. Irina, Issei language. Issei English and Japanese. Zenobia turned and started to walk off. Irina, Zenobia, wait. The chestnut-haired girl looked at Issei. Irina, it was good to see you again, Issei. I'm glad you're still the same, sword off. With that, she turned and began to run off after Zenobia. Asia, it was wonderful to meet you all. I hope we can all meet each other again soon. With that, Asia went off after her 2 comrades as Issei put his dagger away. That was certainly something else. Never in his life would he say he fought his childhood friend. Riaz, where are you going, Kiba? This gained everyone's attention as they looked over. Riaz, you do realize that I will not permit you to leave me. You are a knight of the House of Gremory. Kiba, I know, President, and I'm sorry. With that, Kiba began walking off. This made Riaz and her peerage worried about the blonde-haired boy. Issei, oh boy, that's not good. Aquino, should we go after him? Riaz sighs. Riaz, let him be. I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid. Issei, why does Kiba hate these holy swords so much? Riaz, it's a long story. Issei crossed his arms. Issei, I got time. Time skip brought to you by me realizing I nearly forgot Tusk arc. Currently, both Issei and Riaz were back inside the occult research club. The brown-haired boy was sitting across from the devil girl. Riaz, holy swords are the most dangerous weapons against the devils. Simply touching one burns a devil's body. More importantly, being cut by a holy sword means instant death to the devils. The truth is a holy sword can annihilate a devil. Issei, geez, talk about intense. Riaz nodded her head. Riaz, it is. The fact that those who can use one are extraordinarily rare is the sword's biggest weakness. The church tried what they could. They tried to raise people artificially. Perhaps to wield Excalibur, then they could annihilate devils everywhere. She then looked away with a serious expression. Riaz, it's known as the Holy Sword Project. Issei, the Holy Sword Project. Riaz nodded her head. Riaz, they took young orphans from the street and many more to see if they're worthy of wielding holy swords. Issei already knew that this story wasn't gonna end well. It was just a feeling, but one that he has felt before. They always say that you can't have success without sacrifice, breaking a few eggs as they would put it. Issei, let me guess, none were worthy. Riaz nodded her head. Riaz, the project was shut down and the children were to be terminated, but Kiba managed to escape. Unfortunately, those he called friends had died in the process. Hearing this caused Issei to remember the moment that both Matsuda and Madohama died right before his eyes, the feeling he felt during that moment. The helplessness. The uselessness. The attempt to keep his 2 friends alive. Issei knew what was Kiba feeling. He'd missed his friends, but there was a difference between them both. Kiba seeks revenge on a sword that was responsible for his friend's demise, and Issei got revenge on the one who killed his two buddies, but what good did it make? Issei still felt empty inside. He felt like the revenge he had against the ice elf leader didn't matter. In reality, the one Issei should have was not the monster, but himself. He failed. He failed to protect them. He was such a failure. Issei, so Kiba experienced what I felt. Issei let out a sad sigh. Issei, thank you for telling me, Riaz. Riaz nodded her head as Issei stood up from the couch. Riaz, are you okay, Issei? The brown-haired boy merely smiled at the devil girl. Issei, yeah, I'm perfectly fine, Riaz. No need to worry about me. Riaz knew something was wrong, but decided to keep quiet. Riaz, if you say so then. With that, Issei made his way out of the occult research club. He walked in silence as he left the grounds of Kuoh Academy, slowly making his way toward home. With each step he took, he felt himself slip a little adrift off to either the right or the left. The boy was deep in thought with all that has just happened today, his childhood friend showing up, Artemis appearing out of nowhere, Kiba's backstory, and so much more. His head was killing him, his throat was sore, and his eyes felt heavy. He needed to go and lay down before something happens. So that is what he did. He slowly but surely made his way toward his home. Issei entered the house and stretched his body. Issei, I'm home. Mickey, welcome home, sweetie. I'm in the kitchen. Issei, okay, Mom. Issei made his way upstairs toward his bedroom. When he arrived, he opened it and was greeted by Artemis. Artemis, about time you showed up. Issei deadpanned. Issei, were you waiting for me? Artemis, what do you expect? I couldn't go anywhere because mortals can't see me. Issei pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Issei, so you just sat in my bedroom all day? Don't you have like a forest to hunt some animals? Artemis, learning about men is more important. Issei groaned as he knew she was gonna be like a fly that will annoy someone. Issei, great, another thing to worry about. Mickey, Issei, dinner's ready. Issei, coming, Mom. With that, Issei made his way back downstairs to go have dinner. He hoped that wherever Kiba was, Issei hoped that he was doing all right. The blonde was strong and skilled in swordsmanship on a level that makes Issei look pathetic. However, Issei just can't help but get the feeling that he was gonna face someone very strong. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 9, Battle of Kuoh Part 1. Third-person POV. Issei was certainly in a bind right now. He was sitting at the table, eating dinner with his mother as he was deep in thought. The events that have happened recently have been, what's the word, a lot to take in. Not only was the second quest of the Demon Castle dungeon on his mind, but there were also the events that are going on with Kiba, Irina, and her comrades, and getting answers to who or what made the system and why they chose him to have it. Issei just couldn't wrap his head around all of this. He could feel a migraine slowly coming as he tried so hard to think of an answer to his many questions. However, he knew that he can't answer them all himself, and he gets a feeling that neither Riaz, Yoruichi, Yamato, Scathach, or Artemis will be much help. He guessed that for now, he'll have to go into all of this blindly. Mickey, are you okay, sweetie? You're awfully quiet. Issei, oh yeah, I'm fine, Mom. Mickey, are you sure? You've barely touched your food. Issei looked down at his plate. She was right, he had barely touched anything. He thought he was eating, but it looks like all this thinking had distracted him. Issei, why, I'm fine, just thinking is all. Mickey, well, if you're not hungry for that, then I caw. Just then, Mickey stopped what she said as she started coughing. Issei was a little concerned about his mom, which soon turned into full-on panic when he saw his mom cough up blood. She coughed up blood. Issei, Mom. Issei immediately stood up and moved over to his, placing his hands on her shoulders. Issei, are you okay? Mickey, I am okay, SW. She coughed again. Issei felt a spread of worry in his stomach as he placed a hand on his mother's forehead, but he immediately retracted it as he felt that his mother's head was burning. Issei, Mom, you have a fever. Not only that, she looked paler and paler than the last time he saw her. He knew that something wasn't right, he just knew it, but Issei didn't think too much about it because he had to go and face Riser Phoenix. Damn it, he should have seen this coming. He was so stupid, he thought that maybe it was a simple cough and nothing more. How could he be so foolish? He picked her up bridal style and laid her on the couch and grabbed the house phone and dialed 911. Receptionist phone, 911, what's your emergency? Issei, my mother is coughing up blood. I'm not sure what happened. She was fine a moment ago. Receptionist phone, tell us your address and we'll send an ambulance toward you. Issei, okay. And so, Issei told the receptionist where his address is and they quickly sent over an ambulance to his house and took his mom to the hospital. Despite this, Issei's worry did not leave his stomach, not for 1 second. The trip was a little long, but they eventually arrived at the hospital where Issei had to wait in a waiting room. As he sat on that chair, waiting nervously for the doctor to come to him, all he could hear was silence and the ticking of a clock that hung on the wall. That's all he could hear. Issei, please be okay. He continued to wait for someone to come to him, waiting for some sort of good news about his mother's health. He waited, and waited, and waited, and waited, and waited, and waited, and waited. Issei, come on, what's taking so long? Before long, Issei heard a door open and he saw a doctor walk out with a clipboard. Issei, how is she? Dr. Issei Hyoudou, your mother. Issei, tell me she is okay. The doctor sighed. Doctor, she appears to be healthy, but she has some sort of illness that I do not recognize, and after a little bit she slipped into a coma. Hearing all of this filled Issei with nothing but dread. Did the doctor just say what the brown-haired boy thinks he said? His mother was in a coma. No, that can't be true. There's no way that is correct. She can't be in a coma. She was perfectly fine and hadn't ever gotten sick before. He should know since he has done basically everything with her for years. Issei, that can't be right. She was perfectly fine 2 weeks ago. Issei could feel his heartbeat increasing by the second. He felt like his whole world was spinning as the ticking of the clock was now replaced by the beats of his own internal organ. Issei, how long will she be in the coma? Doctor, I don't know. It might take months, but let's hope it doesn't take years. Shatter. Years. Issei slowly gulped at the thought of his mother being in a coma for years. Any regular person would worry about how he was gonna survive on his own now that his mother was in the hospital. But Issei wasn't worried about that. He could handle himself and he has enough gold to turn into money. That should last him and pay for the medical bills for a good while, maybe a few months to a year or two. But none of that mattered. What did matter was how he was gonna help his mother. Issei, I see. Thank you, Doc. Can I see her? Doctor, of course, right this way. The doctor led Issei into the room where his mother was. When he arrived, he was immediately greeted by the sight of his mother, who was laying in a hospital bed, in a coma. Issei, Mom. He walked over to her and sat on a chair next to her. Tears threatened to escape from the boy's eyes as the doctor who led him here decided to give the two some time to themselves. He had seen this all before, loved ones laying in beds while the others try their best to not burst out crying. It was an event that many have taken part in unintentionally, even those who do not wish to cry. Issei, I'm sorry. Because of me you overworked yourself so we can live a good life. Issei gritted his teeth as small tears started to stream down the boy's face. He shouldn't cry. His mother would want him to cry, but he just can't help it. This was his mother, for God's sake. She had nothing to do with him being involved with the supernatural world, and yet for some reason, she has an unknown illness that has caused her to go into a coma. It made no sense. She has never shown signs of this before. Unless... Issei's eyes widened as it finally hit him. She never showed signs of this when he was just a regular human. But after he obtained the system, things have been getting crazy, such as what is happening right now before his eyes. Issei, the system. Was it the system? Was it the cause of this? Did it make his mother sick? It had to be. Until he got the system, Issei had a regular life where he lived as a normal teenage boy. But after meeting the fallen bitch Rainier and getting impaled, the system came out of nowhere and saved him. Issei, so if I didn't? Issei placed a hand on his face as he could hear his heartbeat inside his ears again, this time louder and faster. If he didn't accept the system offer, sure, his mother would be heartbroken that he was gone, but she would be in a coma. She would be living her life. Issei, damn it. Issei stood up and gently kissed his mother's forehead. Issei, I promise I'll find a way to wake you up, Mom. Just give me time. With that, Issei turned and made his way out of the room as his eyes had mixed emotions in them. They looked cold and dead, but they were also filled with anger and determination. He will make sure to find a way to cure his mother, and if anyone gets in his way, they will end up dead. Time skip brought to you by Cooking with Baru. Issei was walking down the streets of Kuoh as he had his hands in his pockets. He was minding his own business when he bumped into someone. Issei, oh so wait, Saji, Kaneko. Right in front of him were Kaneko and Saji. This confused Issei because if memory serves him correctly, those two are not friends at all. Kaneko, Issei senpai. Saji, oh Issei, what are you doing here? Issei deadpanned. He could tell that Saji was freaking out about something. Issei, alright, what are you two doing? Cause you both are not friends, the chances of you two being together are basically trying to take anything from infinity. Kaneko, well, we might as well tell you, take a seat. Issei shrugged his shoulders. His day was already shit, so might as well see what was going on. He sat down. Luckily the trio was near a store that had seats for everyone. Issei, alright, what's going on? Kaneko, me and Saji were thinking of finding the holy sword users and that none along with finding any clues of the pieces of Excalibur. Issei crossed his arms. Issei, why didn't Ria say that she was gonna stay out of their way? Saji, that's what I said, but she insisted we do it. Kaneko punched Saji's shoulder, causing the blonde-haired boy to groan in pain. Issei, Kaneko, what's the real reason you are doing this? I know you and you wouldn't do this to help the church. Kaneko, I don't want Kiba to disappear. Issei, what disappear? Kaneko nodded her head. Issei gets the feeling that it has something to do with Kiba's hatred for the swords. He guesses that Kaneko's worried that he'll just leave Kuoh and never return. Now that he thought about it, that did sound really bad. Issei, so you want to help Kiba and you dragged Saji along. Kaneko nodded her head as she looked down, a look of sadness on her face which made Issei sigh a little. He was already dealing with enough shit, but he guessed that he'll have more to deal with now. Issei, well, I'm coming too. Kaneko, really? She looks at him with happiness in her eyes. Issei smiled at the white-haired girl as he gave her some head pats. Issei, hey, I may not know Kiba all that well, but I'm not gonna let him do something to get himself killed. Kaneko, thanks Issei senpai. Issei chuckled. Issei, no problem Kaneko, happy to help. Saji, I am going to die by Sona when she finds out. Issei, oh quit your whining Saji. Saji just silently sulked to himself, babbling on about who knows what, which made both Issei and Kaneko roll their eyes. Issei, alright, so we gotta find Irina and her two friends. Kaneko, should be too hard. Issei, yeah, it's not like we're just gonna find them begging for money. Time skip brought to you by Issei in Genshin Impact. Kaneko deadpanned as Issei facepalmed himself, groaning in annoyance much to Saji's amusement. He looked at the boy. Saji, you were saying. Issei, Saji, shut up. Ahead of the trio was Irina and Zenovia, who were begging for money while Asia was sitting on the sidelines embarrassed. Zenovia, oh blessings on the wandering sheath before us. Irina, we are pitiful when compared to you, O Lord, please have mercy on us, dear Father. Asia, oh dear. Issei shook his head as he walked over to the trio, gaining their attention. Irina, Issei, what are you doing here? Issei deadpan at his childhood friend. Irina, what? Issei, what the hell are you three doing? Asia, we need money, so we're asking for donations. Issei raised an eyebrow. Did they seriously go on a mission with no money? Issei, did you three seriously come here with no money? Zenovia, we had money, but Irina thought it was a good idea to spend it all on a stupid painting. Issei looked next to Irina, who was laughing nervously and saw a painting right beside her. Issei, seriously, you bought a painting of Jesus? Irina, why yes. Issei facepalmed as he grabbed Irina, Zenovia, and Asia and began to drag them off. Issei, let's go. Asia, where are we going? Issei, somewhere I'm gonna lose my money. Kaneko and Saji looked at each other before they shrugged and followed behind Issei. Where they were heading was quite simple, a restaurant where Issei told the trio that they could order whatever they wanted and he would pay for it. Sure, it would tear into the money he has been saving up from all the gold he's collected, but it would be worth the sacrifice. However, the brown-haired boy didn't expect was the trio to order 3 of everything from the menu and devour it all as their lives depended on it. Saji, this kinda reminds me of Dragon Ball. Zenovia, so delicious, don't you agree? This is heaven. Irina, it's like food for the soul. Asia agreed. Issei silently sulked to himself. He couldn't already hear the cries of his wallet. Issei, when was the last time you 3 ate? Zenovia, 4 days ago. Issei facepalmed once again. Why was he not surprised? After eating the whole food, the 2 swordsmen and the nun were silent. Zenovia, what just happened? Even if this builds our faith, a human who is friends with the devils saving us must mean the end of days. Irina, we practically sold ourselves to them. How will we ever be forgiven? Issei, it means so much how you thank me for buying you food. Irina, Lord, please, have mercy on these kind souls, even if they are devils. After Irina finished her prey, Kaneko and Saji held their heads in pain. Saji, ow, we don't need God's blessing. The chestnut-haired girl laughed nervously as she rubbed the back of her neck. Irina, sorry, a force of habit. Zenovia, so what do you 3 want? Issei, we want to help you destroy Excalibur. Zenovia, what? Issei, you heard me, we want to help break a sword. Zenovia, explain why. Issei began to explain to Irina, Zenovia, and Asia their reason for wanting to help them. The church members had mixed reactions to what they heard. Irina was still surprised that her childhood friend wants to help her on her mission. Asia felt her heart skip a beat when they said that they want to help their comrade, reminding her of the time she helped so many people no matter what they were. Zenovia was skeptical because working with devils would be going against the church's ways. However, she has to remember that Issei was not a devil, he was a human who was allied with the devils. Zenovia, I understand the situation. I don't mind of you taking care of 1 sword. Asia, same. Irina looked at her comrades shocked. Irina, Zenovia, Asia. Zenovia, Irina, you know what the other side has. Cockail is dangerous. Asia, plus it would be impossible for us to find the swords. We need help. Irina, yeah, I get that, but they're devils. Zenovia, we have a 30% chance of returning home. Irina, yeah, but we knew the risk before we got here. This isn't anything new. Zenovia, true, we were sent here by the higher-ups, fully prepared to sacrifice our lives for the sake of our sacred cause. Issei chuckled. Issei, looks like you 3 got one thing wrong. This gained the church members' attention as they looked at the boy. Issei smirked as one of his eyes started glowing. Issei, none of you are dying, not while I'm still alive and kicking. This made the 3 women blush and their hearts skipped a beat. Irina, he's definitely my knight in shining armor. Time skip brought to you by me learning about Uncharted. With the agreement with the church members, Issei wondered how they would be able to get a hold of Kiba, who was probably still searching for the swords. However, turns out he was at a certain park that Issei knew all too well because he had died at that very place. At first, the blonde didn't want to listen, but they managed to convince him and explain their plan to him. Kiba, I get it, but I am quite disappointed that someone who could wield an Excalibur would approve of their destruction. Zenovia, speaking of disappointing, didn't you recently abandon your place in the House of Gremory? Asia, Zenovia, that's mean. Kiba glared at the blue-haired girl. Zenovia, if that's the case, then stray, which means you can be executed. Kiba, you're welcome to try if you can. Both Kiba and Zenovia were gonna go for their weapons, but they both stopped as they felt a surge of bloodlust engulf not just them, but Irina, Asia, Saji, and even Kaneko, which made their eyes widen. They turned to see Issei with a menacing look. Issei, enough. Kiba and Zenovia dropped to their knees and felt like they couldn't get up due to the bloodlust. Issei, we're not here to fight each other, got it? The 2 reluctantly nodded. Issei calmed down and the bloodlust stopped, but the others were still shocked by what had just happened. Saji, what the hell was that? I've never felt something like that. Kaneko, such bloodlust. Asia, scary. Irina, Issei, how much have you changed? Zenovia looked at Kiba. Zenovia, I know you resent the Holy Sword Project and what they did, I completely understand. That incident was viewed with great distaste by those currently with the church, we know, and that is why the one responsible was punished. Irina, his name is Galileo Valper. He's also known as the Archbishop of Annihilation. Kiba narrowed his eyes. Kiba, I know him. He's the one responsible for everything. Asia, he's not alone. Zenobia did mention that there's one who's serving under him, the stray priest. Issei crossed his arms. Issei, you mean that lunatic Fried? Irina looked at Issei. Irina, I still can't believe you know him, Issei. Issei, I don't. All I said was I encountered him, and he was one crazy son of a bitch. Zenobia, did he have a sword that gave off a huge amount of holy aura? Issei, not when I faced him. He just had a rip-off lightsaber. Zenobia, he must have obtained the Excalibur during the time difference between you both. Asia, it's uncommon for there to be an illusion between those who were banned from the church. There's a high possibility that Valper is involved with what's going on. Kiba, well, after hearing that, there's no reason for me not to cooperate with you. Irina, yay, then I guess it's decided then. With that, Irina, Zenobia, and Asia made their way off and left Issei with the three devils. Saji, this isn't good news. This is not good news at all. Not only could we have been killed, but we could also have been responsible for another war with the church. Issei slapped the back of Saji's head, causing the boy to grip his head in pain. Saji, what was that for? Issei, cause I felt like it. Kiba, Issei. Issei turned and looked at Kiba. Issei, yeah. Kiba, I want you to stay out of this. Issei, Kiba, this is my revenge. I won't allow any of you to get involved. Kaneko, but Kiba-senpa. Kiba's no, Kaneko, I wouldn't forgive myself if anything happened to you all. Issei walked up to Kiba and placed a hand on his shoulder, making the blonde look at him. Issei, I do not know the horror you had to endure, Kiba, but I won't stand idly by when I know I could do something to stop this madness. Kiba, Issei. Kiba sighed and knew there was nothing that would convince him. Kiba, alright, you can help. Issei, good, cause I wasn't taking no for an answer. Meanwhile, sitting at the dock of a harbor was Azazel, who was sitting down and doing some fishing. He hummed to himself as he waited to get a bite, but a red glow illuminated behind him which made him smile. Azazel, you really do love dropping by, do you, old friend? Azazel looked behind him and saw the man who has been the father of Issei Hyoudou and husband of Miki Hyoudou. Sorry for the sudden visit. Azazel, oh, and what's wrong? Certainly you didn't come to see little old me. The man sighed and shook his head. I just get the feeling that something is happening to my family. Azazel, well, doesn't your son possess the power of your old comrade? Why do you keep thinking that he and I are comrades? Azazel chuckled. Azazel, well, you both do hate the monarchs. The man pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a small sigh. Sometimes I want to pluck your wings. Azazel, oh, don't be like that, we're so close, Tilda. And you made this weird. Azazel just laughed at the man's words, much to the latter's annoyance. Back with Issei. Currently, Issei, Kaneko, Kiba, and Saji were disguised as priests and walking down the street to try and bait out Fried and his accomplices. Saji, do we have to wear these? Kiba, yes, lately priests have been getting killed every night and I found out Fried was the one who did it. Issei, you won't have to worry for long, Saji. I get the feeling we're close. The group continued their walk until they arrived at a very familiar place, the location where Issei watched Riaz and her peerage take on that stray devil. The sight of the building nearly made the boy chuckle, which certainly bring back memories. Suddenly, Issei stopped as he sensed something coming toward them. Issei, above us, we got company. Everyone looked up to see Fried, who was holding a holy sword, most likely the Excalibur that was taken. Fried, hey troop of priests, I'll show you the way to heaven. He soon stopped and recognized Issei, which took him by surprise, but then he grew a smirk. Fried, well, I'll be, is that you, Issei? Issei, hello, lunatic. Fried chuckled. Fried, wow, long time no see, quite a strange reunion. Issei, HMPH. Fried, oh, what's wrong, not happy to see little Almi. Issei, when was I ever? Issei summoned his dagger, Kiba summoned his sword, Kaneko got into a fighting stance, and Saji summoned something onto his arm. Fried, oh my, 5-on-1 in a single night, I'm overwhelmed with my popularity. Kiba, don't get too excited, I'm your only opponent. Issei, like hell you are. With that, Issei launched himself toward Freed as the two clashed their weapons together. The stray priest had to say he liked Issei's new weapon, and he was certainly surprised by how durable it was since he was using an Excalibur. Freed, not bad, you certainly grew. Just then, Freed disappeared from Issei's point of view, but the boy merely narrowed his eyes before Freed reappeared behind him and swung his sword down. However, much to Freed's surprise, Issei was able to stop the attack of his Excalibur by using his other hand. Issei, this the so-called Excalibur, looks like a toothpick. He kicked Freed away as he twirled his dagger around. The priest then raised his sword. Freed, some people call this sword the Heavenly Excalibur. Rapidly, I call it the super fast sword. Issei, do you ever shut up? Freed disappeared as Issei did so as well. Kiba soon joined his comrade as the three men were moving very fast. They went so fast that they looked like mere blurs to Kaneko and Saji. Saji, I don't think I can catch up to them. Kaneko, same here. She pulled out her phone and started to call Irina, Zenovia, and Asia. Saji, hang on, Issei. Kiba, I got you, line go. Saji fired a blue energy line from the black and purple item from his arm. It then wrapped around Freed's leg and made him fall onto the roof. Saji, what do you think? It's called the absorption line, or you can call it my sacred gear. Issei, so that's a sacred gear. Saji pulled the line, keeping Freed held down as he tried to cut it, but couldn't. Freed, damn it, must be one of those dragon ones. Hearing that gained Issei's attention once again, a dragon sacred gear. That made him wonder, are there any other dragon sacred gears? Issei, maybe I can ask Wukong, Artemis, Scathach, Yamato, or Riaz about them. Freed, damn it, how am I supposed to cut this? Am I struggling? Are we freed? Everyone perked up as they saw an old man come out of the building. Man, oh Freed, it looks like your use Excalibur could still use some brushing up. Freed, oh, it's old man Valper. Hearing this shocked everyone as Kiba glared at the man. Issei, so that's him. Kaneko, he's the mastermind behind the Holy Sword Project. Kiba VLPRGILIE. Valper looked up at Kiba. Valper is the one and only. Freed's the one and only what? Old man, make yourself useful and help me get this lizard tongue off my leg. Valper, you need to put all your energy into the blade of the sword. Freed blinked as he looked at his weapon, a grin slowly growing on his face. Freed, oh, is that all I gotta do? Just give it one cocktail of energy. He slowly poured his energy into the sword and it glowed a golden aura before he swung it down on the tongue and it was cut in half. Saji, damn it. Freed smirked as he looked at Kiba and Issei. Freed, now then, where were we? Both Issei and Kiba got into stances as they held their weapons tightly. They weren't sure how this was gonna go now that his weapon was energized. Freed leaped toward them and brought his blade down upon them, but Zenovia came in and blocked the attack with her Excalibur of destruction. Issei, Zenovia. Freed, what the? Suddenly, Asia came out of nowhere and delivered a powerful punch to the stray priest's cheek, which launched him back. Irina then arrived and downward kicked Freed into the ground. Issei, about time you three arrived. Irina, sorry we're late. Saji, how did you? Saji looked at Kaneko, who had a small smirk. Saji, you didn't. Kaneko took out her phone. Kaneko, I called them. Zenovia, Valper, give us the sword and surrender yourself and Freed to God's wrath. Freed growled. Valper, you're done. Freed looked at Valper confused. Freed, what? Valper, all you had to do was get rid of those vermin from the church who snuck in. Easy, but here they are and you're outnumbered. Time to pull back. Freed groaned in annoyance. Freed, already well, see ya. With that, Freed took out a flashbang and threw it, which caused a blinding white light to appear. Everyone, including Issei, had to cover their eyes, but it only lasted for a few seconds as it died down. When it did, they saw that both Freed and Valper were gone. Both Kiba and Zenovia jumped down and began to give chase. Zenovia, Irina, Asia, let's go. Irina, Zenovia, wait up. Asia, we're right behind ya. Irina and Asia followed shortly after her and Kiba, leaving Issei, Kaneko, and Saji behind. Issei, what the hell did I just see? What indeed, Issei? The trio looked behind them and to Saji's horror, a magic circle had appeared, and standing on it were both Sona and Riaz, who didn't look happy at all. Issei, well shit, good thing I'm not a devil. Saji, oh shit, I'm dead. Issei looked at Saji and smirked. Issei, sucks to be you, devil boy. Saji, oh fuck you, Issei. Issei, what are you, gay? Saji laughed. He could hear the trigger sound effect coming from Saji, and it was hilarious. Time skip brought to you by me drinking every time Garfield says Monday or lasagna. A day or two have gone by after the small battle with Freed. Currently, everyone was in the clubroom and Ria's had a serious expression on her face. Issei, so Kiba hasn't contacted you? Akino, no, not even on time. Ria's, the good news is that the people he's with are pretty skilled. I figured they can take on a stray priest if they run into one. Issei silently listened. It wasn't Freed who he was concerned about since he was a pushover. He was worried that Kiba, Asia, Irina, and Zenovia ran into this Cockail person. Suddenly, the crimson-haired girl stood up from her chair as she sensed something. This gained everyone's attention as they looked at her. Akino, what's wrong? Ria's, I sense my familiar calling me. Let's go. Ria's peerage nodded as they got ready to teleport. Issei hopes that the others were okay. Everyone got on and teleported away. When they arrived, they saw Ria's familiar in human form. They also saw Irina lying her head on Ria's familiar lap, her outfit almost destroyed as she was covered in bruises. When he saw her, Issei's eyes widened. Issei, Irina. Everyone rushed over to the chestnut-haired girl, who slowly opened her eyes. Irina, I, Issei. Issei, what happened to you? Where's your partner? Irina, I don't know. We got separated when he showed up. I couldn't defeat him. He was too strong. This got Issei's attention. Issei, who is he? Irina then looked at everyone and slowly smiled. Irina, please be careful. With that, she closed her eyes and fell unconscious. Issei, Irina. Suddenly, a blue light appeared from behind, and from it came Sona, Tsubaki, and Saji. Ria's, thank you so much for coming, Sona. Sona nodded as she walked toward Irina. Sona, of course I came when I received your message. Issei, how is she? Sona, she's fine, but she needs medical attention. She then looked at her queen. Sona, Tsubaki. Tsubaki understood. Tsubaki picked Irina up bridal style. She then created a teleportation circle and disappeared. Issei turned and looked at Ria's. He wasn't liking this at all. Not for a single moment. Something wasn't right. Issei, you think Zenovia and Asia are all right? Ria's, not sure. I'm more worried about Kiba. Akino, maybe he is with Zenovia and Asia. Ria's, maybe. Just then, Issei sensed something which caused him to look over at a nearby tree. Issei, come out, I know you're there. Everyone looked at him confused, but before anyone could say anything, Freed came out from behind a tree. Freed, geez, how the hell do you know where I am? Issei, fuck you, that's why. Ria's, Akino, and Sona jumped in front of everyone and summoned their magical circles. Freed held his hands up. Freed, hey, hold on a second, don't blaze the messenger. Someone wants to talk to you, Red. Ria's, which someone? Freed grinned. Freed, my boss. Suddenly, the sky became distorted as everyone looked up and saw someone floating in the sky. The person was a man with long black hair and red eyes and pointy ears. Issei also noticed that this person possesses 5 pairs of black wings. Kaneko, fallen angel. Akino, he has 10 wings, he's a leader class. It's a pleasure to meet you, daughter of the House of Gremory. I am Cockail. Issei, so that's Cockail. Ria smiled at Cockail, but this was a fake smile because she knew that Cockail must be powerful. Ria's, the pleasure is all mine, but please call me Ria's. So you're the leader of the fallen ones. It's nice to meet a face with a name. The black-haired fallen grew an evil smirk. Cockail, your red hair reminds me of the Devil King and the facial expressions are similar. Just looking makes me throw up. Ria's then put on a serious expression. Ria's, so what are you doing here? Cockail, I like to do some damage while I'm here, starting with your school and then the rest of the town. Ria's, why attack our school? Cockail, if I do then Cerberus will come to help his little sister. What do you think? Ria's, if you do that then it will be a war of devils, fallen angels and angels all over again. This made Cockail laugh. Cockail better after stealing the Excalibur fragments. I thought Michael will come after me, but he sent a weak exorcist and 2 holy swords. Ria's eyes widen. Ria's, that's what you want, to start the war again. Cockail grew a dark smile. Cockail, that's right, after the first 3-way war I was so bored there was nothing to do. Azazel and Shemhazai were passive when the next one starts. Ria's, you're a complete war maniac. The black-haired fallen angel laughed. Cockail, obviously, what do you think I'm using devils this time? I have you Ria's Gremory, Lucifer's little sister, and you Sona Citri, Leviathan's little sister. Cockail turned his head to Issei. Cockail, what's a human doing here? Oh wait, you must be the one Freed told me about. Issei, the name's Issei Hyoudou. Cockail hems, you look familiar. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, not sure how I've never met anyone as ugly as you before in my life. Cockail, oh, very bold to insult a high-ranking fallen angel. Issei deadpanned. Issei, and you're talking to a human who somehow managed to survive a fight against Sun Wkong. Cockail, wait, what? Saji Whaat, Hyoudou fought against the Monkey King. Sona, I told you this after Riser got his ass kicked, but I assume you weren't paying attention. Saji silently sulked to himself, sad music playing in his head. Issei, yeah, I faced the monkey, and let me say, that bastard took off my arm with a single swing. Cockail, and yet here you're still alive. Issei, we decided to call it a draw, but he considers me to be his strongest rival. Hearing all of this increased Cockail's interest in Issei. Never had he met a human who could go against the legendary Sun Wukong and survive to tell the tale. Cockail, why don't you join my faction? Issei, why? So you can use me to obliterate the devils and angels. Cockail chuckled. Cockail, what gives you that idea? Issei deadpanned at the fallen angel. Did this man really just forget that he explained that he wants to start another war between the 3 factions? Issei, yeah, you can take your offer and shove it up your ass. I'm no one's puppet. Well, that wasn't entirely true or false. Issei was no one's puppet or slave. However, as he has said before, the system uses him and he uses it. Cockail, very well then, I guess I have to kill you to make a servant of my faction, but you're lucky I have business to do, so we'll do this at the Battle of Kuoh. Cockail summoned numerous light spears and made them rain upon Issei and the devils, who immediately took action to this. Aquino, Sona, and Rias had their magic circles out and used them as shields. Issei wasn't sure what the others did, but he summoned one of his daggers and struck the light spears that nearly hit him, shattering them into pieces. Issei, I'm starting to dislike fallen angels. He turned and saw that both freed Cockail was gone. Issei, he's gone. Saji, shit, where did he go? Kaneko pointed in the direction of Kuoh Academy. Kaneko, that way. Issei, the school, that's just the start. He's gonna level the entire town, if he did that then. Issei's eyes widened as the image of his mother in a coma flashed through his mind. If Cockail destroyed the town, then his mother was in grave danger. Issei, mom. Issei ran in the direction of Kuoh. Rias, Issei, wait. Rias and the others followed after him. Issei couldn't let Cockail destroy the town. He won't let his mother die. She was all that the brown-haired boy had left. He already lost his father, and he won't be losing his mother anytime soon. He won't allow it. He'll go against everything and everyone. Human, devil, angel, fallen angel, dragon, gods, fate, destiny, time, space, reality. Issei will go against it all just to protect his mother. Issei, Cockail, stay away from my mother. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 10 Battle of Kuoh Part 2. Third-person POV. Issei was panicking. How could he not at a time like this? His mother could be in danger if he doesn't stop Cockail from doing whatever his plan is. Sure, there's also the fact that all of Kuoh can be in danger, plus the fact that this event could start another war between the 3 factions. However, none of that matters to Issei. All he cares about is his mother's survival. To keep her safe and sound, he needed to pluck some wings from a black pigeon. Currently, Issei was with both Rias, Sona and their peerages just standing outside of Kuoh Academy as Sona along with her peerage formed a magic circle around the entire academy, covering it in a barrier. Sona, we've covered the entire school with a protective barrier. If nothing drastic happens, then it should keep anything from within from getting damaged. Rias, thank you Sona, this means so much. Sona, remember that this will only work if the conditions remain the same. Rias nodded her head as both she and Sona gazed toward Issei, who had mixed emotions right now. He was both past and very worried about what was happening right now. Past because Cockail was gonna tear up his hometown just to get a fight, but the brown-haired boy was more worried about his mother. He can't let anything happen to her. He had to keep her safe. He needed to keep her out of harm's way. He needed to keep Cockail distracted. Issei has already lost so much. He lost his heart when Yuma, or whatever her name was, broke his heart during their date. He lost both his best friends and was unable to do anything for them. He can't lose his mother, he won't lose her. Suddenly, Sona's Queen Tsubaki appeared from a magic circle. Sona Tsubaki, you arrived on time. Issei looked over. Issei, how's Irina? Tsubaki, her condition isn't life-threatening, she just needs some rest. Issei let out a sigh of relief. Issei, oh thank goodness, thank you Tsubaki. Tsubaki nodded as she went and assisted Sona and the rest of the peerage. Sona, Rias, it's not too late to contact your brother. Rias merely smiled at Sona. Rias, you know what I don't see, you contacting your big sister. Sona, with good reason too, Cerberus love you and you know he would want to assist us. There's no doubt that he would come here if you call him, so call him. Aquino, there's no reason to do that. Everyone looked to see Aquino walking up. Aquino, I've already contacted him. Rias, how could you do that without asking me first? Aquino, look Rias, I understand you don't want your brother unless we absolutely must. But our enemy is a leader-class fallen angel. He's not someone you can take on your own. I think this counts as a must. Rias fell silent as she thought about it. She then sighed in defeat. Rias, fine. Aquino, I thank you for your consideration. Cerberus is on his way. His forces should arrive here in about an hour. Rias, good cry. Issei, that's too long, he won't make it. Everyone looked at Issei. Issei, I'll go face Cockail. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Rias, Issei, you can't. Aquino, he's nothing like Riser. Cockail is on a complete other level. Sona, it's true, Issei. You're gonna be facing a man who survived facing both God and Lucifer. Issei fell silent from the other's words, a man who fought both God and Lucifer. Something like that shouldn't be possible, but apparently it is true or whatever. Issei didn't know anything about the fallen angel and he didn't really care. That bastard made a huge mistake and Issei will make him suffer for that. Issei, who cares if he did? Issei's eyes started glowing with a menacing purple aura, sending a shiver down everyone's spines as they saw it. Issei, I'll make him suffer. Rias, I guess there's no way to convince you not to go, isn't there? Issei shook his head, making Rias sigh. Rias, very well, but promise you'll be careful and come back alive. Issei, I will, just make sure that Lunatic, Freed and Valper don't complete their goal. Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko nodded their heads as the four of them made their way to the back of the school. When they arrived, they saw a huge magic circle in the sky. This confused Issei because just what the hell was Cockail planning on doing? Nuking the whole school. Issei, the hell is that? It seems like the 4 Excaliburs have been made into one, that is so Valper, you know. Everyone perked up as they looked to the source of the voice, seeing Cockail sitting on a throne in the sky. Rias, Cockail. Cockail smirked. Cockail, so is Big Brother on his way yet, or is it Seraphal instead? Issei, neither, you're dealing with us, you bastard. Cockail merely smirked as he summoned a massive light spear, causing Issei's eyes to widen as the image of the day he died flashed through his memories. The pain, the blood, the heat, the cold, the numbness. Issei gritted his teeth as he tried to shake the thoughts out of his head. He can't be thinking of that right now. Issei, not now. Cockail grabbed the light spear and threw it, but not at Issei and the group but at the school gym and destroyed it. Issei, the gym. Cockail, this is boring, I need a diversion. Issei gritted his teeth as he eyed the destroyed building. He could already tell that Cockail wasn't even trying with that attack. He wanted to show off his power. Issei guessed this is the power of the man who faced both God and Lucifer. Issei, this is not gonna be easy. Cockail, since you all came here to see me, I may as well let you play with one of my favorite pets. He snapped his fingers as a magic circle appeared on the ground. The group watched as fire erupted from the circle, and from it came something that both shocked and annoyed Issei. Issei, Cerberus, how? I killed him. D-Drake, can you explain what's going on? D-Drake's small shadow head appeared on Issei's shoulder. D-Drake, there is no way that's Cerberus, my liege. It must be an imposter. Issei, yeah, I had a feeling it was. Issei was even more pissed off. He already killed Cerberus and now there's another one. He doubts that Hades will like this. The god is probably furious right now. Suddenly a screen appeared before Issei. The Greek god, Hades, is unhappy to know there is an imposter of Cerberus. Issei almost chuckled. Issei, yeah, I'm in the same boat as you, Hades. The Greek god, Hades, wishes that you get rid of its existence. A small smirk grew on Issei's face. Issei, hey girls, how about we send this mutt back where it belongs? The girls nodded their heads in agreement. Issei summoned his daggers as he charged toward the fake Cerberus with Kaneko, while Rias and Akino provided support from the rear, or in Akino's case, in the sky with her lightning magic. Kaneko jumped up high and landed a very powerful axe kick on the middle head, making the imposter roar in pain, and even more when Akino electrocuted him. Akino, you've been a bad doggy. As the Cerberus roared in pain as Issei came charging toward it and began slashing at its legs, causing it to fall to the ground and growl in anger. Issei smirked. This was pretty easy and the battle has only just begun. He'll make this wrapped up before he knows it. After all, this Cerberus was pretty weak. Rias, what the hell? Issei, huh? Issei looked over at Rias and his eyes widened as he saw two more Cerberus rise from magic circles. This flabbergasted the brown-haired boy, because how the hell was there now 3 fake Cerberus? Where did Cockail even get them from? Kaneko, 2 more. Akino, that's not possible. There's only meant to be 1 Cerberus. Rias summoned a ball of power of destruction and threw it at one of the Cerberus, knocking it back. Rias, you 3 focus on that one. I got these 2. Issei, Rias, don't be foolish, you can't take them both on. The other Cerberus roared and charged at Rias, but Konko leaped over to her master and pushed her out of the way as the middle head bit down on the devil girl. Issei, Kaneko. Issei almost dropped his weapon, but he soon watched as the middle head's mouth slowly opened to reveal Kaneko, whose clothes were now ripped, trying to keep the dog's mouth open with her feet. Kaneko, disgusting. Issei, hang on, Kaneko. Issei quickly glanced at Akino. Issei, finish this mud off, I'll get Kaneko. Akino nodded her head as she summoned more of her lightning and unleashed it on the downed Cerberus. Issei took out his daggers and rushed to help Kaneko, and he sliced the other Cerberus head off. The now 2-headed dog fell back as Issei forced the decapitated head's mouth open. Issei, you okay, Kaneko? Kaneko, yeah, thanks for the save. Issei smiled. Issei, no problem, also here. Issei took off his hoodie and gave it to Kaneko, covering up her ripped clothes, which made her blush. Kaneko, thanks. Issei nodded and helped Kaneko before looking at Cockail. Issei, he's not even moving from that throne. The 2-headed Cerberus roared and lunged forward, but before Issei could do anything though. A divine drop. Asia came out of nowhere and dropkicked the 2-headed dog in the face, sending it flying back with immense force. Issei, Asia. Asia, sorry we're late. Don't forget about me. Zenobia appeared and charged at the 2-headed monster, which slowly got back up, still dazed from the kick, and was sliced in half, killing it. Issei, Zenobia too, does that mean? Sword birth. Issei quickly looked over at Rias, seeing the Cerberus that she was facing getting impaled by numerous swords as Kiba appeared and sliced off the 3 heads. Rias, Kiba. Kiba, so sorry we took so long. Issei couldn't help but allow a smile to grow on his face. Issei, heh, awesome. Cockail, awesome is a bit of a stretch, don't you think? Rias, take this. Rias summoned a massive ball of destruction and threw it at Cockail, but the fallen angel easily grabbed it before it made contact with him. Aquino flew in front of Riaz and unleashed her lightning upon Cockail, who grabbed her power and smirked at the two girls. Cockail, my turn, tilde. Using the two balls of magical power, he combined them and threw them at both Aquino and Riaz. Aquino quickly summoned a magical barrier to protect Riaz, but the attack was too powerful and it broke her barrier and started shredding her clothes as she screamed in pain. Issei Aquino. Issei watched as the black-haired girl began falling toward the ground. Thinking quickly, Issei rushed forward and caught Aquino before she made contact with the ground. Issei, you okay? Aquino, why yeah, thanks for the save. Valper, it's complete. Everyone looked at Valper and saw the magic circle near him begin to glow brighter. Kiba, oh no. Valper, finally it's done. Cockail, now I get to the massive power from the combination of the swords. That's a well trade-off. Sweat deal, don't you think? Riaz, this isn't good. Issei, is this dude trying to wipe the whole town out with that sword? Valper, I suggest you start running. This whole area is gonna be destroyed in 20 minutes. Cockail, if you want to save it, then you have to defeat me. Oh no, tilde. He summoned his 10 black feathered wings. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Issei Hyoudou continued to lay on the hospital bed, unmoved as silence filled the room. Although that silence was soon taken away as the door to the room opened to reveal several fallen angels, those who serve under Cockail. They weren't anything special when it came to ranks, mere grunts or goons as some would say. They were basically foot soldiers who just did what they were told or else they would suffer the consequences. Fallen Angel 1, hee tilde, when she wakes up, let's have some fun with. Fallen Angel 2. The fallen angels started to surround Issei, who still remained in her coma, yet she was still in perfect condition. The supernatural being had to admit that for a human, Issei had to be a solid 10 in their books, definitely something they would love to use as a breeding program. Fallen Angel 3, I know Cockail said we should kill her, but maybe we should keep. Fallen Angel 4, oh, that's not a bad idea, tilde, we could use her as a breeding slut, tilde. One of the fallen grew a grin as he tried to grope Issei, but before he could do that, a black claw-like hand grabbed his arm. Fallen Angel 5, huh, what the? He looked to his left, and when he did, he lost all of his colors because he was greeted by the sight of someone who decided to stay behind and watch over Issei without Issei's knowledge. Someone who swore to protect Issei and his loved ones, someone who was not very happy right now, and that someone was none other than Igris. Igris's eyes were filled with rage. How dare these vile creatures try to use his liege's mother as their toy? Igris will not have any of that, not while he is a part of his liege's immortal army. Fallen Angel 5, W at the he. Before the fallen could finish his sentence, with one strong punch Igris knocked him away from Issei and sent the fallen into a wall. Fa 4, what is? He was interrupted as Igris sliced him into little pieces. This startled the rest of the fallen angels as they saw Igris and were terrified of the shadow monster's appearance. They had never seen anything like it before. It was the stuff of nightmares. Fallen Angel 1, W, what the hell is that thing? Fallen Angel 2, I don't know. Fallen Angel 3, it must be that bitch's doing. If we kill her, then it will vanish. They summoned light spears and threw them toward Issei, but Igris appeared in front of her and slashed into nothing. Fallen Angel 2, it's protecting her. Fallen Angel 3, don't let up. One of the fallen angels summoned a light sword and charged at Igris. The two clashed against one another, which caused sparks to erupt from their battle. The former bloodred commander could easily decimate these pathetic creatures, but he can't risk it because his liege's mother was laying directly behind him, and he was trying not to accidentally hit her with his own blade. He wouldn't be able to live with himself or be a part of his liege's immortal army if he allowed his mother to die. Igris won't allow that. She shall survive. She must. She has to. She will. No harm shall come to her, not while Igris is protecting her. Two of the other fallen quickly summoned their spears and threw them at Issei. Igris saw this, and without even hesitating, he used his own body to block the attack as the light spears pierced his back. If Igris could feel pain, any regular being would be grunting or rather screaming out from the pain of having light spears sticking out of their back. But Igris wasn't like that at all. In fact, he was the complete opposite. He could care less about the pain, he had a task to do, and he won't let a simple scratch get in his way. The fallen angels kept throwing their spears at Igris, who kept protecting Mickey from until after 8 more hits. They stopped for some reason. Igris slowly stood back up, making sure that none of the light spears went through his body and harmed Mickey in any way. Luckily, she was still in perfect condition, which was a relief for Igris. He then turned his head back in the direction of the fallen angels, wondering why they stopped attacking. And he saw it was Sun Wukong holding the heads of the fallen angels, carrying his sleeping son on his back in a baby carrier, and Buddha was standing next to him and was yawning. Buddha, man, those dudes were certainly boring. Igris was shocked to see the legendary Monkey King. What was he doing here? The last time the knight remembered seeing him was when he had to leave to be with his family. Sun Wukong looked at Igris. Sun Wukong, you're one of Issei's shadows like D-Drake. Igris nodded his head as the demon noticed all the light spears in his back. Sun Wukong, geez, if you weren't a shadow you would have died. Igris didn't say anything. He couldn't speak at his current level, and that is what he hated. He was weak, super weak. Despite giving his liege the hardest time when he was alive, Igris feels like he isn't pulling his own weight. Sure, he obtained a very rare skill from his battle with Kaido, but that doesn't make him feel better. He wishes that he was like Didrag, a general rank with the ability to communicate with his liege. He wanted to know if there was any way he could serve him. Buddha walked over to Igris and patted the knight on the shoulder. Buddha, you did a good job protecting Issei's mom. Wukong walked over to Mickey, a sad expression growing on his face as he saw the state she was in. Sun Wukong, my goodness, she doesn't deserve to be in this state after everything she has done. Buddha, who was sucking on a lollipop, walked up to the woman. Buddha, I agree, but there's not much we can do to help except make sure these pests don't touch her. Igris nodded his head in agreement as he picked up his massive sword, ready to battle despite the fact he still has those light spears in his back. Sun Wukong, well. Wukong took out his staff. Wukong, let's kill some pigeons. Buddha smirked as he crunched his lollipop. Back with Issei. Currently, Issei was clashing with Fried, who was getting in the way of the brown-haired boy trying to attack Cockail. It was already bad enough that Issei had to step in and save Kiba from getting hit by a light spear because he wanted to attack Valper. Speaking of which, Kiba was walking toward Valper. Valper, I remember you. You're the test subject that escaped, and then you became a devil, but I'm grateful for you and the others. You gave me the key to completing the project. Kiba, complete it. Valper, the subjects we used didn't have enough of a particular gene required to use the holy swords. After I realized that fact, I came to the conclusion that all I did was take out the gene from the kids who carried any of it. Kiba looked at Valper completely shocked, and Issei, who was still clashing with Fried, heard him, now becoming furious. Issei, you killed them all for a damn gene. Valper looked over at Issei. Valper's no need to get angry. Because of them, I got what I needed to complete the project. Valper then took out a blue crystal and looked at Kiba with a sadistic look. Valper, this crystal contains the right amount of the gene. It's the last one made from those pathetic little brats. Fried laughed a little. Fried, the other guys they tested it on died because they were too weak to take on genes. If you think about it that way, you're lucky to be fighting a one-of-a-kind. Kiba, but there was no need to kill us. Issei. Kiba, we believed what we were doing was for God. We did it because we believed we had hopes and dreams, but you just threw us away like trash. Valper tossed the crystal to Kiba. Valper, here, you can keep that. We've reached the point where we create higher quality crystals. Issei gritted his teeth as his eyes started burning with anger. He then kicked Fried away as he looked over at Kiba. Issei, Kiba. Kiba slowly got on his knees and picked up the crystal and hugged it. Issei, Kiba, you're not supposed to die for your friends. You live for them. They didn't sacrifice their lives for you to die for the sake of revenge. They did it so that you can live for your and their sake. He's right. Kiba perked up as the crystal started glowing. Then several spirits appeared around Kiba, which shocked him because it was them. His friends, his fallen comrades, the ones he swore to get revenge on Excalibur for. Girl Spirit 1, it's okay. Girl Spirit 2, let us gather together. Boy Spirit 1, it's time. Boy Spirit 2, take us in. Girl Spirit 3, you don't have to be scared even if there is no God. Girl Spirit 4, even though he won't be watching us. Boy Spirit 3, our hearts will forever be one. Tears started to run down Kiba's face as he held the crystal tightly to his chest. He never thought he would see them again. After so many years, so many painful years of remembering that day, he finally sees his friends again. A small smile grew on Kiba's face. Kiba, yes. He stood up and he started to glow. This gained Issei's attention and he wondered what the hell was happening to Kiba. Valper W, what is this? Issei, Kiba. Once the light down, it revealed Kiba, with a new sword made with the elements of holy and devil. Kiba, this is the sword of betrayal, a weapon forged from both holy and devil power. Just try and stop it. Issei, whoa. Zenobia walked next to Kiba. Zenobia, Knight of Gremory, are we fighting on the same side? Kiba, I like to think we are. Zenobia merely smiled as she held out her hand and a magic circle appeared. From it came a massive sword that was chained up. When she grabbed the handle of the sword, the chains shattered. Zenobia, this is Durandal. Kiba, Durandal. Issei, another holy sword. Asia walked up to Issei, standing next to him. Asia, yes, a very powerful one, said to be on par with Excalibur itself. That sword has been told to cut everything in this world. Issei, that's one hell of a sword then. Valper, holy and devil, impossible, two opposite elements cannot be combined like this. Issei looked at Valper. Issei, you better believe it, bastard, cause it just happened. Freed, who cares, it's no match for my super glowy sword. Freed charged toward Kiba and Zenobia, and the blonde-haired boy got out of the way as Zenobia smirked. Zenobia, fool. She merely swung her sword, and when it clashed with Freed's sword, it shattered the enemy's weapon. Freed, no, my sword. Kiba, don't forget about me. Kiba appeared behind the stray priest and slashed his back, causing him to scream in pain as Issei soon appeared in front of him. Issei RKO out of nowhere. He grabbed Freed's head and slammed him into the ground, knocking him out cold. Valper fell to his knees as he couldn't believe this was happening. Valper, number this is preposterous, prepost. A light spear impaled him. This shocked everyone as Valper fell to his knees, blood dripping from the light spear. Issei, what the hell? Before Issei could finish his sentence, Cockail interrupted him and sent the boy flying back with a single backhand. Everyone, Issei. Cockail chuckled as everyone saw him stand next to the injured Valper, signaling that he had flown down from his throne. Cockail, well, since combining the swords failed, I no longer have a use for you, Valper. Valper, Cockail, damn you. He coughed up some blood. Valper, may God let your soul burn. Cockail chuckled. Cockail, oh, I don't think he will, now die. In an instant, he summoned a light sword and sliced the former priest's head clean off his shoulders as the body fell to the ground. Cockabil's, haha, he'll know what happened to God in hell. Zenobia, what do you mean? Asia, huh. Cockail, oh, did I accidentally let it slip? Zenobia, Cockail, what do you mean? The fallen angel leader chuckled. Cockail, well, you will find out eventually, but in the last great war, God died alongside Lucifer. Hearing this shocked everyone to their core. Did he just say that God died? God, as in the omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent being who created the entire universe, was dead. Asia W, what? Zenobia, and no way, God's dead. Asia fell to her knees as tears slowly began to build up in her eyes. There was no possible way that it was true. God couldn't be dead, this had to be some sort of joke. Ria's God has been dead, how is that even possible? Cockail smirked. Cockail, back then the devils lost all their kings and most of their high-ranking devils. The angels and fallen angels lost almost everyone except for their leaders. Pure angels cannot increase their numbers and pure devils are just rare, aren't they? Asia, and no, this can't be. Cockail, all sides have been in ruins to the point they have to rely on humans to survive. Angels, fallen angels, and devils. The leader of the three factions had to seal away this information, that way the God-fearing humans would keep on fearing. Everyone was just shocked, speechless by what they had just been told by Cockail. Was it true? Was it a lie? They couldn't tell the difference. Asia, then where has the love been coming from? Who is answering our prayers? Cockail grew a savage grin as he looked at the blonde. Cockail, no one has, it has all been a. Asia dropped to her knees. Cockail, Michael was the one who took God's place and answered the people's prayers. Asia didn't say anything, she felt like her entire world had just shattered right before her eyes. Cockail smirked as he approached Asia, looming over the girl. Cockail, it's true, but since I'm a nice guy, I'll send you off to see your beloved God since you miss him so much. Cockail raised his leg and went to slam his foot down upon Asia, but just as it was about to hit her, he was stopped dead in his tracks. Everyone, including Cockail, was surprised to see that it was Issei who stopped the fallen angel leader. Issei, I don't think so, you're gonna pay for making Asia upset. Cockail, oh, and pray tell how you're gonna stop me, human. Issei looked up at Cockail, his once brown eyes had not turned purple. Issei, like this. Suddenly, shadows erupted from Issei which sent Cockail back a few feet. The fallen angel and everyone else watched as the shadows started to cover Issei's body like his arms, legs, chest, and his face. Cockail, you're no human, who or what are you? Issei smirked. Issei, me, that's simply I'm. Issei's head was fully consumed by the shadows as everyone saw it form a sort of armor around the brown-haired boy. It gave off a menacing aura of pure bloodlust which sent shivers down everyone's spines. Issei motherfucking Hyoudou. He grabs Cockail's face and pummeled him into the ground, causing a massive crater, and he began brutally torturing the fallen angel. Issei, you don't need these wings, do you? He grabs them and began to decay, tearing them apart one by one, causing the fallen angel to scream in agony. Cockail, why you bastards, let me go. Issei, I don't think so, you did all this for what? Because you had nothing better to do with your miserable existence. Issei ripped off another wing as he threw Cockail to the ground. He landed on top of him and began to brutalize his face with a barrage of blows. Riaz and the others could only watch with expressions of shock, horror, and with slight awe. Sure, this was basically torture and they feel like Cockail has had enough. But none of them dared to speak up against Issei, maybe in fear that he would turn his rage against them, or maybe they want him to let out some steam. The boy had been on edge ever since Cockail said he was gonna destroy the whole town to start another war. That's saying something since Issei always looked so calm and collected. Issei grabs Cockail's mouth. Issei, bye-bye Tilda, maybe we can play again if I see you in hell Tilda. He brutally tears Cockail apart. Blood splattered everywhere as Riaz and the others grew horrified expressions from what absolute carnage right before their eyes. They had never seen Issei act like this before. It was like he wasn't himself, like he was some other being. When the carnage was over, Issei threw the pieces of Cockail onto the ground before turning his head in the direction of the other. Everyone remained on guard just in case Issei tried something. But they knew that they wouldn't be able to harm him. He just killed a leader-class fallen angel. Issei, do not fear him cause of this action. He had no part in what you just witnessed. Riaz, Issei, my actions shall no impact him, though this shall be my one and only intervention. Just then, the shadow armor slowly began to disappear from Issei's hand, causing him to look at it and let out an amused chuckle. Issei, my time is up already. Well, it was fun while it lasted. At least I got to shut up that crow. Riaz, who was just as confused as the others around her, stepped forward. Riaz, who are you? Issei, I am merely a memory of someone who decided to help a boy who was dying on his date. Riaz, saved from dying on his date. Issei chuckled. Issei, you'll find out eventually. For now, take care, Riaz Gremory. With that, the shadow armor fully disappeared from Issei's body and his purple eyes changed back to their regular chocolate brown color. Issei blinked as he groaned, grabbing his head. Issei, what hap? Issei stopped what he was saying as he saw two things right in front of him. The first was a dead Cockail and the second was the shocked expressions of the group. Issei just blinked as silence filled the air. He had no idea what had just happened. The last thing he remembered was getting backhanded by Cockail. Besides that, it's nothing but a blur. He wondered what happened. Well, there was only one way to check. Issei yo. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 11 Pool Day. Third person POV. Issei, hey mom, how are you doing? Issei sat in a chair next to his mother, who was still in a coma. The brown-haired woman looked the same as she always has, unchanged from days coming and going. A few days, or yo, be specific. 2 days had passed since the battle at Kuoh Academy, and Issei has been filled with more questions. He doesn't remember much of what happened during the battle. The last thing he can recall is Cockail nailing him in the back and sending the boy flying, besides that everything else was pretty much a blur to him. Though this mattered little to Issei, cause he was mainly concerned about his mother's safety. He had to make sure that Cockail didn't destroy the town and kill everyone in it. Sure, there were a lot of innocent people who lived in Kuoh, but once again, Issei's only concern was that of his mother. Issei, I saved the town, stop some crazy lunatic. I guess that's good, right? Issei was received with only silence, which didn't really surprise him. He was talking to himself, but there was a part of him that hoped his mother could hear him, a part of him that wondered if his mother still had some awareness of what was happening. Letting out a small sigh, Issei sat back in the chair and stared up at the ceiling in silence. He was trying his hardest not to break down and cry. He was trying to hold on to the smallest bit of hope that was inside of him. Although one thing was still plaguing his mind, and that was, what had caused his mother to fall into a coma? What caused her to get sick? Sure, she coughed every once in a while after he met Wukong, but Issei can't blame the Monkey King for anything, since both he and Issei are technically rivals, to some degree, and they wouldn't harm each other's family members. Plus, how would he, even at his current level? Issei doubts that he would be able to harm Sun Wukong's wives or his child. Then again, he should probably stop thinking about it, just in case the demon decides to stop by and check up on him. For now, he should stay focused on the matter at hand, which was his mother. Issei, there has to be a way that I can help her, a way that I can cure her. Suddenly, a screen appeared next to Issei, which annoyed him, cause at first he believed that it was the system telling him to do his daily quests. However, when he checked the screen, it wasn't that, but rather something else. Item: Holy Water of Life. Item class: Type: Consumable. Issei, the Holy Water of Life. Issei completely forgot about the recipe. It said that it could cure any disease, so that means he can use it to cure his mother. The brown-haired boy felt a surge of happiness fill him, though it didn't last long, as he remembered THSD. He was missing one final ingredient to actually make the holy water, and that was purified blood of the Demon King. Issei placed his hands on his face as he groaned in annoyance. How could he be so stupid? Of course things won't be easy. If he wants something, then he was gonna have to fight through hell to get it. This is why he sometimes despised MMORPG games, cause you always have to do something extremely dangerous to get what you want. For example, you're trying to craft a new weapon or armor, but the missing material you need is a certain boss drop that has like a 0.5% chance of dropping after the kill. Another example is when there's like an event going on, giving rewards like a badass skin or something that you want, but you have to face level 1000 enemies and you're like only level 50 or 60 at most. Those moments really annoy Issei. The fact that he had to get purified Demon King blood was making him start to slowly hate the system and how it worked. Issei, fucking hell. He glared at the system and flipped it off. Issei, screw you system, screw you and your bullshit. Issei soon let out a small sigh as he turned his attention to his mother. He wasn't planning on going back to the Demon Castle anytime soon, cause he needs some time to recover after the events with Cockail and the Excalibur fragments. But it wasn't like he had much of a choice. If there was a way to help his mother, then he was gonna take the chance. He had to help her. Issei needed her. She was the only family member that he had left. Issei, mom, just hang on a little bit longer. I'll get that blood and fix you up, I promise. And so, Issei stood up and made his way toward the door. He grabbed the doorknob and opened it, walking out of the room and entering the hallway, where he was greeted by a surprising sight. Artemis, the formidable goddess of hunt, stood leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. The brown-haired boy couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and unease in her presence. It was unusual for her to be waiting for him, a mere mortal man. However, he suspected that her curiosity was piqued by the unusual powers he possessed. He approached her and let out a small chuckle. Issei, well, I'll be. Artemis, the goddess of hunt, waited for me. I'm not sure if I should be honored or creeped out. Artemis merely rolled her eyes at Issei's words. His attitude and attempt of humor to lighten the mood was nearly as bad as her uncle, Poseidon, and the only jokes he tends to make are based around the ocean or fish. Artemis, spare me your attempt at humor, I find it annoying. Issei raised his hands in front of him, trying to mask his inner turmoil. Despite having faced Sun Wukong, a deity more powerful than the one he now confronts, he couldn't shake off the feeling of intimidation that came with being in the presence of a god. He knew that Artemis held the power of life and death over him, and her slightest whim could end his existence in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, Issei tried to summon his courage, determined to face the goddess with a calm composure, even if it was just a facade. Issei, okay, no need to get angry. Artemis, I'm perfectly calm human. Issei, didn't say you were. Also, could you please just call me by my name, at least once? Artemis didn't reply, although she didn't need to because her facial expression said it all. There was absolutely no way that she was gonna call Issei by his name. He hasn't proven himself to her, and she was also a man which she despised. Issei, never mind then. Issei shook his head. Hyle wasn't gonna bother with something as pointless as getting a goddess to remember his name. Meanwhile, Artemis shifted her gaze towards the door that Issei had just left moments ago, as if she was curious about what had happened inside. Artemis, so that was her, that was your mother. Issei nodded his head. Issei, yeah, I'm not sure why, but something happened to her. She fell into a coma. Artemis, when will she awaken? Issei, I don't know, but I think I know a way to help her. It won't be easy though. Hearing this gained Artemis' attention as she looked at the boy. Curiosity, Issei was not like all the other males she has seen. The goddess original thought that he was just the same as all the filthy pigs. The fact that he wanted to help a woman, a completely defenseless woman, instead of taking advantage of her astonished the goddess of the hunt. Maybe Issei wasn't like the others, maybe he is different. Artemis, and how do you plan on helping her? Issei grew a small smirk, his eyes slowly glowing a light purple color. Issei, I'm gonna make some holy water from demon blood. Time skip brought to you by Solo Leveling the Anime. As the sun rose on a pristine morning, Issei set out for the occult research club with a sense of anticipation. Riaz had sent him a message requesting his presence, and although her tone didn't suggest any urgency, Issei couldn't help but wonder what awaited him. Upon reaching the clubroom door, Issei paused for a moment, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. With a firm grip on the doorknob, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. His eyes darted around the room, taking in the familiar surroundings. As he scanned the room, Issei's gaze settled on Zenovia and Asia, both dressed in the Kuoh female uniform, seated on one of the plush couches. He felt a jolt of surprise and curiosity course through him, wondering what could have prompted their unexpected visit. Issei, Zenovia, Asia, what are you two doing here? Asia, well, you see. Zenovia gently placed her hand on Asia's shoulder, and to Issei's amazement, a pair of beautiful devil wings sprouted from both their backs. The sight surprised him even more than he already was. As he looked at them in disbelief, he couldn't help but wonder if they had given up their humanity to become devils. Why would they make such a drastic decision? Issei had always thought that they would stick by their beliefs and remain as humans. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy seeing the majestic wings on his friends' backs. He wondered what it would feel like to soar through the skies with such grace and power. At the same time, he was filled with questions and concerns. Had they truly abandoned their humanity, what would become of them now that they had taken this path? Issei, you two becomes devils. Zenovia nodded her head. Zenovia, yes, after we discovered that God was dead, we had nowhere to turn to. She then gestured to Riaz, who was sitting at her desk. Zenovia, Lady Riaz granted me her knight piece and Asia her bishop piece. She also got us both enrolled into the school. Issei looked at Asia. Issei, you sure you want this, giving up everything you believed? Asia stared at the ground for a few seconds, making sure she chose her words carefully. Asia, yes, I am sure that if God was still alive, then he would want both Zenovia and I to walk down a new path. She grew a smile, causing Issei to look away from how bright it was. Asia, after all, I'm sure I will make tons of friends here. Issei, so bright must not look. The boy soon turned his attention to Ria's for two reasons now. One was for why she asked him to come to the clubroom, which he's hopping wasn't just to tell him that she has new pieces, and two for a more personal reason. Issei, Ria's, I know I'm not a devil and all, but you sure it's a good idea to turn two members of THR Church into devils? Want this cause some sort of argument between devils and angels? Ria shook her head. Ria's, no, she should be all right. Plus, as the wielder of Durandal and Twilight Healing, I couldn't simply let them roam the streets and get jumped by any remaining members of Cockail's army. Issei, I see. He looked at Zenobia. Issei, so what about Irina? Does she know about this? Zenobia, Irina took the 5 Excalibur pieces, mine included, and went back to HQ with them and Valper's body. They may have been destroyed, but our mission to recover them was pretty much a success. As long as their cores remain, then they can simply be reforged. When the blue-haired girl said that, Issei immediately kept that important information in his mind just in case he ever came across those swords again. If the time ever came where he had to destroy one of those swords, if used for evil again, then he knows what to aim for when it happens. Issei, I see, but I guess Irina doesn't know about you both leaving the church. Zenobia shook her head. Asia, Miss Irina's faith is stronger than both of ours, plus she doesn't know that God is dead yet. Issei, but if she does find out then? Asia, we're not sure what will happen. Ria's, the church reached out to us, well, more specifically the Devil King, and they want to discuss about the incident. Issei raised an eyebrow. Why would they want to talk about the incident? Shouldn't they have notes all about it? Plus, the news of Cockail's actions must have spread throughout the supernatural world, so all the races would know what the Fallen did. Issei, that's strange. Indeed it is. Issei turned to the sudden voice and saw both Sona and Saji standing at the doorway. Issei, oh Sona, I didn't know you were here. Sona smiled. Sona, hello Issei, I see you're doing well. Issei chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. He can't tell them about his mother's condition. Well, yet anyways, because he needs to get the blood. Issei, if you count not remembering what happened during the battle, then yeah, I'm doing well. Ria smiled. Ria's, hello Sona, what can I do for you? Sona, well, it's not really a task, but I hope you will consider it. Thanks for dealing with Cockail. Issei, what is it? Sona only smiled. Time skip brought to you by Sung Jin Woo and Star Wars. Issei's eyes widened in surprise as he, Ria's, and her peerage were standing before a colossal pool atop one of the buildings. The sheer size of the pool was awe-inspiring, but Issei was taken aback by its putrid condition. As a second-year student at Kuoh, he had no idea that such a massive pool existed on the campus, and he couldn't help but wonder why no one ever talked about it. He didn't even want to imagine swimming in the murky liquid that resembled more of a toxic waste dump than a pool. The water's color was an unappetizing shade of green-brown, and the surface was dotted with debris and slime. It was no wonder the pool had been abandoned for so long, with its water so dirty and uninviting. Issei, when did we get a pool? Aquino giggled. Aquino, the school has always had one, Issei, though it hasn't been used since last year. Issei, so we have to clean it. Aquino nodded her head. Zenobia, how does it make sense for our club to clean it? Riss, well, technically it's the student council job, but Sona said that we may use it as often as we like. Issei couldn't help but chuckle. This certainly didn't sound like the Sona he knew, but then again she has been more nicer lately, mainly around him though. Issei, well, now you have my attention. Ria's giggled as she turned to her peerage. Ria's, alright, what do you say we blow their minds with how clean the pool with B? Ria's peerage, yeah. And so, the group split up and went into their separate changing rooms. Kiba and Issei and the boys and the girls went into the girls' changing room. Issei was so glad that he wasn't his old perverted self anymore, cause he doubts he would be able to control himself. Like being in a pool with several beautiful girls, that's basically a dream come true for any man, besides Kiba of course. To this day, Issei is still wondering if the blonde-haired boy is gay cause he keeps turning down all the females that approach him. Sure, it could be cause he doesn't want them to find out he's a devil and keep them safe, but he could at least try talking to a girl, or else people are gonna get the wrong idea about things. Issei changed into his sweatpants and took off his shirt, since he normally swims shirtless, and was about to walk out, but Kiba stopped him. Kiba, hey Issei. Issei yeah. Kiba, I didn't get the chance to tell you this, but if anyone or anything tries to harm you, I will destroy them. You're my friend, you saved me and helped me find peace after so many years. I can't thank you enough. While Issei was a bit creeped out from how Kiba said his words, he understood where he was coming from and was glad that the blonde was finally moving on from his past. Although saying that he will protect him, he does know that he took on and somehow killed Cockail. Issei doesn't need any protection. Issei thanks Kiba, but you don't need to protect me. I've faced things worse than Cockail. Kiba, still, if you ever need help, I'll be there to lend a hand. Issei couldn't help but smile. Throughout his whole life, he was never good at making friends. Motohama and Matsuda became friends with him, caused the trio shared thr same idea, but now THSD they were gone. Issei had no one left. So he was glad that he was slowly gaining new friends. Issei thanks, I'll keep that in mind. With that, Issei made his way out of the changing room and was welcomed by the warm rays of the sun which washed over his body. He took a moment to close his eyes and take in a deep breath. He had been so focused on leveling up that he forgot what it felt like to relax. The brown-haired boy had been under a lot of stress, which has been taking a toll on his mental health. It was a good thing that Riaz was letting the chill in a pool. Issei could use this brief moment to relax and take his mind off things. He'll continue to level up and go and gather the purified blood of the Demon King to make the holy water of life and cure whatever disease his mother has, but he can't, so that if he's gonna be concerned every few seconds. Issei, this is nice. Hey Issei. Issei Issei turned his head in the direction of the voice. His eyes widened a little as a slight blush grew on his cheeks. Standing before him was both Akino and Riaz, both girls wearing their respective swimsuits, and they were certainly something. Riaz, well Issei, how do you like my bikini? Akino, Issei, what about mine? Issei's face became more red as he looked away. Issei, why you both look amazing, absolutely amazing. Both Riaz and Akino giggled as they took the moment to take in Issei's swimwear. He only had some black sweatpants on, but that wasn't what they were looking at. Both devil girls had their eyes set on something else, and that was Issei's muscular upper half, leaving a small blush on both girls' face as Akino tried not to drool. Ignore Igris back there, not sure what he's doing. Riaz, holy shit, he's ripped. He looks like a model with that body. Akino secretly smirked to herself. Luckily, it wasn't noticeable by either Riaz or Issei. Akino, my, Issei has certainly been holding out on us, tilde. Before long, the others minus Zenobia came out from the changing room as Akino raised one of her hands. A magic circle appeared, and from it came a massive amount of water which filled the pool up. Issei was glad that they cleaned it before heading off to the changing rooms, although he felt like he did most of the work. Riaz, alright, feel free to swim until your here's content. Issei smiled as he was gonna jump in the pool, but he felt something touch his arm and looked to see Kaneko in her swimsuit. Issei blushed slightly as he stared at Kaneko, making the latter blush and pout. Kaneko, don't stare. Issei, sorry, you just look cute in that. Kaneko, thanks. Riaz, hey Issei. Issei looked at the crimson red-haired devil girl. Issei, yeah. Riaz, can you do me a favor? Issei, sure, what is it? Riaz, can you teach Kaneko how to swim? Issei blinked once, twice, and 3 times as he grew a surprised expression before looking at the white-haired girl. Issei, you don't know how to swim. Kaneko looked away, embarrassed. Kaneko, no. Issei looked at the girl for a moment, but he soon grew a small smile and gave her a gentle head pat. Issei, that's alright, I can teach you. It's pretty easy once you learn the basics. He walked over to the shallow end of the pool, dropping down into it as he turned and held a hand out to Kaneko. She blushed and took Jis' hand, and Issei proceeded to help Kaneko into the pool with him. Issei, okay, first things first, we gotta teach you how to float. Holds my hands and relax. I got you, so there's no need to panic. Kaneko nodded in understanding as she took the boy's hands and started to calm her mind, beginning to float in the water. Issei, there we go, you're doing it. Kaneko, I am. Issei smiled. Issei, alright, I'm gonna slowly back up and you're gonna put your face in the water. This will help you get used to the water moving on you, but you will also be kicking your feet, which will help you move forward. If you need air, just put your head up when you need. Kaneko okay. And so, Issei started to move backwards as Kaneko began kicking her feet. Issei had to say for someone who didn't know how to ow him, Kaneko was definitely a quick learner. Of course it will take time and practice to get used to it, but he gets the feeling that she may end up being a pro at swimming. Issei, there you go, you're doing great. Asia, who was sitting on the sidelines, was cheering Kaneko on. Asia, you can do it, Kaneko, do your best. Issei chuckled at the blonde's words, though he wondered why she was in the water. Could she not swim either? Did she needed swimming lessons as well? Kaneko, hey Issei senpai. Issei ahem. Kaneko, I'm sorry you had to help me learn how to swim. Issei merely smiled at the girl. Issei, it's alright Kaneko, I don't mind helping oh. Before Issei Hyoudou finished his sentence, he didn't realize how close he was to the edge of the pool and ended up hitting it as Kaneko held onto him, causing both of them to blush. Kaneko, you're so kind, Issei senpai, please don't ever chain. Issei stared at Kaneko, surprised and confused by her words, but he didn't think much of it as he gave her a head pat. Issei, don't worry, I won't. Kaneko smiled as she hugged the brown-haired boy tightly, feeling his muscular body, which made her face go red. The other girls saw this and they started to feel jealous of Kaneko's position, even Asia, who was feeling thr same thing. Asia, I don't know why I feel like this, but I want lose. Time skip brought to you by Igris without his helmet. After swimming for a little bit, Issei decided to take a little nap to recharge while the other kept having fun. Although he didn't really get much sleep because he felt something land on his chest, which made the boy open his eyes. Issei ahem. He looked and saw some sort of bottle. He grabbed it and looked at it. Issei, oil, who dropped oil of me? Hey Issei tilde. Issei perked up and turned his head to the voice, only for his face to go bright red as he saw Ria's. Ria's, would you like to oil my breast tilde? If Issei's brain was a computer, it would have crashed from the splendid sight before him. He immediately sat up straight as he tried his best to not stare, but it was a bit hard not to. He was not expecting this to happen and was at a complete loss of words. Ria, so Issei, you want a tilde? Issei, you As the brown-haired boy tried to muster a proper sentence, he felt some weight on his back as he looked and saw Akino. Akino, my, don't forget about me, Issei. How about you oil my breast instead, tilde? Issei's face became more red as Ria's glared at her queen. Ria's, Akino, what do you think you're doing? Akino looked at Ria's. Akino, I'm having fun with my Issei tilde. She proceeded to nibble on the boy's ears, much to his and Ria's shock, though the shock didn't last long as Ria started glaring at Akino, one of her eyes twitching. Akino did not just do that, she did not just do that right in front of her. Akino was a lot of things, but being Miss Steal Your Man isn't gonna be one of them. Not a Ria's watch. Ria's, Akino, get your hand off my man. Akino, your man, last time I checked, Issei senpai wasn't with anyone, so he's up for grabs, tilde. Ria's, absolutely not, I won't have any other woman get my man. Issei sweat dropped as both Ria's and Akino started to argue with each other while Issei just remained where he was, totally done with this shit. Issei, your days. Issei could break up this fight, he could do it so easily, but what good will that do? Will they listen to him? Probably no. Will they continue to fight over him? Most likely. All the brown-haired boy could do is just sit and wait until they tire themselves out. Then again, they aren't dogs nor humans, so that could take a while. Double that time since they are females and they love to go on. Who said that he was either of your two man? Akino, Ria's, and Issei turned their heads and thought it was one of the other's girls, but surprisingly it was actually Sona, who was wearing a swimsuit and had her arms crossed. Issei, Sona. Ria's, what are you doing here? Sona adjusted her glasses as she glared at both Akino and Ria's. Sona, I came to surprise Issei with my new swimsuit. I thought he would like to see it. Issei, it is a nice swimsuit. Sona, what I didn't expect was to see two bimbos fighting over what's clearly my stud. Both Akino and Ria's gasped. Both bimbos, how dare you? And so, Sona was now involved in the argument as Issei just sighed to himself. Issei, I am so done with this shit. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 12, Godly Party. Third person POV. Issei, well, that was certainly one hell of an experience. Issei was rubbing the bridge of his nose with his hands. The sun was setting over the horizon as the once blue sky that filled the town of Kuoh was replaced by a deep orange one. While it was a beautiful sight to behold, Issei wasn't really paying much attention to all that right now since he was trying to settle down the headache he was getting. He just left the school grounds after the fun experience he had at the school pool. Well, he wouldn't really call it a fun experience when it was more like a bloody nightmare. One that he won't be forgetting for a while, a very long while. Issei, I am still shocked that Sona actually showed up. Flashback. Explosions. Lighting. Water. Destruction. Issei was currently running away from the chaos, which was the battle between Sona, Riaz, and Aquino. The brown-haired boy may be powerful in his own terms, but he was still human. He didn't have the body of a devil. Issei, oh, why me? Issei sprinted toward the changing rooms, hoping that he'll be safe there from the battle going on outside. When he arrived, he panted a little as he looked back and saw that the chaos was still going on. Issei hoped that Asia, Kiba, and Kaneko aren't getting caught up in the crossfire because that would be pretty bad. Then again, Issei was sure that Riaz, Aquino, and Sona know not to go overboard. They still had to keep themselves a secret from the rest of Kuoh, and while Issei was no genius, he was pretty sure that seeing explosion above a school wouldn't be a good sign. Issei, what has gotten into those girls? Oh, Issei Hyoudou. Issei perked up at the sudden voice and turned his head to see Zenovia, who was in her swimsuit. Issei, Zenovia. Zenovia, what's going on outside? Issei, don't worry about it, it's nothing to worry abo. Issei then realized something, well, two things actually, and they were that he didn't see Zenovia outside at the pool, and the second was her swimsuit. He had to say Zenovia looked good in her swimsuit. If he was his old perverted self, then he would agree, but also be thinking perverted things. But he was more curious about why he didn't see her at the pool. Could she not swim as well? Did that make three people who didn't know how to swim? Issei, wait, why didn't I see you at the pool? Zenovia blushed slightly, a little embarrassed. Zenovia, it's the first time I ever wore a swimsuit, so it took longer than I expected. Does it look good on me? Issei gave the blue-haired girl a small smile. Issei, it looks great on you. Zenovia blushed a little from the compliment, though Issei soon crossed his arms. Issei, but what do you mean first time? Did you never take breaks and go swimming while at the church? Zenovia shook her head. Zenovia, the church had strict rules that I had to follow. Since I was always on a mission, I never really considered this. But now with my whole life changed, I guess I want to give things a try. Issei kinda felt bad for Zenovia, but at the same time, if he was in her position, then he would probably had felt the same. Zenovia, Issei Hyoudou, I have a serious request. Issei held up a hand. Issei, please just call me Issei. We're allies and technically friends. Zenovia, right then Issei, Issei chuckled. Issei, so what's this request? Zenovia grew a small smile. Zenovia, well, Issei. Issei stood silent as he blinked a couple of times. Did he hear Zenovia ask, will you have a child with me? She was asking him to get her pregnant with his child, while Issei has originally thought of something like this. Well, more like with a girlfriend that he's been with for a few months to a year or more, but he has barely interacted with Zenovia and she was asking for his child. Issei W. What? Flashback end. Issei's body trembled as he recalled the harrowing experience he had narrowly escaped from. He was acutely aware of how fortunate he was to have averted a catastrophic outcome. However, the thought of what could have happened if he had not managed to extricate himself from the situation made him uneasy, and he preferred not to dwell on it. Nonetheless, Issei was utterly exhausted, having had a day that was nothing short of grueling. All he wanted at that moment was to return to the comfort and safety of his home. He craved a hot meal, some much-needed rest, and time to prepare himself for his next mission. He had to make his way back to the demon castle and retrieve the purified blood that was essential in creating the holy water of life. Issei's mind was racing with a million thoughts, but he knew he had to stay focused. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, and began to make his way home, determined to complete his mission successfully. Issei, I gotta get that blood. As Issei walked through the deserted streets of Kuoh, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness and despair. The orange sky and the setting sun in the distance only added to his melancholy mood. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves, but it only resulted in a small sigh escaping his lips. Memories of his childhood flooded his mind, particularly the times when his mother would take him for walks around Kuoh. They would often stop and stare at the setting sun, which always left a lasting impression on him. The beauty of the moment was something that he would cherish forever. However, the thought of not being able to experience such moments again filled him with dread and worry. His mother remained in a coma-like state, and he knew that he needed to obtain the purified blood in order to save her. The weight of the responsibility on his shoulders was immense, but he knew that he couldn't give up. "Issei, I hope you wake up soon, Mom." Before long, Issei soon arrived at his home, where he opened the front door and was greeted by Yoruichi and Yamato, who were in their human forms. "Yamato, Master, welcome back." Yoruichi, "Hey big guy, how was the pool?" Issei, "It was fine, I guess." He closed the door behind him and made his way to the kitchen, the two girls following closely behind as they watched their master start to make some food for all three of them. It made sense that Issei would feel them as well. Both Yoruichi and Yamato weren't pets to him. Well, he originally thought that Yoruichi was just an ordinary cat until she transformed into what a literal waifu. Issei soon noticed something. He couldn't see Artemis anywhere, which confused him. "Issei, is Artemis still here?" Yamato, "Surprisingly, she isn't here. We haven't seen her all day." Issei, "Oh, I thought she never leave." Don't get Issei wrong, Artemis wasn't annoying or anything, but he didn't like being watched by a goddess, especially when she is from the same pantheon as Hades. Then again, Issei wasn't sure what his current relationship with Hades was like after he took on that fake Cerberus when Cockail attacked. The system hasn't told him he received any reward, and he hasn't gotten a message telling him Hades' current mood. Out of all the Greek gods, Hades was easily the most intimidating one, and this was way before Issei got the system. During the times he actually paid attention in class, he learned a little about Hades, and he was very glad that he wasn't real, well, until the supernatural had to come banging on his door. "Issei, if I ever do meet Hades, I hope he won't kill me." Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the middle of the kitchen, which caused Issei, Yamato, and Yoruichi to cover their eyes. When the light started to die down, they uncovered their eyes and saw Thr goddess of hunt, Artemis. Issei let out a small sigh. "Issei, I feel like I spoke too soon." The goddess of hunt looked at Issei with a serious expression on her face. Then again, when has she ever had a happy one? "Artemis, male." "Issei, I have a name, you know." "Artemis, I don't care what your name is." Issei sighed in annoyance. Maybe one day he'll get her to say his name. "Issei, what do you want? Can't you see I'm making food?" "Artemis, your food can wait, male. You're coming with me." Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, to where exactly? "Artemis, the gods are holding an annual meeting or party, and I think it's time for my fellow Greeks to meet the one who killed Cerberus." In that moment, Issei was filled with dread and worry, since that would mean meeting Hades, the god of the underworld. Issei has specifically not wanted to meet him, but looks like fate has to be a bitch to him and throw a curveball. Yoruichi, "Wait, all the gods, like the Norse, the Egyptians and such?" Artemis knitted her head. "Artemis, yes, they all shall be there." Yoruichi fell silent as she clenched her hand into a fist, her eyes filled with rage. Yoruichi, which means he will be there. Issei noticed Yoruichi's reaction and was confused. Why was she so angry? Was there a god at this party who did something to her in the past? Issei wanted to know, but he didn't want to sound forceful to Yoruichi. It's none of his business. If she wants to tell him her past, then she will, but if she doesn't, then case close. Issei, so there's a party with the gods? Artemis, yes. Issei, you're taking me so your fellow Greeks can meet me, only cause I killed Cerberus. Artemis, yes. Issei soon deadpanned. Issei, I don't get a say in this, do I? Artemis merely smirked at the brown-haired boy. From that alone, he knew the answer to his own question, and that made him sigh. Issei, well, can both Yoruichi and Yamato come? Yoruichi's eyes widened in shock as Yamato grew an excited expression. She had never been to a party before, so this was gonna be her first time. Artemis, as long as they behave, they can come. Issei looked at Yoruichi and Yamato. Issei, you both don't gotta, I just thought you would like to get out of the house. Yamato smiled. Yamato, I'll come with you, master, this will be fun. Issei looked at Yoruichi. Issei, how about you, Yoruichi, you wanna come too? Yoruichi, alright, I guess I can go. Issei then turned his attention back to Artemis. Issei, alright, looks like we're all going, so when are we gonna head off? Artemis smirked. Artemis, right now. Issei, wait. Artemis snapped her fingers and in an instant, they teleported out of Issei's home. Issei found himself in a massive ballroom that appeared to be well decorated with numerous tables scattered around the place, each laden with delicious food, wine, and other beverages. The place was bustling with life, and Issei couldn't believe his eyes as he looked around. Yoruichi and Yamato were standing next to him along with Artemis, and they too appeared to be taken aback by the sheer scale of the party, while the goddess of hunt had her arms crossed. As Issei took a closer look, he realized that there were numerous gods from different pantheons present at the gathering. He couldn't believe that so many gods had come together in one place. The thought of being surrounded by so many powerful beings made him feel somewhat intimidated, and he hoped that he wouldn't stand out too much, given that he was only human. Issei looked around the room once again, taking in the sights and sounds of the incredible party. The decorations were breathtaking, the food looked delicious, and the wine appeared to be of the highest quality. He couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed and wondered if he deserved to be standing in such a grand event. Issei, holy shit, there's so many gods. Yamato, I didn't know there was this many. Yoruichi scanned the room, taking in all the pantheons that she saw, and there was quite a lot of them. Yoruichi, Norse, Greek, Egyptian, Japanese, Chinese, Aztec, Roman, Hindu, and even the Mayan gods are here. Issei Hyoudou. Issei turned to see Wukong walking over with his master, and his two fellow students along with his son being carried on his back. Issei, Wukong, you're also here. Son Wukong, yeah. Tangzang, this is the boy you told us about. Son Wukong, yep, he's my strongest rival. Issei looked at the monk next to Wukong. He was Tangzang. He was the one who freed Wukong from the Buddha's seal and became his master. Issei, you're Tangzang, the monk who went on that journey. Tangzang, oh, you're a smart one, indeed I am. It's nice to meet you, Issei Hyoudou. Tangzang held out his hand for a handshake. Issei took the monk's hand and hook it as he looked at the other two with them. If he remembered correctly, they were the pig demon and the fish demon. Issei may be wrong since it's been a while since he read that book. Issei, you two are the other students. I know one of you is a pig demon, but the other, I can't really remember. Zen Wukong laughed his ass off. Wujing, I'm Sha Wujing. Zhu Beiji, and I'm Zhu Beiji. Issei, well, it's nice to meet you both, I guess. Just then, Issei heard babbling and he looked to see baby Kenji pulling strings off his father's hair. Issei turned to the monkey demon and deadpan sent him. Did he really bring a baby to a party? Issei, you brought your son to this party. Son Wukong, yes, I did. Issei, you not concerned that something will happen? Wukong laughed a little. Son Wukong, who would be dumb enough to face me? Yoruichi looked at Issei. Yoruichi, he's got a point, you barely managed to survive against him. Issei, we called it a draw, plus I technically kept fighting after he sliced my arm clean off. Tangzang was caught off guard when Issei said those words. He didn't expect to hear that his student caused someone to lose an arm. Tangzang, he did what? Sun Wukong held his hands up as everyone looked at him. Sun Wukong, okay, yes, I may have caused his arm to get sliced off, but he didn't care. Plus, at least I'm not the one who got a random power-up from Anubis. Issei, I did. Ah, so you're the one who took my tattoo. Issei immediately froze where he was from the unexpected voice. It was cold, deep, and commanding. Everyone noticed Issei started to sweat as he slowly turned his head, only to look up and be greeted by Anubis, the Egyptian god of death standing before him with his arms crossed. Issei, Egyptian god of the dead, Anubis. Anubis, greetings, Thaif. Issei gulped. He wondered when this day will come. Like he took a S-rank weapon from one of the gods ages ago, back when he finished the job change quest and obtained his necromancer class. He had a feeling that one day he would see one of the gods, like Loki who gave him Thr ring, or in this case, Anubis. The god of death stared at the brown-haired boy as Wukong decided to step in before things get out of hand, so he stood in front of his friend and rival. Son Wukong, hey Anubis, don't think about messing with Issei. Anubis, oh, so he is your so-called strongest rival that has been going around. Son Wukong, yeah, he is. He then narrowed his eyes, a serious expression growing on his face. Son Wukong, I won't let you harm him. Anubis chuckled in amusement as both he and Thr monkey demon let out a tiny bit of their aura, causing the entire shook to shake and rumble as multiple eyes turned and saw the two having a face-off with each other. However, this didn't last long as Anubis was struck in the back of his head by something small and fast, though it didn't cause the god harm. Anubis, you better not be causing shit. Anubis turned his head and saw the one who struck him, the most feared Egyptian god in existence. The god who went by many titles, Anubis' adopted father, the usurper himself, Set. Anubis F. Father. Anubis and Set's relationship is somewhat unusual. Set took on the role of Anubis' adoptive father, while his biological father was none other than Osiris, the Egyptian god of life who was currently ruling over Juet, the Egyptian underworld. Set caused devastation that led to the downfall of the Egyptian pantheon, but he was eventually defeated by his nephew Horus. Following this, Set was forced to live among humans to atone for his sins. However, things became more complicated when Osiris wiped Anubis' memory and commanded him to find Set and bring him to Juet to be with his beloved. Horus intervened, but Anubis, who still had no memory, believed that he and Set were in a romantic relationship. Now, the most malevolent Egyptian god, Set, finds himself the object of affection for both Anubis and Horus. Osiris, the instigator of the bizarre love triangle, is also after him, but he's a piece of shit. If you don't get it, read a manhwa called Ennead, trust me, it's really good. Set, what are you doing, Anubis? I told you to behave. It's already bad enough I have bird brain being protective of me. Anubis, forgive me, father. I was merely having conversation with the one who took my tattoo. Set sighed. Set, who cares about that stupid tattoo? It was bad for you anyway. No son of mine is getting a tattoo. Can I get one, uncle? Set groaned in annoyance as he turned and was greeted by his nephew, the god of the sky, Horus. Seti, no, Horus. Horus, why, uncle, wouldn't I look good with one? Set sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. For being the son of his brother and sister, Horus was a complete idiot. Set, cause I said you can't, so knock it off. Issei, you okay, sir? Set turned his attention to Issei, narrowing his eyes slightly. Sure, living among humans was a bit of an experience for him, but Set understood that humans were filled with mystery. Issei was no exception to that. Set could sense that. Although he wasn't sure what was so special about him, but he could tell that he wasn't like a certain bastard he knows. Set, so you're the one I've heard about, the boy who killed Cerberus and fought Sun Wukong. As soon as he said that, all eyes were on Issei, which made him feel uncomfortable because he was hopping to not draw attention to himself. God 1, that's him, the boy who killed Cerberus. God 2, how could a mortal face a god? God 3, Wukong must have terrible taste in rivals. Whispers and chatter filled the room as Issei got stared at by the godly beings, though one was staring at Yoruichi with an emotionless expression. Issei, why, yeah, that's me. Seti, well, I can see why Wukong sees you as his rival, because I sense powerful energy coming from you. Issei was surprised by how Set was speaking. He sounded so calm and friendly. He certainly didn't sound like he did in the stories. They said that he was a cruel and ruthless god who wouldn't hesitate to kill anything on sight. But here he was, standing before Issei, was the most feared Egyptian god who was said to possibly give Ra a challenge because of his ability to change into every known creature and every unknown creature. Issei, thanks, Set, you're kinda different from how the stories tell you. Set merely shrugged. Set, everyone changed. Yoruichi, not everyone. The person who was staring at Yoruichi blankly stood up and made their way over. The purple-haired girl immediately sensed this and turned her head in the direction. Yoruichi, you. Issei, huh? Issei turned his head and his eyes immediately widened when he saw the person before him. It was a god who was an extremely tall and muscular man with long red hair that goes past his waist, yellow eyes with black sclera. Numerous golden patterns emanate from his hands and eyes. He dons a white sash around his torso. Several brown belts could be seen around his waist with one worn diagonally. He also wore 2 leggings that go past his knees. Issei couldn't believe his eyes. It was Thor, the Norse god of thunder. The man who is said to be quote-unquote the strongest deity. Issei could see why that was the case because Thor was very intimidating. Issei was barely up to his waist and he himself was tall, but Thor was easily a giant. Thor, Thor looked down at Issei and Yoruichi. Well, he was mainly focused on Yoruichi and barely even noticed the brown-haired boy's presence. Issei, holy shit, it's Thor, he's very tall. Yoruichi, the hell do you want, you bastard? Thor stared for a moment as he took a deep breath and let out a small sigh. Thor, hello, daughter. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 13, Awakening the Thunder. Third-person POV. Thor, hello, daughter. Silence. Complete and utter silence filled the room as all eyes were on Issei's group. Many of the gods attending the part were shocked from what they heard. Thor, the god of thunder and the strongest Nordic god, has a daughter. Even Issei was shocked himself. He knew that Thor had children cause that's what the stories tell, but he didn't know that he had a daughter, and that daughter was Yoruichi of all people. The brown-haired boy had absolutely no idea about this. Then again, D-Drake did seem aggressive with Yoruichi when they first met. This made him wonder, did the dragon know that she was a demigod? So many thoughts filled Issei's mind, each more confusing than the last. Although the main one that was bothering him was, why did Yoruichi not tell him? Why did she keep this hidden? Did she not trust him? Yamato, who was standing next to him, had a face of concern. It looked like she knew about Yoruichi's true nature as well, which annoyed Issei cause he was basically the only one who didn't know. Both Yoruichi and Thor stared at each other, neither speaking as the air grew thin around them. The thunder god had a blank face while Yoruichi glared at the giant before her with hatred in her eyes. Issei looks like she doesn't like her father. Thor, so you finally to show your face after 10,000 years, huh? Issei blinked. Issei, geez, that long. Then again, if she's a demigod, I shouldn't be surprised. Yoruichi scoffed. Yoruichi, and when did you start caring about me? Shouldn't you be off killing another poor soul, or are you bored again? Thor sighed. Thor, just like your mother. Yoruichi immediately growled as her eyes started glowing. Yoruichi, don't you dare say her name. You don't deserve to say her name. Thor, she was my wife and I have the right to mention her. Yoruichi, not after you left her to die by the hands of the old Satan faction. Many eyes widened. Issei was the most shocked as he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He knew that gods could sometimes not care, like Zeus doesn't care about what happened to all the women he got pregnant behind Hera's back, but this was something else. Issei, holy shit. Thor, she died because she was weak and pathetic. Gasps filled the room as those words hit Issei like a truck. Thor just called his wife weak, his own wife, a person who loved the god of thunder with all of her heart. Issei slowly clenched his hands into a fist. He clenched it so tightly that he drew blood from how hard his nails were digging into his hand. He didn't know Yoruichi that well. In fact, he basically ignored both her and Yamato because he has been so focused on leveling up and making money for him and his mother. However, after seeing his mother in the hospital, he has had a change of view. Now, while he shouldn't get involved with family business because Yoruichi obviously doesn't want him to. But there was no way that Issei was gonna let Thor get away with what he said, not on his watch. Yoruichi, you damn basta. Yoruichi was cut off by Issei holding a hand in front of her. Yoruichi, ha, Issei. Issei had his head down as he slowly approached the god of thunder. Many thought that the boy was trying to get himself killed because no one would stand up against Thor. Although those like Buddha, Sun Wukong, and even Set knew that Issei had something planned and they couldn't wait to see what he was gonna do. Thor, and who are you, lowly mortal? Issei, me. Yoruichi, Issei, don't, he isn't worth it. Issei ignored Yoruichi's words as he looked up at Thor, his eyes glowing purple. Issei, I'm the guy who's gonna beat the shit out of you. Thor, you got guts threatening a god, mortal, but what makes you think you can beat me? Issei simply chuckled in response. Issei, if I wasn't sure then I wouldn't have came up to ya. Thor merely stared at Issei for a moment before he spoke again. Thor, you intrigue me, mortal. Come and face me in the arena. Issei, gladly. Yoruichi, Issei. Well, this is certainly interesting. Issei perked up and turned to see a tall and muscular woman with warm brown skin. She had long, dark hair that cascaded down her back in waves nearly to her ankles, and two tresses of her hair rest over her shoulders and end in round golden scrolls. She had gold, red, and black markings around her eyes and wore thick red lipstick. Her nails were painted black and her eyes were golden. She wore a golden winged crown, and the wings combine above her forehead and horns with a red disc in the center. She had a golden wesek or yuzek with a blue scarab beetle at the center, and golden trailing bits along the edges. She wore long golden bracers on each forearm and golden armlets on both lower arms. Her left armlet was connected by beads to her middle finger. She had golden covers over her chest, connected by a chain. She wore golden anklets with large golden discs that connect by beads to her middle toe on both feet, but otherwise doesn't wear shoes. She wore a thin golden belt, which had a golden rope tied to sheer translucent cloth that hang below her hips and falls to her feet. She had a golden ring on her left pinky finger, and a ring with a large red gem or bead on her left pointer finger. She also wore a golden ring with a large black gem or bead on her middle right finger. Issei raised an eyebrow. From the woman's clothing he could tell that she was probably from the Egyptian pantheon, but he didn't recognize her at all. Although, from the looks of things, many of the other gods did know who she was. God 1, can you believe it? It's her. God 2, I know, I've only heard rumors about her human appearance. God 3, I thought it was a myth. Issei was very confused, but he soon heard Set sigh. Set, did you have to show up in that form, Ra? Issei's eyes widen in absolute shock. The woman before him was Ra, Amun-Ra, as in the Egyptian god of the sun. The brown-haired boy heard word on the internet before he got the system that Ra was more powerful than other gods like Zeus, Shiva, Odin, and was only surpassed by Buddha because it's Buddha. Though the internet says that Ra is a male like the myths suggest, but were they wrong? Was Ra actually a female? Issei looked at Sun Wukong, who was being slapped by his son. Issei whispered to him. Issei, Wukong, did you know that she was a woman? Sun Wukong, what, Ra being a woman? Issei, yes. Sun Wukong, ooh yeah, why wouldn't I know that? Issei's eye twitched. Issei, why didn't you tell me? The Monkey King merely shrugged his shoulders at the boy's question. Sun Wukong, I don't know, you never asked about Ra, so didn't see a reason to tell you. Issei was restraining himself from strangling the demon right where he stood. He didn't for two reasons, and they were that Wukong would just flick him out of existence, and two, the dude's a dad, so he has a lot on his plate now. Issei sighed. Issei, I hate you. Sun Wukong, also I think she's gonna be the more quote-unquote dominant you type of woman in your growing harem. Issei, my what? Wukong deadpanned at Issei. The brown-haired boy wanted to be the harem king, and now he was dense like a motherfucker. The demon then looked over at Yoruichi and Yamato, who was glaring at the sun goddess and her revealing outfit as they were annoyed and jealous of her. Both this bitch. Sun Wukong, oh boy, we got two yanders in the making. Kenji ga. Sun Wukong, you said Kenji. Issei is doomed. Thor looked at Ra. Thor, sun goddess. Ra, thunder god. She then looked at Issei and smirked a little, walking up to the boy as he saw that she towered over him. Seriously, were all gods giant, or was there a select few cause Sun Wukong was the same height as Issei and he was a demon with godly powers? Ra grabbed Issei's chin and made him look up at her. Ra, hello there, Tilda. Issei, hi. Ra, I must say you're pretty cute, Tilda. Issei blinked as he wasn't sure what to saw. Yoruichi and Yamato looked like they were about to stab a bitch, but Wukong sent two of his clones to make sure that they didn't do anything stupid. Issei, thanks, you look beautiful. Ra giggled a little. Ra, thanks for the flattery, but I got a question, Tilda. Issei, and that is? Ra smirked. Ra, wanna be my chair for my big? Issei's face went red. There was a part of him that had a feeling that something like this would happen. Sometimes he should just listen to his instincts and not say anything nice to someone who could literally kill them in a split second. Both Yoruichi and Yamato were basically going Super Saiyan level of rage as they cracked their knuckles in anger. Both this fucking bitch. Issei, and no thank you, I got a certain someone to fight. Ra, oh tilde, such a shame, tilde, very well then, but my offer still stands, tilde, later, handsome tilde. She kisses his cheek and walks off, swaying her hips. Issei blushed as he shook his head, making a mental note to stay clear of Ra for two reasons now. The first, WSS, because he didn't want to face her. She was on a complete other level, and now he had a second reason. Never fall for her beauty or he'll be her pet for all eternity. Kenji ga. He smacks Issei back to reality. Issei, ow, what the heck? Sun Wukong, sorry. He looked at Kenji. Sun Wukong, Kenji, don't do that to your uncle. Kenji, gah. He smacked Sun Wukong's face. Sun Wukong, ow. Issei, your son is really disrespectful. Sun Wukong, he gets it from me. Issei sighed as he turned his attention back to Thor, only to be struck in the face by some invisible force and sent flying through the wall and ended you landing in some sort of arena. Issei groaned in pain as he slowly sat up and placed a hand on his head, which was now throbbing in pain. Issei, ow, that hurt. A screen appeared next to Issei as it showed his stats. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job Shadow Monarch. Title Conqueror of Adversity +1. Level 82. Health points HP 30,854/31,854. Magic MP 3,499/3,499. Fatigue 0. Strength/SDR 108 +45. Vitality/Vit 92 +25. Agility/Agile 92 +45. Intelligence/Int 93 +50. Sense 92 +25. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 60% +20. Issei, holy shit, that attack alone took 1,000 off my HP. Issei gritted his teeth as he knew he needed to be careful or else it's the end of him. Yoruichi, Issei, above you. Issei looked up and immediately jumped away as Thor's mallet crashed onto where he stood. Issei, holy shit, that nearly hit me. Thor, come on, human. Thor stood up as he rested his hammer on his shoulder, staring at the brown-haired boy with a bored expression on his face. Thor, come at me. Issei, Joe. Issei took out his daggers and got in a fighting stance. Thor stood taller than Issei, yet the god was fast enough to send him flying through a wall. That was something Issei needed to be worried about. He could summon his shadows to help him, but he doubts they would be much of help. Then again, D-Drake was known to kill gods when he was alive, so maybe he faced Thor at some point in his life. Issei, D-Drake, you got any tips fighting against Thor? D-Drake, yes, my liege, don't die and survive. Issei gritted his teeth. He had a feeling that D-Drake would say something like that, and there was no turning back from this fight. Issei, well, better put on a good enough show. Yoruichi and Yamato watched as the daughter of Thor was worried about Issei. She knew that he was strong, but he was literally going up against her father of all people. Well, yes, he ain't as powerful as the Monkey King, but Wukong wasn't trying to kill Issei. Thor doesn't care. He would murder Issei in a heartbeat, and no one would try and stop him, cause who would face the most powerful Nordic god. That was basically suicidal, and no other god had any hatred for the god of thunder, cause it's Thor. Thor, say your last prayers, human, because your last moments will be crushed by my hammer. Issei chuckled. Issei, why would I pray to a god, especially one who does care about his own wife? Thor narrowed his eyes. Thor, you know nothing about her. Issei, I'm pretty sure I do. The brown-haired boy charged toward Thor with his daggers held, fighting, running around the god with lightning-facey speed. However, Thor remained where he was as he had a bored expression on his face. Issei attempted to land some blows on Thor, but they were effortlessly blocked by the god's hand, much to Issei's annoyance. Thor slow. Attack. Block. Thor sloppy. Attack. Block. Thor sad. Issei's eye twitched. Did the god of thunder just make a movie reference without even realizing it? Issei, okay, this is getting annoying. Thor's right hand was covered in lightning static and he tried to punch Issei, who immediately dodged, but his cheek was cut. Issei, crap, that would have finished me off if I didn't dodge. Thor, you dodged, that's surprising. Issei chuckled. Issei, wow, you sounded surprised there for a second. Thor HMPH. Issei's eyes glowed purple as he launched himself toward Thor and trusted one of his daggers at the god, only to be met by Thor's fist as the clash caused a shockwave through the entire arena. Thor was genuinely surprised that Issei's dagger was able to survive his fist. Normally, any weapon he punches shatters into millions of pieces. It made him wonder what kind of material that Issei's daggers were made of, making a mental note to tell his father about it after he brings Yoruichi back to Asgard. Speaking of which, Yoruichi was gritted her teeth. She can't let this go on as much as she hates her father. He'll kill Issei and she won't let that happen. Yamato Yoruichi. She looked at Yamato. Yoruichi, what? Yamato, you're worried about him, aren't you? Yoruichi, what kind of dumb question is that? Of course I am, he'll die again, that bastard. Yamato saw the concern in the woman's eyes. She was in the same boat as her, but she still believed that Issei had a chance to beat Thor. Issei jumped away and sent his shadow soldiers towards Thor, who sparked with lightning, and he kicked one, sending it flying while the others got hit by thunder. Issei, yep, looks like I'm doing this alone, cause his lighting will burn through my mana. Thor, calling creatures of darkness to assist you, how cowardice and weak. Issei gritted his teeth. Issei, we'll see who's weak after I beat your ass for what you said about your own wife. Thor narrowed his eyes. Thor, why do you even care? I doubt that my daughter has told you anything about her past. Issei panted a little as he stared at the god of thunder. Issei, you're right, she hasn't told me shit. Thor, then why? Issei, but I don't need to. This gained Thor's and the other gods' attention as they stared at Issei, who held a serious expression while looking at the strongest Nordic god. Issei, I don't need to know where she comes from, what she used to like or what she doesn't like. Yoruichi is my friend, and I will be damned if I allowed anything or anyone to lay a finger upon her. Thor. Yoruichi looked at Issei as she felt a tear stream down her cheek. Yoruichi, Issei. Sen Wukong, who was watching the fight, let out a small chuckle. Sen Wukong, your uncle sure is something special. He looked at his son. Sen Wukong, wouldn't you agree, Kenji? Kenji ba. He said in response and nodding his head, making the Monkey King chuckle and pat his head as the two looked at the fight. Issei glared at Thor as his eyes glowed purple. Issei, alright, god of thunder, give me your best shot. Thor didn't say anything, he just stared at Issei as blue electricity covered his hands and he held onto his hammer tightly. He blitzes towards Issei and bashed his hammer, but Issei blocked it with his daggers but was sent skidding back. Thor tried to strike the brown-haired boy again, but Issei dodged it once again. Issei, I just need an opening and then I can strike him. Issei kept dodging until his eyes landed on Thor's glove. Issei, wait, those gloves. Issei narrowed his eyes as he tried to make a dash for Thor's glove, but his eyes soon widened as he saw a lightning bolt coming straight at him. The bolt struck the ground and caused a massive explosion of bright light which caused everyone to shield their eyes from the flash. Sen Wukong, Issei. Yamato, no. Thor stared at the dust cloud for a moment, letting out a sigh as once again there was a battle that left him completely bored. The god turned to walk away since there was no need to stick around anymore. Where do you think you're going? Thor's eyes widened a little as he turned his head. The dust cloud settled down and revealed Issei, who was unharmed from the attack, but also something that shocked Thor. It was Yoruichi. His daughter was in the arena and she was surging with power, and the stance she was in, it reminded Thor of Yoruichi's late mother. Issei, thanks, Yoruichi. Yoruichi, save your strength, Issei. I'll handle this. Issei, no. Yoruichi looked at Issei. Yoruichi, Issei, you can't face him, yo. Issei, I don't care. Yoruichi was taken aback by Issei's sudden outburst. Issei, I don't care if I'm weaker than him. I'm not doing this to prove my strength. I'm doing it for you. Yoruichi was shocked by Issei's words as she felt her heart skip a beat. Yoruichi, Issei. Yoruichi blushed slightly and looked at Issei with a smile. Yoruichi, thank you. Issei smiled at Yoruichi. Issei, it's no problem. Thor looked at his daughter and saw how happy she was with Issei. The last time he ever saw her genuinely smile like that was with her mother, and that was a very, very long time ago. This made Thor shed a tear, making the god of thunder confused and surprised because he never cried once in his life. Issei, alright Thor, let's end this. Thor, no. Issei, huh. Issei titled his head. Did Thor just say no? Yoruichi was in the same boat as Issei because even though she despises her father for what he did, not once HSD he ever said no to a battle, so something wasn't right. Issei, and why not? Thor, because I don't want my daughter to lose the only person that can make her happy. Yoruichi blinked. Yoruichi, excuse me, what? Sen Wukong, well, this is surprising. Kenji ga. Sen Wukong agreed. Zet looks at the Monkey King. Set, how do you understand him? Wukong shrugged. Thor, you heard me. Issei stood up and looked at the Norse god confused. Issei, why the sudden change of heart? Thor, that's none of your concern. He points at Issei. Thor, just know that I only spared you because you're the only that can make her happy. With that, Thor turned and began to walk away from the arena, leaving Issei even more confused. Issei, well, that just happened. He then turned to Yoruichi to compliment her new form, only to find her stretching. Issei blushed and looked away immediately as Yoruichi purrs and stood up as she reverted back to normal. Issei, Yoruichi, what, saw something you like? Issei shook his head and cleared his throat. Issei, I'm just glad you're alright. Yoruichi giggled. Yoruichi, thanks, also I got something for ya. Issei tilted his head. Issei, what is it? Yoruichi, this. Yoruichi grabbed Issei's face and kissed the brown-haired boy on the lips. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 14, Parent Day. Third-person POV. Silence. Silence was all that could be heard from the Hyoudou household. The lights were out and it was dead silent to the world, as if it was abandoned or something. However, the silence was soon interrupted as a magic circle appeared in the living floor, and from it came Issei Hyoudou, Yoruichi, Yamato, Artemis, and Sun Wukong. Yoruichi was hugging one Issei's arms, putting it in between her breast, which made the boy blush a little and caused those like Yamato and surprisingly Artemis to feel jealous of her. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, just laughed, though not out loud, since he personally knows not to mess with a goddess when they are angry. He sort of has personal experience with his wives. They tend to beat the shit out of him whenever he does something stupid. Then again, he was Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, the great sage equal to the heavens. He has faced gods and demons, yet he gets terrified of his own wives, something that a few husbands have experienced. Sun Wukong, gotta say, you sure got balls of steel, Issei. Not many deities challenge the god of thunder, the strongest in all of Norse, and actually come out alive. Issei, I know. He then looked at Yoruichi, who gave him a sweet smile. Issei, I am still surprised that you're his daughter. My pet cat is the child of the god of thunder. Yoruichi giggled as she grew a small smirk. Yoruichi, the form you saw me in was when I used both my parents' power. Since I despised Thor after what he did, I never used it. Though, I'll use it whenever you want, Issei tilde. Issei blushed as Sun Wukong laughed, while both Yamato and Artemis were basically fuming with jealousy. So much so that you could see a dark aura crawling onto their bodies while their eyes shined red. Both this bitch. Sun Wukong saw this and sweat dropped. Sun Wukong, poor Issei. Kenji, ga. Artemis, what did you say, boy? Sun Wukong looked at his son before smiling. Sun Wukong, Kenji said it's time for me and him to go. Better head back before my wives notice I'm missing. Issei looked at Sun Wukong. Issei, thanks for taking us back home. Wukong smiled at his rival and nodded. Sun Wukong, no problem, good luck with tomorrow. And with that, Sun Wukong and his son Kenji disappeared from the Hyoudou house. Issei raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow? What was on tomorrow? He knew that he had school, but he doesn't think there's anything special on. Issei, what did he mean? Yoruichi, you okay, Issei? Issei perked up and looked at Yoruichi, who was still hugging his arm, this time with a little concern in her eyes. Issei, sorry, Muse have dozed off. What you say? Yoruichi, I asked if you're okay. Issei, oh yeah, I'm fine. He let out a small sigh as he scratched the back of his head, turning to a nearby clock and saw how late it was. 1:00 a.m. Issei, geez, it's 1 in the morning. The boy wanted to facepalm himself. He was supposed to go to the god party for a little while and then come back, but no, he just had to pick a fight with someone and waste time. He didn't even defeated Thor. If anything, if it wasn't for Yoruichi stepping in, that he would have died then and there. Issei really needs to start using his head for and not his heart. Things like the power of friendship won't save his ass again in the future, and he should know that by now. Yoruichi, we should head to be Aya, and Yamato already fell asleep. She pointed at Yamato, who was already asleep on the couch. Both Yoruichi and Artemis deadpanned as they watched the daughter of Kaido snore away. She wasn't quiet either because it sounded like someone was drilling into a wall. Artemis was so tempted to just walk up to her and throw her outside for being so noisy. Then again, that would be bad for everyone else. Although the two soon saw Issei walk over to Yamato, and to their shock, he put a blanket over her body and a pillow under her head. The way he did it, he was so gentle and quiet that it almost looked like that Issei was a parent tucking his child into bed. In other words, it was a cute sight to see with their eyes. It made them blush a little as smile grew on their faces from Issei's actions. Issei there. Issei stretched and began to head upstairs, but before he did, he looked back at Artemis. Issei, hey Artemis, are you gonna stick around or are you gonna go back to Olympus and do whatever? The goddess of the hunt fell silent. A part of her wanted to stay, but she can't do that because she had more important things to do, and if the other Olympians discover that she was missing, then it wouldn't be good for Issei. After all, Hades still hasn't forgotten about the death of Cerberus, and she doubts that the others, like her father's ways, would let something like that slide under the rug. She let out a small sigh. Artemis, I'll be heading back to Olympus. I have important things to do. Issei, like what? Artemis merely crossed her arms and looked away from the brown-haired boy, which made him roll his eyes playfully, because Artemis was really starting to be more like a tsundere every second he's around her. Artemis, I don't need to tell you anything, male. Issei, yeah, what you say, tsundere. Artemis, zip it, she said with a massive blush on her face. Issei only chuckled as he watched as Artemis disappeared in a flash of light. The boy smiled before he made his way up to his bedroom. He opened the door and saw Yoruichi already sleeping in her cat form. Issei wondered how the hell she managed to get ahead of him, but at this point he was too tired to care about the little things. He laid down in his bed, making sure to pet Yoruichi on the head as he closed his eyes. Issei, night Yoruichi. With that, Issei drifted away into the darkness of his slumber and waited for the new day to dawn upon him. Time skip brought to you by Baru joining the Simp Club. The sun began to rise over the distant horizon, illuminating all of Kuoh and gifting it with its warm rays. It was the start of a new day, and everyone was getting out of their beds and starting their journey once again. The same could be said for Issei. The brown-haired boy was sleeping soundly in his bed, but soon he felt something poke his cheek, which made him stir a little. He then felt another poke, making him stir once again. He soon felt a third one, which began to annoy him because he was trying to sleep and he didn't want to be woken up at this point. He slowly began to open his eyes, his vision blurry, which wasn't alarming since he had just woken up and was still very tired. After regaining his vision, he moved his gaze down to the direction the pokes came from, and when he did, his eyes shot open from what he saw. He thought the one poking him was Yamato, Yoruichi, or hell even Artemis, but that wasn't the case. The one poking him was none other than Chisato, the school nurse who was on his bed. Chisato, Issei. She pouted a little as she began to crawl up to his face. Chisato, wake up. Issei, whoa, what the? Issei quickly sat up, accidentally bumping his head with Chisato, which caused the two to wince in pain, which also woke Yoruichi up from her slumber as well. The black feline looked and WSS confused. Why was a goddess like Chisato at Issei's place? She doesn't remember seeing her at the party last night, so she couldn't have seen Issei's battle against Thor. Although she wouldn't be surprised if rumors about it spread throughout the supernatural world, because sooner or later, everyone will know about Issei's existence. Whether this will be a good or a bad thing, she doesn't know, but she was sure that things will turn out all right. After all, Issei is the one who killed Cockail, a man who fought both God and the original Lucifer during the Great War all those years ago. Issei, ow, Chisato, what are you doing here? How the hell did you even get into my house? Chisato rubbed her forehead as she looked at Issei and smiled a little. Chisato, two ways. One is that I used my goddess powers, and two, you left the front door open. Issei fell silent as he stared at Chisato, who just stared back at him. The brown-haired boy soon facepalmed himself as he let out a sigh of annoyance, but not at the school nurse. No, he was annoyed with himself. How could he forget to lock the door? That was the easiest thing to remember, and yet, he somehow fucked that up. If his mother wasn't in a hypothetically life-threatening coma right now, she would shaking her head in disappointment and slap him at the back of the head for being so fucking stupid. Chisato giggled at Issei's reaction. She had to admit that it was pretty cute when he acted like that. Chisato, that's a cute reaction, Issei. He just sighed and shook his head. Issei, why are you in my house anyway? Shouldn't you be at school? Chisato, don't tell me you forgot what today is. Issei fell silent, first Wukong and now Chisato. Was today meant to be a special day or something? Because if it is, then Issei doesn't have a single clue on what it could be about. It couldn't be sports day, that's still a while away. It's not any field trip because his school rarely does any of those and, well, those are really the only two that he could think of that would require him remembering anything. Issei, I'm gonna be honest with you, Chisato. I have absolutely no idea why today is special. Chisato let out a soft giggle as she smiled at the brown-haired boy. Chisato, today's Parent Day, a day where all parents come to the school and watch what their children do. As soon as Chisato said THSD, the moment she said the word parent, then the boy instantly knew that he was fucked. He began to freak out inside his mind. How could he forget about Parent Day? How could he forget about the one day that his mother had been looking forward to all year long? Every Parent Day, his mother does something special for Issei's class. Normally, it's something simple like making cookies or cupcakes, but now she can't do any of that cause she's in a coma. To make things worse, Issei hasn't told anyone about his mother's situation just yet, not the teachers, the principal, Sona, Riaz, or either of their peerage. He wanted to keep his mother's situation under wraps for as long as he could. But looks like that was a fail. Issei, shit, how could I forget about Parent Day? I'm such a fucking idiot. Issei cupped his face with his hands and groaned in annoyance. Issei, so you here to just tell me, or you have another reason? Chisato, another reason. Issei raised an eyebrow at her. What could she possibly come here for? Issei, and that is. Chisato smiled. Chisato, I am gonna pretend to be your mother for today. Issei was surprised by this. Did he hear her right? She would be his mother for the day. Issei, really? Wow, you don't have to that for me. Chisato, well, you need someone to pretend to be your parent. Plus, you and I almost look alike when you think about it. This confused Issei. How could they look alike? She has black hair and green eyes while he had brown hair and brown eyes. Issei, what you talking about? Our hair and eyes are completely different. Chisato giggled and shook her head. Chisato, my hair is like a shade of dark brown to black. Sure, my eyes are green, but we can just say that you got your eyes from your dad. Issei blinked as a part of him knew that this would probably not work. There was no way that people were gonna believe that Chisato was his mother. Like, they won't even fall for the adopted trick because Issei isn't an orphan. The only real way that it will work is if the people at Kuoh Academy are bloody idiots, which a few of them are, but the ones that aren't will be like Sona, Riaz, their peerage, and Issei thinks that's it. But it's not like Issei has anything to lose, so he might and just get it over with. Issei, alright Chisato, you can be my mother. Chisato smiled and kisses Issei on the cheek, making the boy blush and made Yoruichi deadpanned. Yoruichi, really, I am right here. Chisato looked at the black feline. Chisato, hey, now we can share. Issei, share, what am I to you both? The two females looked at Issei and giggled. Yeah, after gaining THR system, the brown-haired boy has become a little dense now because the two were talking about something else entirely. Both, she's so cute and he's like that. No wonder he won over my heart, tilde. Time skip brought to you by me trying to buy a Xbox Series X. Issei was currently walking toward Kuoh Academy wearing his school uniform as Chisato walked right beside him wearing some casual clothes, which Issei had to admit, she looked pretty cute. He silently chuckled to himself. Issei cute. Chisato blushed slightly at his comment with a smile. Chisato, thank you Issei, or should I say, son. Issei chuckled slightly before he shook his head. That was definitely not gonna sound right to him even if it's not true. Hey, what are you two doing together? Both Issei and Chisato perked at the familiar voice. They turned their heads and were greeted by none other than Scathach, who was wearing some regular clothes and had pouting expression on her face. Issei, Scathach. Chisato, oh hi Scathach tilde, I'm just taking Issei to Parents' Day. Scathach gave Chisato a glare as Issei saw that the school nurse had a smug expression which confused him dearly. Issei, what's going on with you two? Chisato, oh nothing tilde, don't worry Abu. Scathach, she stole my idea, I was gonna be your pretend parent. Issei blinked as he felt like something in his brain just popped. Did Scathach just say that she was gonna pretend to be his mother, which Chisato is already doing? Issei, excuse me, what? Scathach, you heard me. Issei sighed. Issei, fuck my life, honestly. Chisato, now, calm down, Scathach, no need to be angry, tilde. Scathach glared at Chisato. Scathach, you stole my idea. Chisato, technically I didn't steal it, I used it. Scathach, what's the difference? Issei deadpanned as both Chisato and Scathach argued with each other. He didn't need to get involved with the two, so he began to slowly back away from the duo as they kept arguing. Issei, yeah, not getting involved. Just then, a screen appeared in front of Issei. Urgent notice, player is a wimp for walking away like that. Issei paused as he felt his eye twitch a little. Did the system just call him a wimp? Did it just smack talk him? Issei, funny coming from you. You barely do anything, you useless dick. Another screen appeared next to the first one. Urgent notice, player, do not talk about your small parts like that. Issei gritted his teeth slightly as a vein popped out of his head. Oh, how TH system knew how to get under his skin. Issei, fuck you. A third screen appeared. Urgent notice, player is actually gay. Issei, wow, I'm being roasted by a screen. Now I know what it's like to be on Twitter and Reddit. Issei sighed in defeat and just walked off to school. He didn't have time for this, plus he was sure that Scathach and Chisato will catch up with him. However, as soon as Issei saw the entrance to the school ahead of him, he soon sensed something and saw a figure lessening against the wall. It was a handsome young man with light silver hair and hazel eyes. He wore a dark green v-neck shirt with a high-collared black leather jacket over it. He also wore burgundy jeans with a silver chain drooping down over them and black leather chaps with 3 bands encircling his right calf, and black shoes with black buckles. Issei, what the? The young boy smirked and approached Issei. Oh, we meet again, human. Issei, again. This is the second time we met here, Issei Hyoudou. Issei tilted his head. He doesn't remember ever meeting someone like him before. He can tell that he's a part of THR supernatural world, a devil for that matter, but one that felt very different to Ria's and Sona. Issei wasn't sure who this guy was, but he could tell that he would easily be on either an A rank or S rank boss level, which meant that Issei needed to level up faster or else things may get ugly. Issei, sorry, don't know you. The boy chuckled. That's right, you don't know me. Issei's eyes widened. The White Dragon Emperor. If he recalls correctly, both the White Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor were meant to be rivals or something. But that didn't explain one thing. Why was he talking to Issei? He didn't have a sacred gear. Ria's has already checked and the system is something else entirely. So why is he talking with him? Issei, well, Vali, why are you talking to me? I'm no Red Dragon Emperor. Vali simply chuckled. Vali, let's just say you caught my attention, Issei Hyoudou. No human could kill a fallen angel such as Cockail. Issei's eyes widened. He saw it. He was there when Cockail attacked the school and watched Issei kill the fallen. Issei, you were there. Vali, yes, I was tasked with dealing with Cockail for the governor of the fallen angels, but looks like you beat me to it. Issei narrowed his eyes. He can't sense any hostility from Vali, but the way he was talking, it sounded like he was excited. Issei, so you became interested in me because I defeated one fallen pigeon. Vali laughed a little. Vali, fallen pigeon, that's a good one, but still, you killed a man who fought both God and Lucifer. Issei, didn't seem that impressive to me. He crossed his arms. Issei, and besides, if he did fight both God and Lucifer, how did he lost to a bunch of high school students and one was human no less? Vali, you have a fair point, Hyoudou. He then pointed at Issei. Vali, would say I test you out real quick by casting a spell. Issei narrowed his eyes as he was about to summon his dagger, but then 2 swords appeared as Zenovia and Kiba were next to Vali. Kiba, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Zenovia, it wouldn't be smart enough to allow us for you to pick a fight against Issei here, now would it? Issei, when did they? Vali chuckled and looked at the 2 devil swords. Vali, you should really stand down, I see your blades are trembling. Issei, this guy must be very skilled to know that. Kiba, Zenovia, put your weapons away. Everyone perked up as they turned to see Riss and the others had arrived, though surprisingly Scathach and Chisato were also with them. Issei wondered if they finally stopped arguing or did they sense Volley's energy and just so happened to run into wrist along the way. Both Kiba and Zenobia put their weapons as Riaz crossed her arms. Riaz, what are you doing here, White Dragon Emperor? Chisato, yes, we would like to know as well. Scathach narrowed her eyes at Volley, who remained where he stood, a small smirk on his face. Scathach, you better not be here to cause trouble. Volley merely chuckled. Volley, is it wrong to recognize a worthy opponent? I didn't come here to fight, I came to accompany Azazel to Japan. He soon shrugged. Volley, I'm just passing the time. Issei, what is this dude, Mihawk or something? Volley, I'll be on my way, I have more important things to do. Volley walks past them as Issei watched him walk off. D-Drag, my liege, we have our work cut out for us. Issei, yeah, we do, D-Drag. Riaz walked up to Issei. Riaz, you okay, Issei? Issei nodded his head. Issei, yeah, I'm fine, but I didn't think I would run into the White Dragon Emperor of all people. Chisato crossed her arms. Chisato, Scathach turned and looked at the deity. Scathach, something on your mind? Chisato looked at Scathach and smiled. Chisato, nah, I'm alright. Scathach knew that Chisato was lying, but she knew that she won't say anything unless she wants to, so there's no reason to dwell on it, for now at least. Scathach, if you say so. She then turned her attention to Issei and the others. Scathach, alright everyone, I think it's time for us to head into school. Parent Day is about to begin, and even if it's an event, it's still a school day, so you all better be in your classes. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, what about you two? You both work here, can't do your jobs and pretend to be my mothers at the same time. The two remained silent and facepalmed themselves for not thinking about that. This in return caused Issei to deadpan at the two. Issei, wow, you both really didn't think of that, did you? Both Scathach and Chisato blushed, embarrassed as they pouted at the brown-haired boy. Both eshed up baka. Issei simply chuckled. Issei cute tilde. Their faces turned red as Ria's hair. Speaking of which, Ria's and the rest of her peerage minus Kiba glared at the two adults when Issei called them cute. Kiba saw this and backed away from them, not wanting to get involved with whatever is going on. Issei, well, let's get going. Riaz, yes, let's go. Riaz walked up to Issei, hugged his arm, which put it in between her breast, and start to drag him off. Akino, hey, no fair. Issei's, I want to hug Issei's arm. Zenobia, me too. Kaneko walked casually. Kaneko, Issei senpai. Both Chisato and Scathach got annoyed and chased after Riaz and Issei. Both hey were his pretend mothers, gove him back. Kiba watched this happen as he let out a small sigh. He should have just stayed in bed. Yeah, maybe he will do that next time instead of getting out. Small time skip to you by Chibai Igris and Chibai D-Drag having an intense starring contest while Chibai Issei just deadpanned at them. Issei rubbed the bridge of his nose and let out a sigh. Today has been a complete roller coaster and not the fun kind either. So much has happened in the short period of time THSD, he wasn't sure how to even explain it all. Plus his head was starting to hurt, so he didn't want to think about it anymore. As Issei was walking down the hallway, he didn't pay attention to where he was foeing and accidentally bumped into someone. Issei, oh sorry, I didn't mean to. Issei stopped himself as he was greeted by a very interesting sight. It was a beautiful girl, looking in her late teens with black hair, tied into twin tails and blue eyes. She wore a very strange outfit, a pink magic girl one with a wand in her hand. Girl, hello tilde. She struck an anime pose, making Issei sweat drop. Issei, hi, are you okay? The girl giggled. Girl, I am perfectly fine. It takes a lot more than a little bump to put me down tilde. Issei, okay. Are you visiting someone or are you lost? The girl smiled. Girl, I am here to see my cute little sis. Issei, oh, you're an older sibling. The girl nodded her head. Seraphal, yep, the name's Seraphal, older sister of my sweet little Sona-chan. Issei's eyes widened. Did he just heard that correctly, or did this girl just say that she was Sona's older sister? Issei, what? End of chapter. S2 Chapter 15, Fangs and Tusk. Third person POV. Issei hoped he was hearing things. He hoped that he didn't just hear what Serafal just told him, he truly hoped that he misheard her or something. If she wasn't lying, then Issei was actually standing in front of Sona's older sister. Plus, if Sona was a devil, then it would be clear that Serafal was one as well. However, Issei could tell that Serafal was much more powerful than her younger sister because the sheer power Issei was feeling from her was something else entirely. She must be a high-ranking devil to possess such strength, though the exact level of that strength was still unknown to Issei at the moment. He made a mental note to not try anything to anger Serafal. If she is Sona's older sister, then there is a chance that she may be very protective of her. However, that didn't mean that Issei couldn't at least talk to her and mention the younger sibling. Issei, you're Sona's older sister. I didn't think she had one. Serafal, oh, Sona-chan is always embarrassed of me. She says I act like a little kid, but I'm not. Issei couldn't help but sweat drop a little as Serafal waved her hands in the air like an angry little kid, holding back the urge to either laugh or chuckle from how adorable it was. He now understood why Sona says that she's like a little kid, just from that one instance alone. Issei, well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Issei Hyoudou. Serafal, Issei. Serafal tilted her head for a moment. She could have sworn that name sounded familiar to her. She has heard that name before, but only the first part of the name and not the full one. If she recalls correctly, Sona mentioned something about a Issei boy that she ganged out with one time. Could this be him? Could this be the boy Sona hanged out with? She didn't know. She needed more information about him before she jumps to any conclusions. Serafal, well, it's very nice to meet you as well, Issei. Issei perked up and turned in the direction of the voice, seeing Riaz walking over with Scathach and Chisato. Issei, oh hey you three. Chisato, Issei, why did you run off? Scathach, you worried us. Issei couldn't help but internally sigh. They were really taking this fake mother thing way too far. In fact, it was a miracle that no one has put the pieces together yet that they aren't his mother. Like, seriously. It's not that hard to figure out, but then again, people can sometimes be idiots whether they are fictional or real. Issei, I didn't go far, so calm down will you both. I was just heading to lunch when I ran into this young lady. Issei gestured to Serafal as Riaz, Chisato, and Scathach were surprised to see her. Riaz soon grew a small smile and walked on up to the two. Riaz, I gotta say, I didn't expect to see you here, Miss Leviathan. Serafal smiled. Serafal, it's certainly been a while. Riaz, how's your brother? Riaz, he's doing all right. Issei blinked in surprise. Riaz and Serafal knew each other. Well, since they're both devils, then they had to have known about each other, but from their talking as if they are close friends. Serafal soon noticed Scathach and Chisato, smiling at the duo. Serafal, Chisato, Scathach, I've missed you both. The two couldn't help but smile. Scathach, it's good to see you again, Lady Leviathan. I see you're still doing the magic girl routine. Serafal giggled as she did a cute little pose, doing the leave sign with one eye closed as she stuck her tongue out. Serafal, you know it, girl. Riaz, well, I think it's safe to say we all know who you're here for. Issei remained silent as his ears soon picked up some footsteps approaching the group. He turned his head and WSS greeted by Sona, who was accompanied by Cerberus and another man who had crimson-red hair. Sona, I've finally found you, Riaz. I was just giving a tour to your father and Sir Cerberus. Riaz looked at the two and smiled. Riaz, father, brother. Cerberus smiled. Cerberus, hello Riaz, I see you've been staying out of trouble. Riaz nodded her head as he turned his attention to both Chisato and Scathach. Cerberus, hello you two, it's been a while. Chisato crossed her arms. Chisato, it has indeed, Lord Cerberus. Scathach, not long enough if you ask me. Cerberus chuckled as he smiled at the two. Issei raised an eyebrow as he couldn't tell if there was some sort of bad connection between them. He didn't sense anything, but both Scathach and Chisato don't seem too happy with seeing Cerberus. Sona soon looked at Issei and smiled at the brown-haired boy. Sona, Issei, I see that you're looking goo. Sona was cut off by Serafal jumping into her younger sister's arms, startling her in the process. I swear if I get flagged cause of this image. Serafal, Sona-chan, I found you. Sona, what the why are you here? Cerberus and his father chuckled at the scene before them as the others tried their best to not smile at Sona's embarrassment. Cerberus, well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect to see you here, Serafal. Issei looked at Riaz. Issei, hey Riaz. Riaz, Issei, just who is Serafal? I know she's Sona's older sister, but everyone is making it seem like she's a very important person. Riaz only smiled at the brown-haired boy's words. Riaz, that's cause she is Serafal Leviathan, one of the 4 devil kings, and she is a very powerful one at that, being only outclassed by my brother in terms of strength. Issei, I may not know how strong Riaz's brother is, but it's safe to say that he doesn't hold a candle to Sun Wukong. That bastard wasn't even using 1% of his power against me, and it felt like I was gonna die during every single second. Serafal, Cerberus, you know I wouldn't miss this, but I had to find out about open house all on my own. Sona-chan is a meanie and didn't tell me. I was so upset that I nearly attacked heaven in frustration. Nearly attacked heaven? Well, that was more than enough for Issei to know that Serafal was a force to be reckoned with if she nearly attacked heaven due to being upset. She seems so kind and lovable, but even those type of beings have hidden secrets to them like DSRK sides that no one knows about. Sona cleared her throat, gaining her older sister's attention. Sona, I am the student council president here. Family or not, I won't tolerate such behavior. Serafal, come on, Sona-chan. You know your one-chan loves magical girls. I'll use my sparkling wand to exterminate the angels and fallen angels. Sona, have some prudence. You're a devil king. A bit of sparkling from you could destroy a small country in minutes. Issei's sweat dropped. Yep, he was making a mental note to not piss of Serafal in any way, shape, or form. If she can destroy a small country in minutes, then he doesn't want to know what she's like when she's pissed off or goes full power. Half the world could be destroyed. Just then, he realized something that piqued his interest. He could tell that Serafal cared about Sona deeply. Then why the hell didn't she show up when Cockail attacked? Sure, Issei took care of the fallen angel, but still, it would have been nice if they got a little bit of help. Why didn't Sona call her sister for help? They shouldn't be on bad terms. Like Serafal is literally making Sona embarrassed, much to Issei's amusement. So why didn't she call her during the Battle of Kuoh? There had to be a reason for that, but what is that reason? Issei, why didn't Sona call her sister during the Cockail incident? Riaz giggled. Riaz, she could have. The only problem is that if she did and Serafal found out if Cockail did anything to her, she would have instantly started a war with the fallen angels. Issei, geez, is she really that protective? Riaz, protective, I would call it obsessed with Sona. Issei looked at Serafal, who was trying to make Sona smile, much to the latter's annoyance and embarrassment. However, this didn't last for long as Sona soon reached her breaking point. Sona, I can't take it anymore. Sona began to run away as Serafal began to follow her. Serafal NOOO, abandoned when Issei-chan Sun Tianen. Sona, please don't follow me. As the duo left the area, Cerberus chuckled as he rested his shoulder on Ria's head, much to her annoyance. Cerberus, the Citri family is the most harmonious, don't you think, Ria-tan? Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, Ria-tan, is that a nickname that Riaz has? Riaz sighed. Riaz, brother, please do not put tan to my nickname. This caused Cerberus to sigh in disappointment, though Issei had a feeling that he wasn't really disappointed. Cerberus, how sad. I remember how my little Ria-tan used to follow me around going, one sama, you're so rebellious now. Riaz, don't tell everyone what I used to be when I was a kid. Cerberus chuckled as Issei couldn't help but smile. He could tell that Riaz had a wonderful relationship with her brother. So you're Issei Hyoudou. Issei turned and gazed upon the man who was pretty obviously Riaz's father, but the boy had to say that his appearance wasn't what he was expecting. Riaz's father had the appearance of a middle-aged, handsome-looking man with long crimson-red hair that is tied in a loose ponytail with a black hairband. He had bright blue eyes just like his 2 children and a short and red beard or stubble. Riaz's father, my daughter has told me quite a bit about you. He held his hand out as Issei took it, shaking his hand. The brown-haired didn't feel any hostility from him, though his sheer aura was on a whole other level than Riaz, Cerberus, and Serafal. Issei, it's wonderful to meet you. Zeoticus, my name is Zeoticus Gremory, but if that's too difficult then you may call me Zero. Issei, alright then Zero, it's wonderful to meet you. Zeroticus smiled. Issei seemed like a very kind-hearted young man, and he could see why Riaz has feelings for him. If it wasn't for Issei, then Riaz would have been married off to Riser Fenix, while Zeroticus has nothing against Thr Fenix household because they have been nothing but help throughout the many years. Riser was in a desperate need for an awakening. Sooner or later he would have picked a fight with someone or something and lost dearly. Doing so in front of the entire supernatural world was an added bonus. In fact, Issei sort of reminds the Gremary a little bit of himself when he was younger. Back in those days, he was certainly something special. Zeroticus, he's definitely an interesting young man. Just then, a screen appeared in front of Issei, which caught him off guard, but what he saw on the screen caused his eyes to widen in shock. Warning, error, an error has occurred. Issei, another error. This filled Issei with worry and confusion by what he was seeing. Why was an error happening now, and more importantly, what was the case of the error? Like, last time the error was due to the red gate appearing, but he hasn't gotten a notification that another was gonna happen, so this was due to something else. Was it the system? Was the system deliberately making the error? Why would it do that? What purpose would it serve? Issei knew that this was not a good thing. To make things worse, it was occurring at his school of all places. There were students, teachers, and parents around, so they will see the gate, and that was something that Issei didn't want. To make things even worse for the brown-haired boy, Riaz and her family members were here, so Issei will be exposed. Zeroticus, you alright Issei? You seem nervous. Issei, I am fine. Another screen appeared next to the first one. Warning, gate is appearing. Repeat, gate is appearing. Issei, crap, this is definitely not goo. Issei heard footsteps as his eyes darted around, seeing Riaz peerage coming from the left-hand side while Sona coming from the left, who was still being chased by her older sister. Issei, oh no. At that moment, blue electricity appeared in between Issei and Zeroticus, which gained all the supernatural beings' attention as it formed a blue vortex, creating a shockwave which shook the entire school building and scarring everyone in other parts of the academy. Zerzech, what the hell? Sona was shocked by the gate as Seraphal held her younger sibling close to the Devil King. Seraphal, stay close Sona-chan, your older sister will protect you. Riaz, what is that? Issei stared at the vortex with a serious expression on his face, speaking the words which confused Riaz and the others even more than they currently were. Issei, it's a gate. Just as the boy's words hung in the air, a powerful force gripped everyone present, yanking them into the swirling vortex. The sudden transition was disorienting for the group, especially since only Scathach and Issei had previously experienced traversing through a gate. Issei's face remained stoic, maintaining his composure amidst the chaos. As they emerged from the portal, Issei managed to land gracefully on his feet, his reflexes honed from countless battles. Immediately, he surveyed his surroundings, trying to make sense of their new location. The resounding thuds behind him indicated that the others had also arrived, albeit in a less graceful manner. The cavern they found themselves in bore a striking resemblance to the one where Issei had confronted the colossal giant arachnid. It puzzled him why his mind would instantly recall that particular dungeon, considering the previous gates had always led him to random caves. The familiarity of this environment triggered a sense of foreboding, as if they were about to face another formidable adversary. Issei's sharp eyes darted around, searching for any signs or clues that could shed light on their predicament. The dimly lit cave walls were adorned with intricate glyphs, ancient symbols etched into the stone. The air inside was thick with an otherworldly energy, giving rise to a sense of both trepidation and wonder. Steeling himself, Issei took a deep breath, preparing for whatever challenges lay ahead. Issei, this is just great. I totally wanted this to happen. He shook his head as he turned his head and saw Riaz and the others dusting themselves off, checking their surroundings as Scathach walked over to Issei. Scathach, Issei, is this another gate? This gained the others' attention as they looked at the brown-haired boy. Great, and now he has to explain himself. If he could, Issei would totally beat the ever-loving shit out of the system, or rather whoever created the damn thing. Issei, yeah, even though it isn't a red gate, I don't see the exit, which means we're trapped. Riaz, Issei, what are you talking about? What even is this place? Issei scratched the back of his head. He didn't know what was gonna appear in this dungeon, but he should give the group the rundown. Issei, this is a gate. From what I can feel, it's an A rank 1. Cerberus, A rank, this means there are other ones too. Issei nodded his head. Issei, there's E ranks, D ranks, C ranks, B ranks, A rank, and even S rank, which is the toughest one out there. Sona, and we're in the second toughest. Issei nodded his head, letting out a small sigh as he scratched the back of his head. Issei, yeah, I wasn't planning on this happening, but looks like the system has other plans for me. Asia, system, what system? Issei, well, the system is what saved me from death a while back. Hearing this caused Ria's eyes to widen. His death. He was talking about when he died to the fallen angel which wanted him dead because of his sacred gear. Was the system his sacred gear? No, it couldn't be that because she can't sense one from him. The system was something else. What that was is unknown to her, and from the look of things, not even Issei knows. Sona, Issei, is this system you speak of your sacred gear? Issei shook his head. It definitely wasn't a sacred gear. The system was something more, not in the power sense, more like it was something more mysterious and confusing. Like, even after all this time, he still has absolutely no knowledge on what or Eho made the damn thing. Issei, I don't think so, it's something else. All that I know is that I use it and it uses me. It's made me a player and has been trying to make me stronger. He then turned his attention to the cave that they were standing in. He could clearly sense that the magical energy flowing from it was significantly weaker than previous gates such as the Demon Castle dungeon. Yet, he was getting the same ominous feeling like when he stood by the red gate. But why? Why was he feeling like this? Was it because this was basically the same situation as the red gate? No, this was something else. There was something else about this gate which was setting off red flags within the brown-haired boy's mind. Was he just nervous? Was it because the last time he had someone within the gate, they ended up dying and it was all his fault? Even now, he still hasn't gotten over the fact he could have done something. He could have helped them, protected them instead of letting them die alone. Yet, no matter how many times he tries to get over it, death isn't something one can ignore. Hell, Issei hasn't even gotten over his own by the hands of Rainier. He still feels the phantom pains all throughout his body, specifically where he was pierced by the light spear. Zeroticus, so Issei, what do we have to do? Issei snapped out of his thoughts. Unknowingly, he had placed a hand on the spot he was pierced. Hearing those words, it was enough for Issei to take this very serious because he won't make the same mistake twice. He already failed once shall be the only time he fails. Issei cleared his throat, turning to the others while crossing his arms. Issei, alright, listen up, cause I'm only gonna say this once. Sona was surprised by how serious Issei sounded. She had never seen him act like this before. These dungeons must be dangerous if he's talking like that. Kynes reminded the Citri girl a little of herself. Issei, to leave the gate, we need to defeat the boss. Once we do that, then we will be able to return back to our world. Many nodded in understanding. This was basically like a video game level, except if you die, then you die for real. Like that one anime, Sword Art Online they believe it was called. Those like Zeroticus, Cerberus, and Sona were always so busy so they never got the chance to watch it. However, the rest knew that this situation was basically like that. Ignoring their predicament, Sona couldn't help but imagine what Issei would be like if he was either a part of the student council or a student more dedicated to his studies. A blush began to grow on Sona's face as steam began to pour from her ears. That would be exactly what it would be like. Except, Issei would be trying to charm her whenever he got the chance. Scathach, so what's in this one? Something better than ice elves? Issei, that's the thing, I have no idea what could be lurking in the shadows. Your guess is as good as mine. Chisato, who was listening, looked over at the darkness ahead of them and narrowed her eyes. Chisato, well, I don't think we gotta wait for long, we got company. As soon as Chisato said that, everyone perked up as they saw Issei immediately get into a battle stance with his two daggers out. Scathach, who had more combat experience than him, was shocked by how quick he was to get into stance. He didn't even hesitate, just like back in the Red Gate. Issei, everyone get ready. Those like Kiba, Zenovia, and Scathach brought out their weapons as the others prepared their magic, or in Asia's case, her fist. As they did, several creatures leaped from the darkness and charged toward the group with immense speed. However, Issei's eyes soon widened when he saw what they were. Issei, wait, those are Issei dungeon jackals. He quickly shook the shock off as he charged forward, using his daggers to slice through several of the jackals, which caused blood to splatter across the ground. He then leaped into the air, causing one of the jackals to look up at the brown-haired boy who threw his weapon at the creature's face. The supernatural beings were stunned by Issei's performance. He was killing the monsters quickly and without a second thought. Those who attended Kuoh and knew what Issei used to be couldn't even see a drop of the old perverted boy in him anymore. They were handling themselves against the so-called dungeon jackals. For the devils, they had to say that these monsters were equal to a low or medium-ranked devil, which wasn't really impressive. Scathach twirled her staff and was about to strike another jackal, but she was interrupted by Issei tackling it and stabbing it. Scathach, hey. Issei looked at Scathach, winking at her before disappearing, which shocked her. She immediately looked at the others and saw numerous versions of Issei, all killing the dungeon jackals in an instant before vanishing before their eyes. They turned to the only one left, who was walking over to them, chuckling as he looked at the ring on his finger. Issei, man, it's fun to use this thing again. Been a while, actually. Sona, Issei, what was that? Issei, thighs were my illusions, something this little ring grants me. Everyone looked at the ring, feeling a powerful godly power coming from it. Chisato and Scathach knew what it was. That was the ring of Loki, which was a rare treasure. The Norse god made it himself, surprisingly. Not sure why he would, since he was literally a god, but since it was Loki. Probably for shits and giggles. Xeroticus, were these the monsters you spoke of, Issei? Kaneko kneeled down and poked at the dead jackal before her, giving absolutely no shit whatsoever. Kaneko, kinda weak. Issei shook his head as he looked at the dungeon jackals with a serious expression on his face. Issei, no, these aren't the ones. They aren't even meant to be here. This caused many to raise their eyebrows in confusion, not sure what he meant. Cerberus, what do you mean? Serafal, yeah, how are these not the monsters? Issei sighed. Issei, this is a A-rank dungeon. These dungeon jackals are from a C-rank monsters. Since they're too weak, they all have been hunted down ages ago. Sona looked at the deceased monster, examining its body from back to front, and when she got to the neck, her eyes widened from what she saw. Sona, a trace of a leash. She looked at Issei. Sona, Issei, the neck. Issei, huh? He looked at one of the jackal's necks and saw the same thing Sona did. He looked at the rest and they all had the same marks. A trace of a leash. This filled Issei with worry. These jackals weren't the main monsters. They were hunting dogs, ones trained and raised by something else. Issei, someone's using these as hunting dog. This shocked the group. Scathach thought it was weird that they were the only thing that showed up, and Issei said they were only C-rank monsters. But THSD means that whatever trained them was on the same level of intelligence like a human, reminding Scathach of those ice elves she fought back in the Red Gate. Riaz, what do we do, Issei? Has this even happened before? Issei, no, it hasn't. The ice elves that Scathach and I fought a while back didn't work with any of the other monsters. Whatever is in this dungeon is more cunning. Suddenly, everyone heard a low growl coming from the darkness, followed by numerous footsteps. They turned their heads as they were greeted by what Issei could clearly guess let the dungeon jackals loose. Serafal, what are those things? Issei, hi orcs. Issei's gaze moved to the side as a screen appeared before him, showing his stats. Name, Issei Hyoudou. Job, Shadow Monarch. Title, Conqueror of Adversity, +1. Level 84. Health points, HP, 34,000/34,000. Magic MP, 3,500/3,650. Fatigue, 7. Strength/SDR, 122 +45. Vitality/Vit, 94 +25. Agility/Agile, 94 +45. Intelligence/Int, 99 +50. Sense, 94 +25. Available points, 0. Physical damage reduction, 71% +20. Issei, at my current level, I can easily defeat these things. Issei may have used a bit of his MP, but he still had plenty to summon his shadows if he had to resort to that. But he wasn't sure how the others will fare against these monsters. These were 10 if not hundreds of times stronger than what they fought before. These were high orcs, the strongest among the orc species, which is why their skin was red instead of green, and each marking on their body represents a kill that they have collected over the years. From what Issei could see, there were around 20 high orcs, and depending on how strong they were, this could take around 5 minutes at most to kill them. Well, at least there was an upside to all of this, and that was that Issei didn't have to deal with open house anymore. Scathach, so Issei, what's the plan with these ones? A small smirk grew on Issei's face as he prepared his weapons, his eyes glowing purple. Issei, simple, hunt them. One of the high orcs let out a battle cry as it picked up its weapon, which was a spear or a halberd, and threw it at Issei. As he saw it approached him, it was soon deflected thanks to Serafal, who put up a magic shield. Issei quickly looked back at the magic girl, who smiled at Issei. Serafal, not to worry, Issei Hyoudou. Magic girl Serafal and her lovely sister, Sona-chan, will take care of this. Sona groaned in frustration while Issei chuckled as they turned their attention back to the approaching monsters, who were charging towards them with their weapons drawn. One of the monsters managed to leap over Serafal's magic shield and was about to strike Issei with its axe. However, Kaneko swiftly intervened, tackling the creature to the ground. Kaneko's eyes narrowed in anger at the monster's audacity to harm her beloved Issei-senpai. She refused to allow such an action against him and began relentlessly punching the creature in the face. The force of her blows caused the orc's teeth to shatter, and it cried out in pain, coughing up blood. Kaneko had not held a high opinion of Issei Hyoudou in the past, considering him nothing more than a pervert obsessed with women's breasts. But now, he had shown little redeeming qualities until his transformation, which left her confused and slightly intimidated by his sudden surge in strength, speed, and newfound skills. However, as time passed, Kaneko started to see Issei as a loyal comrade and friend, someone she could rely on and trust in times of need. Perhaps, just maybe, they could be more than just friends. But one thing was certain, she would never allow anyone to harm him as long as she was around, and she knew that the other girls felt the same way. Meanwhile, Kiba and Zenovia engaged in combat with 2 high orcs wielding swords. Despite their advantage in speed as knights, they could feel the sheer strength of the high orcs emanating through their blades, making the clash intense and challenging. Kiba, such raw strength. Zenovia, so this is what Issei faces on a daily basis. As for the rest of the group, Chisato made the strategic decision to adopt a defensive stance while her companions unleashed a barrage of powerful magical attacks on the high orcs. The destructive power possessed by the Gremmery family proved to be invaluable in this battle. However, they had to exercise caution to avoid inadvertently harming their allies amidst the chaos. Among the high orcs, there was one particularly imposing figure who stood out due to its sheer size. This behemoth of an orc retrieved a massive chained mace from its side and started twirling it with great force. With each rotation, the mace collided with the ground and walls, producing resonating thuds that reverberated throughout the area. High Orc ROOARRR, translation, someone give me a real fight. As it swung its weapon, it was quickly grabbed and pulled, which made the orc turn and saw Issei holding it tightly with his hands. A smirk grew on the boy's face as his eyes were glowing with purple energy, sending a shiver down the monster's spine. Issei, you want to fight? You got one. Scathach charged forward with determined momentum, wielding her weapon skillfully as she swiftly sliced the towering orc's arm. The strike elicited a pained grunt from the creature. Meanwhile, Issei exerted all his strength, forcefully yanking the high orc's arm off, prompting it to let out a deafening roar of agony. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Scathach swiftly maneuvered and swiftly severed the monster's right leg, causing it to lose balance and topple backward. With the high orc sprawled on its back, the purple-haired teacher poised her weapon for a decisive blow to end the creature's life. However, her intentions were interrupted by Issei, who gripped the spiked ball tightly in his arms. He proceeded to mercilessly pummel the high orc's face with the spiked ball, delivering a series of devastating blows. As the monster lost its life, Scathach turned her attention to Issei and gave him an annoyed pout. Scathach, he was mine. Issei merely chuckled in amusement and shrugged his shoulders at her. It wasn't his fault that she took too long to kill it, like this wasn't an anime or something, so there was no need to wait for your opponent to do anything. Issei should have killed him faster. Scathach glared at Issei, who only laughed. He tossed the now blood-covered spiked ball to the side and summoned one of his daggers. Issei, come on, there's still work to do. Scathach let out a small sigh as she and Issei noticed 2 high orcs charging at them. The duo eyed each other and nodded their heads as they ran at them. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Issei Hyoudou lay on the hospital bed, unmoving and unchanged as she had been for quite some time now. The room enveloped in silence and appeared desolate, with only the brown-haired woman occupying it, or so it seemed. Standing beside the bed was a mysterious man who had been clandestinely observing from the sidelines. He was none other than Mickey's husband and the father of Issei Hyoudou. His gentle gaze fixated upon his wife's face, which exuded a serene and timeless beauty reminiscent of the day they first met. With utmost tenderness, he slowly extended his hand towards her face, delicately caressing her smooth and velvety skin while closing his eyes. In that moment, a vivid image of a younger Mickey, her hair gracefully dancing in the wind and a radiant smile adorning her face, manifested within his mind. It was the day they crossed paths a decade ago, when he had recently arrived in the town of Kuoh, compelled by certain circumstances. Mickey became his first friend upon joining the school, and from the instant they connected, he sensed an indescribable bond. That experience etched itself into the recesses of his mind, an unforgettable memory that would endure through time. A soft sigh escaped his lips, accompanied by a solitary teardrop that descended, ultimately finding its resting place on Mickey's countenance. Unaffected by this display of emotion, the man gently wiped away the tear, preserving the tranquility that adorned her beautiful face. "Man, I'm sorry for everything I have done and shall do." "Why you do have emotions?" The man didn't bother turning around. He knew exactly who was behind him, and he let out a small sigh. "Man, why are you here, Wukong?" Sun Wukong, who was in his human form, leaned up against the wall and crossed his arms. The tension in the air grew thin as the Wukong stared at the man with a serious expression on his face. "Sun Wukong, I could ask you the same thing." "Man, you're the omniscient one, you should know the answer to that." Wukong sighed. He may be omniscient, but the thing is, the Monkey King doesn't really use it, which shouldn't be possible. It isn't an ability he can just turn off, but then again, he was Sun Wukong and he didn't give a absolute flying fuck. "Sun Wukong, just tell me already. Man, is it wrong for a husband to see his wife, especially when she is in this state?" "Sun Wukong, then why don't you heal her? You have the power to do it." The man fell silent from the great sage's words. He could do it actually, and that wasn't a lie. He could use his power to heal his wife, to bring her out of this coma. However, there is a huge difference between considering doing something and actually doing it. He won't do it. He won't heal his wife. Many will see it as stupid or selfish, but there is a reason why he won't do it. "Man's no." "Sun Wukong, why not?" Hearing that question caused the man to let out a chuckle as he looked at the Monkey King, a small smile on his face. "Man, similar to why you haven't done it yet." Wukong fell silent. Like the man in front of him, he also has the power to bring Mickey out of her coma. In fact, he could have fixed her before she even showed symptoms of whatever has happened to her with a simple blink of his eyes. But he hasn't done that because it wasn't his place to do such a thing. It would be unfair for Issei. After meeting the brown-haired boy and challenging him, he saw potential within him. A spark that wanted to burst free and shined brightly with a might strength that could rival even the strongest beings in the universe. After seeing what his mother and him have been through, it deeply wounded his heart, but Issei never gave up hope. He was determined to do things to help her. Like today, he's determined to collect the purified blood of the Demon King and make that holy water of life. He could have called for Wukong. He would have helped immediately, but he didn't do it. Issei wants to do it by himself. If Sun Wukong fixed his mother after Issei went through so much to do the same thing, then it would disappoint him. However, "Sun Wukong, I take it that you have another reason." The man nodded his head. "Man, when she wakes up, I want the face of her savior be Issei, not me. I do not deserve to save her. That honor goes to my son." Back with Issei. "You leveled up." Issei, "Oh, I've gone up by a level." He stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying the aftermath of the intense battle. Surrounding him were the lifeless bodies of the 20 high orcs that had mercilessly attacked him and his companions. Each orc had met their demise in a unique manner, their final moments marked by savage dismemberment, brutal facial deformities, impalement by a towering ice spike, drowning within a sphere of water, or utter annihilation through the power of destruction, among other grisly fates. Taking a well-deserved respite, the supernatural beings that fought alongside Issei rested a few feet away. The exertion of their formidable abilities had left them visibly fatigued and likely famished. Issei couldn't blame them. He too felt the weight of exhaustion pressing upon him. Fortunately, he possessed a means to replenish his energy through the use of potions procured from the nearby shop. Akino, those high orcs were certainly tough. Riaz agreed. Not many beings can resist my family's power of destruction ability. She turned her attention to her older brother. Riaz, how strong you think those things were? Cerberus definitely is strong or stronger than a high-ranking devil. Issei listened in to the group's conversation, but only for a little bit, as soon toned them out and began to go through his own thoughts. This was certainly not the end of this dungeon. Those high orcs they eliminated were probably a hunting party. If there is an entire tribe of them, then things are gonna be ugly like that Warcraft movie. Speaking of that movie, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't really good either. But he will admit this, the chief of the Frost Wolf clan was definitely the goat in that whole movie. As Issei continued to mind his own thoughts, he soon noticed several screens appeared in front of him, which didn't surprise him, but that soon changed when he saw what was on them. Urgent message, warning, 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 warning. Issei would know. Suddenly, Issei and the others felt a wave of immense pressure wash over their bodies, which caused their eyes to widen. Sweat began to run down their foreheads as Issei looked and saw that even those like Cerberus, Seraphol, Scathach, Chisato, and Xeroticus were affected by whatever it was. Riaz, what the hell was that? Aquino, I don't know. Riaz. Sona looked over at Issei, fear and concern clear as day in her eyes. Sona, Issei, what's going on? Issei, I don't know, but I think it has something to do with the boss. Suddenly, the group heard footsteps as they turned, and their eyes widened in shock as a couple of feet from there were a group of high orcs. However, there was a difference between this group and the one that they had just slaughtered a few minutes ago. For starters, there was a total of 50 of them, and each looked more dangerous than the last. They also appeared to be accompanied by some sort of red aura which made their eyes shine the color, maybe an enhancement from the boss of the dungeon. One of the high orcs, a little bit taller than Cerberus and had messy black hair, stepped forward and growled at the group, which made Issei's eyes narrow. The boy was ready to summon his shadow soldiers if the mobster tried to do anything hostile toward them, which it sort of did by roaring at them, or rather, trying to talk. But the thing is, Issei couldn't understand it, which surprised him because he was able to understand the ice elves back in the Red Gate. Maybe the high orcs were so different to regular ones that they developed a language that no one knows about. But then the orc's eyes rolled back as its neck began to move, very weirdly, as Issei and the others could hear the gruesome sound of bones cracking. High orc humans. Issei blinked in surprise. Did it just talk? High orc humans, I am Kargalan. I wish to meet with you, humans. Kargalan. Was THSD the name of the boss? It had to be, because that sounded way too important. Plus, he said he wanted to meet with them, and if it was actually the one in front of them who was Kargalan, then that sentence wouldn't make any sense. Seraphol, did that orc just speak? Asia, it must be magic. Sona narrowed her eyes. Sona, it is. That orc is merely a puppet. The boss is speaking through it. Issei, Kargalan. The possessed orc turned its head toward Issei. Eho was giving it a serious expression. Issei, if you're capable of this, I guess you know magic. High orc, yes, I am the prideful orc, great sorcerer. My magic is unrivaled. Well, that was all that Issei needed to hear, and now it was clear who the boss of the dungeon was. At first, Issei was a little skeptical because a sorcerer normally isn't a leader, and that's reserved for a lord or king. Looks like he was wrong. Issei, I guess you're not gonna give us much of a choice, are you? High orc, yes, either die by my men or follow my men. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, fine, we'll follow your men. Gasps filled the area as Issei's friend and allies were shocked by the boy's decision. Scathach understood why he decided to no-go against Kargalan's offer. Two reasons actually. The first was that even if they do manage to kill the 50 orcs in front of them, they have absolutely no idea if there are many more. The second reason, and the one that Issei most likely choose. He wanted to see what the boss looked like before he killed it. High orc, follow us, humans. With that, the high orcs turned and began to walk off as Issei and his group followed closely behind them. Riaz, Issei, are you insane? Issei, no, I haven't gone insane yet. Riaz, not what I meant. Why did you agree to the boss's terms? Issei looked back at Riaz as a confident smirk grew on his face, a smirk which made the crimson-red girl blush a little. Issei, you'll find out soon, Riatan. Riz blushed more as Issei chuckled and kept following the high orcs for around a solid 5 minutes, but before long they arrived at their destination. The boss room, and it was sort of what Issei expected. The boss room appeared to resemble a medieval throne room, similar to the one that Igris resided within, but the difference between the two was that this one was 10 times bigger, and if Issei's math was correct, there was easily over 1,000 or more high orcs. Their roars of rage and calls of bloodlust filled the air, echoing throughout the air as Issei kept walking toward a staircase. At the top were 5 high orcs. 4 of them appeared to be warriors who were bigger and looked more powerful than the other ones. Sitting on the throne was none other than Kargalan, the orc shaman and the boss monster of the A-rank dungeon. He had bright red skin, glowing red eyes, and gray hair. Unlike the rest of his kind, however, he had an array of neon teal tattoos covering his face, hands, and wrists, and wore a tattered brown hooded cloak, a grayish-white face mask that only exposed his eyes and lower jaw, a necklace made of human skulls, and red armored shoulder guards. Issei, yep, that just screams boss monster. Kargalan, humans, welcome. Scathach and Issei analyzed the situation they all were in. The boss looked powerful and possibly has more abilities than merely controlling ones of its minions. Plus, the 4 guards didn't look like pushover either. There was no doubt about it, if these monsters got out of the gate, then all of Kuoh would be reduced to nothing but rubble. Kargalan, do you fear me? Issei watched as Kargalan's tattoos began glowing as his eyes shined red. Kargalan, humans. When he said this, another wave of pressure washed over the whole group as everyone felt like that they had just had numerous holes blown through their bodies. Sweat ran down their faces as even Chisato, who was a goddess, started to feel a little afraid, though Issei didn't feel what they did and was confused. Not because he didn't feel what the others did, but why is he calling them humans? Does he not know that they are supernatural beings, kinds like him and the high orcs? Scathach, why did you bring us here? Your warriors would have been enough, so why? Kargalan smirked. Kargalan, for entertainment. Scathach, huh? Kargalan, during our remaining time here, we'll kill you one by one for my men's entertainment. Thr high orcs rose their weapons into the air as they let out their battle cries. They hunkered for death. They wanted to see their orit bleed. Kargalan, however, there seems to be an odd one among you humans. Issei narrowed his eyes as Scathach summoned her weapon. Issei tried to stop her, but she charged toward the boss monster with immense speed as she leaped into the air. Her eyes were filled with anger as she went to bring down her weapon upon Kargalan. She was gonna end this nonsense and set everyone free. Scathach, die. However, Kargalan smirked at this foolish attempt on his life. Kargalan, hymn of protection. Scathach's eyes soon widened as she saw a blue shield appeared in front of the monster. The shield blocked her attack and caused her to back off. Kargalan, foolish human. He held one of his hands out as it glowed with a red aura, the same aura soon covering Scathach as she was flung into the air. Kargalan, gravitation magic. Scathach gritted her teeth as she glared at Kargalan, who smirked. He brought his hand down as Scathach was slammed into the stone floor. She called out in pain as Kargalan brought her up into the air once again, only to slam her back down upon the ground. The purple-haired woman's screams of agony filled the room, much to the excitement of the high orcs who began cheering for their leader in their native tongue. They were enjoying the show, much to the horror and anger of the supernatural beings, especially Issei. Kargalan was gonna do it again for a 3rd time, but before he could, Issei grabbed Scathach, much to the surprise of the orc sorcerer, and gently set the woman down on the ground. Issei, Scathach. Scathach was covered head to toe in cuts, bruises, and marks. Blood dripped down from her forehead as tears filled her eyes. Issei's hair covered his eyes as Kargalan watched with interest. The leader gestured to one of his 4 guards who smirked and leaped down from the top. Scathach noticed it and her eyes widened. Issei, don't worry. Issei held his hand out as he used Dominator's touch, grabbing the high orc and holding it in place, which surprised it. This didn't last long as with one swift motion, Issei launched the monster into the air as it crashed into the roof and splattered it with its blood. Issei, I'll kill them all. Scathach couldn't help but smile at the brown-haired boy's words as Issei stood up, slowly turning to Kargalan as his eyes glowed purple. Kargalan, you have quite a talent for a mere human, but how long will you last against all of us? Issei, I've never felt such a powerful energy before. This isn't a good matchup. Kargalan grew an amused grin, yet one full of malicious intent. Riaz and the others looked at Issei as they saw that something was spreading across the ground. It looked like his shadow was growing. Kargalan, isn't that obvious? Issei smirked. Issei, for you I mean come forth, my shadows. Numerous hands and claws emerged from the shadow of the brown-haired boy, captivating Kargalan, Riaz, her peerage, and Sona, as they witnessed the astonishing sight of Issei summoning minions from his own shadow for combat. With a confident smirk, Iron forcefully plunged his axe into the ground, causing the stone floor to crack. Igris approached and stood beside Issei, while Greed and Tank joined their fellow brothers. Tank growled menacingly at the high orcs, intensifying the thrill of the moment. However, the excitement didn't end there, as Issei's shadow continued to expand, mesmerizing everyone with a mix of shock and awe. To their astonishment, a colossal claw emerged from the depths, gripping a nearby pillar. D-Drake materialized from the shadows, releasing a thunderous roar that shook the entire boss room, simulating the tremors of an earthquake. The mere presence of the shadow dragon instilled both fear and admiration in all those present, especially those who recognized D-Drake from the past. It was a stark reminder of who he had been all those years ago. Zerzech's father is that. Zeroticus, yes my son, it's him. It's D-Drake Wygok, the Welsh dragon of domination. D-Drake lowered his head, bowing to Issei. D-Drake, my liege, what are your orders? Issei, wait for my orders. Kargalan was still shocked, but he tried his best to play it cool. Kargalan, trying to pick a fight with my warriors when you have so little soldiers, even with that beast. Issei smirked. Issei, if you look down upon us too much, it will be disastrous. Skill domain of the monarch activated. At that moment, a massive black circle appeared on the ground as Issei's shadow soldiers began to change color from blue to a dark purple. This brought a pleased smile to Issei's face. This was his first time using the skill, and he's gotta say, he was loving it already. Shadow soldiers fighting above the Carter's shadow will have their stats increased by 50%. Issei, 50% increase doesn't sound impressive, but on powerhouse like D-Drake. Issei grew a smirk. Issei, this is gonna be one hell of an overkill. Riaz and her peerage stared at Issei with shocked expressions. They knew the boy the longest, and they had no idea that he was capable of such a thing. The sheer aura coming off him was something else entirely. It was like he was a complete other being. It reminded them of the time he killed Cockail, well, to be specific, whoever took over his body at the time. Either way, they didn't know that he had an army of shadow monsters stashed away in his shadow. Riaz questioned why he didn't use them against Riser and Cockail. Was he afraid of revealing his secrets to them? If that was the case, then the crimson red-haired girl fully understood. But still, the fact that he had such a powerful ability hidden away. She was actually glad that they were allies and friends. If they weren't, then she doubts that they could defeat him, even with the three factions working together under a single goal. Riaz wowed to think he has this power. Aquino, it's breathtaking. Riaz nodded her head as Chisato and Asia were healing Scathach with magic. The purple-haired woman had a small smile on her face. A part of her was glad that she got fucked up. Now she gets to see Issei and his soldiers tear Kargalan and his high orcs a new one. Speaking of which, Kargalan growled as he grabbed the armrest of his throne very tightly. Kargalan, what are you all doing? Destroy him already. The high orcs roared ferociously as they charged towards Issei and his loyal shadows. With a simple snap of his fingers, Issei signaled his shadows into action, and they immediately sprang into motion, following their liege's command. Greed clenched his fists together as his eye emitted a glowing aura. A high orc swung its sword at him, but Greed effortlessly caught it with one hand. The monstrous creature struggled to break free, but Greed remained unmoved, not even flinching. Gradually he increased the pressure on the blade, causing visible cracks to form along its surface. The high orc's sword shattered like fragile glass, leaving the creature in a state of shock. Issei's shadows reacted swiftly, seizing the high orc by its face and crushing it with a vice-like grip. Blood splattered across the shadow's hand as it swiftly disposed of the lifeless body, hurling it towards a group of approaching high orcs. While most of them were caught off guard, one managed to evade the flying corpse. Seizing the opportunity, it lunged at Greed, attempting to strike him with a punch. However, the shadow effortlessly evaded the attack and retaliated with a devastating punch of its own, creating a gaping hole in the monster's chest. Undeterred by their fallen comrade, another high orc recklessly charged at Greed. With lightning-quick reflexes, Greed seized the charging creature and hurled it towards his brother, Iron. Iron swiftly swung his battle axe, cleaving the high orc's head with a powerful blow. As he withdrew his weapon, he turned his gaze towards a couple of high orcs, a mischievous smirk forming on his face. Iron has used skill taunt. Iron let out a roar-like scream as he expected his skill to work on the foolish orcs, but that didn't seem to be the case. The enemy's stat was too high, the taunt has failed. This agitated Iron, his eye twitching in annoyance. He tightly gripped his battle axe with both hands, and in a swift and fluid motion, he unleashed a devastating onslaught upon the monsters. With each swing, he cleaved through their bodies, slicing them in half and leaving their lifeless forms scattered across the ground. Amidst the chaos, another high orc leaped into the air, brandishing its weapon as it aimed to strike Iron from above. However, greed swiftly intervened, tackling the high orc to the ground. With a powerful punch, he delivered a blow directly to the creature's face, exerting enough force to flatten it like a pancake. Iron blinked, momentarily surprised by his brother's timely assistance. Greed returned his gaze to his brother, who offered a thumbs up and a smile, causing Greed to sweat drop, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident on his face. Meanwhile, Igris found himself engaged in a fierce battle against several high orcs. The former blood-red commander stood tall, his eyes closed in a display of serene focus. As the orcs attacked, attempting to strike him with their weapons, Igris effortlessly evaded their every move. Each of his fluid dodges showcased his honed skills and unwavering determination to make his liege proud. Since joining his liege's army of undead and unlocking his haki, Igris had tirelessly trained in secret, constantly striving to improve himself and become stronger. Flashback. Weak. He was weak. So weak. It was currently nighttime in Kuoh as Igris was in the backyard of the Hyoudou residence, swinging his sword around as he was training to become stronger. He had strength when he was alive. He gave his liege a difficult time, but now that no longer matters. He needed to become stronger. So many times he could have done something to help his master, but he didn't. He could have came out of his liege's shadow whenever he desired, yet he didn't do it. He could have revealed himself during the battle with Cockail or against Sun Wukong. He didn't care if one was an all-powerful god, he would have done it, yet he didn't because he was weak. He continued to swing his sword around as Igris needed to become stronger, much stronger. He can't be weak. Swing. He won't be weak. Swing. He already lost one master. Swing. He won't lose another one. Swing. Weaker. Swing. Weaker. Swing. Weaker. Swing. Weaker. Swing. Weaker. So weak. In rage, Igris swung his sword and slashed a nearby tree in half, which made it fall onto the grassy ground. If shadows were capable of being exhausted, then Igris would be sweating and panting very heavily right now, but this break of his wouldn't last for long. Training hard, Igris. Igris perked up at the sudden voice and turned to see the head of his general, D-Drake. The former blood-red commander immediately got on his knees and bowed to the shadow dragon, showing respect to the one who was ranked above him. D-Drake was truly something special. Igris is proud to work under a powerful general such as him. Plus, he is the only soldier in his liege's army who has the ability to speak directly to the liege. Igris also owes D-Drake for protecting the liege from the Monkey King's attack. If he didn't, then it would have been the end for them all. D-Drake, rise, Igris. Igris rose to his feet as D-Drake looked over at the chopped tree. D-Drake, you're trying to prove yourself, are you? Igris nodded his head. D-Drake, I see you must think that you're worthless. You were usable to assist our liege's battles against Wukong and Cockail. Once again, Igris nodded to his general's words because it was all true. There was no point in lying about something that's the truth. D-Drake, Igris, let me give you a piece of advice. This gained the former blood-red commander's attention as he titled his head with interest and confusion, much to D-Drake's amusement. The shadow dragon grew a small smile as his gaze moved up to the second floor of Thr Hyoudou household, specifically Issei's bedroom. D-Drake, Issei doesn't think that you're weak. You are the one that gave him the most difficult. He looked back at the Shadow Knight, who remained where he stood. D-Drake, if you want to make our liege proud, then remember this. Don't train and overwork yourself like this. Prove your strength to him by killing his enemies and become what you are destined to be. Igris stared at D-Drake in absolute silence, his eyes widen in shock. If he still had a heart, it would be beating very quickly right about now. D-Drake was correct. Igris should have done what he has always should have been doing. The thing that he did before he met Issei Hyoudou, protect the throne and the one who sits atop that throne. When he was alive, he was known as the Blood-Red Commander, but now he is no longer that version of himself. He was much, much more. He was... Flashback end. Igris gradually opened his eyes, his gaze filled with unwavering seriousness. He tightly gripped his greatsword, its blade enveloped in a swirling aura of vibrant purple sparks. The high orcs felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the night, a foreboding presence that sent shivers down their spines. Yet before they could even react, Igris unleashed a torrent of destruction upon them, cutting through their ranks as if they were mere scraps of paper. The ground became drenched in blood, scattered limbs serving as gruesome reminders of Igris's devastating prowess. The air resonated with the cries of agony and pain, the pitiful sounds of the monstrous creatures desperately seeking a sliver of mercy from Igris. But mercy was not within his grasp. He was acutely aware of his own nature, of the path his destiny had led him down. He had embraced his true purpose and would not waver in fulfilling it. No longer would he be known as Igris, the blood-red commander, or the knight who protected the empty throne. He was now Igris the Death Knight. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 16 Display of Power. Third-person POV. Issei wasn't sure how to feel about the current situation. It was already bad enough that a dungeon had opened up and dragged him back into it. He couldn't comprehend how or why it happened this time, considering he hadn't even received a key. The last time he was dragged into a dungeon, apart from the Red Gate incident, was when he faced off against that fallen angel with the fedora. Lately, that event had been weighing heavily on Issei's mind. The fact that he hadn't seen or heard anything from the other fallen angels, particularly Yuma, troubled him. It didn't matter to him if they were dead or alive, they had tried to kill him. However, he couldn't help but wonder if they were still around or if some higher power had influenced their disappearance. Uncertainty plagued him, and although he couldn't recall if he had mentioned it before, he had recently developed the sensation of being watched from afar. Issei knew he should be worried, but strangely, he wasn't. This lack of fear confused him. How could he not be panicking about someone stalking him? If it turned out to be Yuma, things would undoubtedly become unpleasant. However, Issei had not sensed any hostile intentions or malevolent aura, aside from the ones emanating from the High Orcs who were currently his enemies. Of course, the High Orcs were monsters, and their inherent hatred for humans was well known. Now, Issei couldn't help but muse about what an alternate universe would be like if monsters were not the hostile ones and could coexist peacefully with humans. In such a world, Riaz and her people, along with angels, fallen angels, and other supernatural beings, could emerge from hiding. But such thoughts would have to wait for another time. For now, Issei needed to focus on the immediate situation before him. The High Orcs were proving to be formidable opponents for the lesser shadows in his army. While individuals like Tank, Greed, Iron, Igris, and D-Drake had no trouble dealing with the orcs, the others struggled. Several of his shadows were only at the level of a B-rank dungeon, and yet they were facing the challenges of what was supposedly an A-rank dungeon. Consequently, the orcs were mercilessly slaughtering his lesser shadows, armed with their weapons. Gritting his teeth, Issei watched in frustration as more of his weakened shadows were utterly demolished by the High Orc warriors. Issei, damn it, this isn't good. They've already been restored a few times just trying to kill one. Issei could send D-Drake. The dragon can easily destroy all of these enemies with no difficulty. However, so far the High Orc Shaman, or whatever his name is, hasn't moved from his chair, and that is what concerns him. Maybe it was due to how far he wad from him, but he couldn't get a read on his emotions. Does he not feel concerned about this? He could lose all of his warriors, or does he have something planned, something that could wipe out all of Issei's shadows in one fell swoop? He can't risk it. He'll keep D-Drake in the back defending for now. If things comes to shove, then he'll order the Shadow Dragon to destroy everything in this room. It will be a shame if he had to. Issei wondered what a Shadow High Orc would look like. It could be a worthy soldier for his ever-growing army. Issei, if I keep this up, I'll run out of mana before getting to the Bis monster. Since they outnumber my soldiers by 3 times, I gotta cut those numbers down. Kargaland, Hymn of the Fire Dragon. Issei perked up as a massive explosion appeared not too far from him, causing the boy to get knocked back by the shockwave from the resulting explosion. Luckily, those like Kiba and Kaneko managed to catch him as Asia quickly rushed over to see if he was all right. Asia, Issei, are you all right? Issei, I'm fine. He quickly turned his attention up to D-Drake, who had narrowed his eyes. Issei, D-Drake, what was that? Was that from Kargalan? D-Drake, it was indeed, my liege. He used a powerful spell to mimic the destructive power of a dragon's fire breath. It's already taken out almost a majority of your soldiers. Issei gritted his teeth as he turned his head to the boss monster. There he was sitting on his throne with one of his hands out a little, and above him was a massive crimson-red dragon head which looked like a lesser version of D-Drake, except if you change the color. That is what Issei was afraid of. He had a feeling that he would pull something out like that, and now Issei has to use a lot of mana to bring those shadow soldiers back. He can't keep this up forever, especially since it's clear that Kargalan can just wipe out everything he has with that attack. But would D-Drake survive the attack? He isn't his old self anymore, so he's not really that much durable. With the right attack, anyone could take a chunk out of the dragon. If they manage to survive him first, that is. However, it's clear that Kargalan needs to be taken out first. Kargalan let out a malicious chuckle. Kargalan, why are you acting so arrogant with useless puppets like those? Issei, you're the one acting arrogant. As long as I have mana, my shadows will keep regenerating. The shadow soldiers who were destroyed by Kargalan's attack began to rise back up, putting themselves back together, although the High Orcs leader didn't seem worried by this. Kargalan, even if they can regenerate, you'll be consuming your mana. Issei gritted his teeth as the High Orcs began to decimate his shadow soldiers, no matter how many times he brought them back. Kargalan, you'll run out of mana long before you finish off my warriors. Issei, you'll be dead before then, D-Drake. The shadow dragon roared as he reared his head back and unleashed a powerful beam of purple flames at Kargalan, who merely raised one of his hands. Kargalan, hymn of protection. Suddenly, a shield appeared all around Kargalan which blocked D-Drake's breath attack. However, this didn't truly mean he blocked it, because the shield did have many cracks along its shape and it was more obvious where the purple flames struck. Kargalan, hee, it's pointless. The longer you spend waiting your time on me, the faster you'll lose your soldiers. Issei narrowed his eyes, a purple hue shining from them both. Issei, I still have strong soldiers on my side. You don't have to worry about me running out of mana. Kargalan growled but soon smirked. Kargalan, then I shall destroy you all at once. He raised his hand as it glowed with an orange hue. Kargalan, hymn of blazing fire. Suddenly, several explosions appeared throughout the area which annoyed Issei. As much as he hated to admit it, Kargalan was definitely strong. He was probably stronger than both Vulcan and Metis from the Demon Castle dungeon. Vulcan was very fast, so fast that Issei could just blink and he was in front of him. The only reason he managed to take him out was because D-Drake one-shot the demon and destroyed half the bloody city. Metis was strong too. He was able to control thousands upon thousands of undead soldiers, but they had very weak defense. Kargalan was different. He had outstanding defense which can tank D-Drake's breath attack, and he has powerful spells which can level a field in seconds. He is also in command of hundreds of High Orcs too, definitely a difficult situation for Issei to be in. However, if he managed to get through things like the Job Change quest, the Red Gate, and the Demon Castle quest, then he could definitely take this High Orc down. Wait, this place isn't like THR Job Change quest, which means, oh, Issei had a plan and he is 100% sure that this plan will work. Issei grew a small smirk. Issei inventory. A screen appeared next to Issei, showing his inventory as he reached into it. Issei, I can replenish my mana. He took out a blue potion, a mana-replenishing one, and smirked as he looked at Kargalan, who had a curious expression on his face despite wearing a mask. Issei, since I don't want to fill my stomach with potions, I'll end you right here. Issei took off the top off the potion and began to drink the liquid inside. The others like Sona and Riaz watched as they wondered what Issei's plan was. Skathech, on the other hand, already knew what he was gonna do, her gaze moving over to those like Iron and Greed. Once Issei was done, he looked up at Kargalan as his eyes shined a menacing purple which sent a shiver down the boss monster's spine. Issei, I'll now show you the unwavering domain of a necromancer. Arise. As soon as Issei uttered those words, a heavy silence fell upon everyone present. The air grew still and thin, making it almost difficult to breathe. Shadows from the surrounding areas began to stir, slowly converging toward the brown-haired boy. They slithered up his form like a colossal snake, intertwining with his being. However, that wasn't the extent of the eerie spectacle. From the lifeless bodies of the fallen high orcs, crimson-red claws emerged, piercing through the ground. Soon, the rest of their forms followed suit, rising from the corpses. Issei's allies and Kargalan, with the exception of Skadach, stood in shock and disbelief as they witnessed the resurrected high orcs now transformed into Issei's loyal shadow soldiers. The sight was both awe-inspiring and unsettling, as the once vanquished enemies now pledged their allegiance to Issei. Their eyes glowed with an ethereal crimson hue, reflecting their newfound loyalty and unwavering dedication to their new master. His allies, though taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. With the addition of these formidable shadow soldiers, their chances of overcoming the high orcs and emerging victorious increased significantly. However, amidst the astonishment, a sense of unease lingered. Issei's newfound power raised questions about the nature of his abilities and the potential consequences of tampering with life and death. It was a delicate balance between utilizing this extraordinary advantage and grappling with the moral implications it entailed. Kargalan, what the? You turned my warriors into the undead. Issei smirked as he looked at the remaining high orc warriors. Issei, there's still a lot of you remaining, but it doesn't matter. They all will soon be turned into my shadows. He then pointed at Kargalan. Issei, and when I'm done with you. Issei tilted his head slightly as his eyes glowed. Issei, you will too. Kargalan's eyes widened as sweat started to run down his face. Why was he feeling like this? Was he afraid? Why would he be afraid of a mere human? Unless... Kargalan, no, can it be? He continued to gaze at Issei, but something peculiar was happening to his vision. Perhaps it was a trick of the mind, but the figure standing before him was no longer human. No, it was something far more sinister and perilous. As the seconds ticked by, he watched in disbelief as the shadows around Issei began to converge, engulfing him like a swirling tornado. The once bright surroundings of Kargalan now gave way to an ominous darkness, as if he had been transported to an endless abyss. In this void of darkness, stretching for miles and miles in every direction, there was nothing but an eerie silence. Not even the faintest whisper of wind could be heard. Breathing became a struggle, as if the air itself had turned heavy and suffocating. And then, shattering the stillness, the sound of footsteps echoed through the desolate expanse. Kargalan's heart sank upon hearing those footsteps, for he knew all too well what they belonged to. It struck fear into the very core of his being, sending chills down his spine. The presence that approached him was not one to be taken lightly. It was a force that exuded malevolence and darkness, a power that could unravel the very fabric of existence. As the footsteps drew nearer, Kargalan's mind raced, grappling with a mixture of terror and curiosity. What was this human truly capable of? What kind of hidden depths lay within him? The answers seemed to elude him, lost in the vast expanse of the abyss. All he could do was brace himself for the impending encounter, knowing that his world would never be the same again, and that terrified him. Kargalan, it can't be he is the... He slowly raised his gaze, and standing before him, towering over the defeated high orc, was none other than Issei Hyoudou. However, what the boss monster saw within the brown-haired boy was something far beyond his previous understanding of Issei. Issei's once familiar features seemed to distort and contort, as if his very form was shifting and morphing. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity, emanating a fierce crimson light that pierced through the darkness. The aura surrounding him crackled with raw power, radiating an overwhelming sense of dominance and authority. The transformation was awe-inspiring, yet undeniably intimidating. Issei's stature seemed to grow, his presence becoming more commanding and imposing. His previously unassuming demeanor had given way to a primal force that commanded the attention of all who beheld him. Kargalan T. the Monredacted. After experiencing that, Kargalan snapped out of his daze as he saw that the battle was still going on. His warriors were battling against Issei's shadows, which included the ones that the boy had brought back from the dead. He gripped the edge of his throne as sweat ran down his face. There was no doubt about it, he really was the Monredacted. But he doesn't understand why, if he truly is it then. Kargalan, why are we here? Kargalan doesn't get it. All that he and his people can remember when they opened their eyes is a whisper. It has flooded their minds ever since they had awakened. It kept telling them the same thing over and over again. Hunt. Hunt. Hunt down all humans. Kargalan gritted his teeth as he grabbed his head, his eyes glowing brightly as he realized something. Why was he hesitating? Why was he scared? Why was he asking questions? He doesn't need a reason. He doesn't need to know why he was doing this. He didn't need a reason. He just had to follow orders. Kargalan, go cut them into pieces and offer their corpses to me. The high orc warriors who stood by his side leaped from their positions and onto the battlefield. Issei watched with an amused smile on his face because it looked like Kargalan was being desperate about winning this battle. Issei, looks like it's a battle between generals then. He snapped his fingers as his stronger shadows immediately knew what to do. Iron was first up as he blocked an incoming attack from the warrior who wielded a katana. Both Iron and Thr High Orc stared at each other as their weapons locked together in combat, though this wouldn't last for long as Iron managed to send the monster's weapon out of his hands and delivered a powerful headbutt to the creature's face, cracking its helmet. The High Orc growled as greed soon appeared above him and delivered a powerful right hook into the monster's head, sending him face first into the ground as blood splattered across the stone floor. Greed and Iron looked at one another, nodding in appreciation. Igris was next as he was taking on two at the same time. The former blood-red commander narrowed his eyes as he stood his ground against the approaching threat. One swung its sword at the knight who easily blocked it, plus with the help with his haki he managed to notice the other's plan to attack him from the side. Igris maneuvered his giant sword into the ground and went into the air, avoiding the attack altogether as he pulled out one of the smaller swords from his satchel, and with no hesitation he plunged the weapon into the High Orc's head, promptly killing it and passing off its brother as the body fell to the ground. It tried to attack the Shadow Knight once more, who easily blocked the attack yet again. He then used all of his strength to send the monster flying back, causing it to growl as Iron appeared and using his axe like a baseball bat, sent the orc flying towards Greed who stood with his arms crossed. Greed saw the incoming orc as he proceeded to backhand it in the face, leaving a slap mark across its cheek as it went hurtling over to Tank who used his massive claw to crush the poor warrior under its weight. Iron and Tank looked at each other, giving the other a thumbs up or in Tank's case, a paws up, much to Greed and Igris' disappointment. Issei smiled. Issei, looks like my generals are superior and I haven't even used D-Drag yet. Issei may be speaking with confidence. His mana is being drained faster than he could recover with potions, which wasn't a good thing. If his mana drops to nothing, then all of his soldiers will not be able to regenerate again, but all that's left is Kargalan now that his best fighters were dead. Kargalan, there's no way, but how? Issei, simple, you were too arrogant. Kargalan growled in anger as he held his hand out at Issei. Kargalan, that's it, I will no longer let you run your arrogant mouth in front of me, the great Kargalan. A seal appeared in front of him as Issei prepared himself for whatever Thr monster had planned for him. Kargalan, hymn of blindness, hymn of slumber, hymn of lethargy, hymn of frenzy. Several aura began to cover Issei, making Kargalan smirk in delight while Issei's allies were worried about the brown-haired boy. Although they wouldn't need to for long as a purple aura covered their friend's form and engulfed the previous auras until they vanished. Buff status effect has been removed due to the effect of longevity. Issei smirked, much to Kargalan's shocked in horror. Kargalan, how? Curse lethargy has disappeared. Curse agony has disappeared. Kargalan, how did you dispel my curses? Issei merely smirked as he began to dust himself off. Looks like Kargalan has forgotten what he told him before. Issei, as I told you before, I'm a bad match for you. Great Spellcaster Kandaru's Blessing. Permanent effect longevity. All diseases, poisons, and status effects are healed, and sleeping will explosively increase regeneration ability. Issei, now let's end this once and for all. Issei snapped his fingers as D-Drag rose up, looming over Kargalan, who looked up at the dragon who reared his fist back. Kargalan, hymn of protect. Before the High Orc could finish his sentence, D-Drag delivered a powerful ounce upon the shield and shattered it completely and struck Kargalan. The beast monster called out in pain and agony, blood erupting from his mouth as he fell to the floor. He coughed up some more blood, splitting out a tooth as he looked up and saw Issei standing before him. The boy's eyes glowed a menacing purple hue as Issei saw that D-Drag's attack had crushed Kargalan's mask and revealed his face. Issei the moment a magician loses his guards. Issei they have 0 chances of winning. Kargalan gritted his teeth as he glared at Issei. Kargalan, why you bastard, how dare you? The brown-haired boy didn't say anything at first. He slowly raised a hand and pointed at Kargalan and uttered some bone-chilling words. Issei Moshino. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 17, Unexpected Arrival. Third-person POV. The dungeon boss has been slain. Issei finally. Issei stood in front of the now-deceased Kargalan, who was covered in multiple stab wounds, purple blood sporing out of his wounds like crazy. Looks like things were turning out quite well. The boss was now dead, and his shadow soldiers are finishing off the remaining high orcs, so it won't be long now before he makes them a part of his army. You leveled up. You leveled up. Issei, I leveled up twice. Issei wasn't expecting THSD to happen. Sure, it had been a while since he had received a level up, but getting 2 at the same time was definitely something special. It makes him wonder, how much experience points does he actually get from killing a monster? An E rank will definitely give the lowest amount of points, like maybe 10-15 at most, or even less now that he thinks about it. S rank will most certainly give around 1000 plus experience, and killing a boss of the same rank will probably put him at the halfway point. Depending on what's his current level, that is, because he should be at either level 86 or level 88 with these 2 levels. He shouldn't really worry too much about it. He has more important things to be concerned about rather than what his current level was. One of those things is, what will he get from the boss? He should focus on collecting the drops and extracting the shadow from him. Issei watched as 3 pillars of light appeared in front of him. The one of THR left was purple. The one on the right was a light blue or maybe a cyan color, and finally the middle one had a golden glow. This brought a small smile onto Issei's face as he took the items and placed them inside his inventory. He'll worry about what they are and they do later. For now, he should extract the shadow before the dungeon decides to destroy itself. He just hopes that it goes well. This high orc is definitely a must-have if he was Gon's keep leveling up to the max. Issei, well, time to extract the shadow. Issei kneeled down and placed a hand on the corpse of Kargalan, his eyes glowing purple. Issei, arise. The air grew thin as shadows slowly began to form around Issei and the corpse, almost appearing to be a black hole forming as he waited patiently for a result which actually happened in an instant. He watched as a crimson-red claw rose from the corpse, followed by a familiar face as Issei stood up and took a few steps back. A smile grew on his face as the shadow of Kargalan stood before him, with no skull mask this time, as he was kneeled down on one leg to show respect to his new master. Almost immediately, Issei noticed that he was no longer talking, which wasn't really a surprise to him because Igris, Greed, and Iron haven't uttered a single word yet. D-Drake so far is the only one capable of doing so. It must be because he is a general rank. The brown-haired boy wonders how far those like Igris has to go before reaching the rank of general. Sure, the silence is nice because he won't get splitting headaches, and even D-Drake knows when to be silent. Though, it would be nice to get some combat strategy from someone like Igris, who's probably been around longer than Issei and his mother. But until then, Issei will have to be the brains behind every. Although he's been doing it quite well so far, then he is sure THSD he can handle a little bit more. Issei, general rank. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him, making Issei look down at it. Choose a name for the soldier. A name. It's doing it again. Why does it keep asking him to choose a name for the soldier when those like Igris, Iron, and Greed already had names? Maybe it's supposed to be cool or threatening, but why would that matter? The enemy would 9/10 be focused on the one who summoned the shadow soldiers and not the shadows themselves. Maybe extracting his shadow is a form of rebirth, like reincarnation, in the sense that they may look like their old selves, but in reality, they are completely different from how they used to be. Issei, okay, let's see what I can think of. Issei cupped his chin and began to think of a name of him. Sure, he could just go with his actual name, which was Kargalan, but Issei feels like he should call him something more original than that. The question was, what was the name gonna be? Maybe it can be something that involves his magic, or maybe he could call him after that villain from the Warcraft movie. What was it again? Guldar. Gul'dan. Guitar. Wait, guitar? Why the fuck would Issei be thinking of that? That has nothing to do with magic unless somehow it does. Either way, he should just think of something so he and the others can get out of the dungeon. Issei then noticed Kargalan's tusks and got an idea. It was a stupid idea, but it was an original one that may just work. Issei, I'll call you Tusk. He soon smiled. Issei, yeah, you're now Tusk. Tusk LV1. Rank Elite Knight. Issei, an Elite Knight, I guess that's the power of an A-rank dungeon boss. Issei chuckled to himself. Obtaining the strength of the high orcs is a huge success. They'll definitely come in handy later on. Issei, okay, now that's done. Issei snapped his fingers as his soldiers returned to their liege's shadow, disappearing completely as Riaz and the others walked on over to the brown-haired boy. Riaz, Issei. Issei perked up as he turned and looked at Riaz, who had her arms crossed with an annoyed expression. Sona stood next to her and had the same thing, which made Issei's sweat drop a little. Why do they look upset? He didn't do anything to them, so why do they look pissed off at him? Issei, why do you both look pissed? Sona, Hyoudou, when were you gonna tell us that you were able to summon shadows and bring back the dead? Issei scratched the back of his head. He knew that he would have to tell them about that since he already told them about the system and that he wasn't new to the dungeons. Although he was hoping to keep his shadow army a secret for a little bit longer, but it looks like that plan went up in flames. Talk about terrible luck. Things probably won't be better if they recognized D-Drag. Then again, depending on how long the time difference between when the dragon lost his body and such, Issei should be able to just say that it's a random dragon he brought back from a trip in a previous dungeon. Yeah, that seems like the smartest decision to make. That is, if those like Cerberus, Zeroticus, and Seraphal don't say anything about it, because the brown-haired boy was sure they know more than Riaz and the others. Issei, well, it's a long story. Riaz, we got time. Issei, not really, since we'll be transported back to the school any minute now. Sona sighed. Sona, very well, we'll wait until we're back, then you answer our questions. Issei sweat dropped. Issei, sure. Issei feels like he should be intimidated by Sona, but for some reason she reminds him of a little toddler. He wasn't making fun of her, but he just pictures a small Sona looking at him with an angry and yet cute face. And now he can't get that out of his mind. That image will forever be stuck in Issei's memories. He just hopes he never accidentally says it to Sona, or else she will probably have his head, and if she doesn't, then her sister most likely will. Cerberus, Issei, may I ask you something? Issei turned his attention to Cerberus, the redhead having a serious and yet curious expression in his face. Issei remained on guard because Cerberus, along with the other two, were still completely unknown to him. He isn't sure what they are capable of yet, and he doesn't want to push his luck. Issei, yeah. Cerberus, during the battle, one of your soldiers was a dragon and a familiar-looking one, so tell me. Issei silently gulped to himself as Cerberus stared at the boy, his eyes glowing with a light crimson-red Kuoh. Cerberus, was that the red dragon of domination, D-Drag? Meanwhile in heaven, Michael, the current leader of heaven and the angels who protect it, was in his office tirelessly working on so much paperwork. There was so much that it just kept coming and coming, stacking upon themselves and making mountains of paper that he has to go through and handle. Being a leader is definitely difficult. Michael will not disagree with that, but he has no other choice but to step up to the role since his father, the God of the Bible, hasn't been seen for quite some time now, and it's starting to concern the angel. Their creator just up and left without a trace, leaving the 4 seraphim in charge of all of the souls within heaven. Speaking of the other seraphim, Michael's siblings have been huge help with handling tasks inside of heaven. Although Uriel hasn't been around a lot because he said that he was tasked with guarding something. Apparently their creator gave him one last order before he disappeared, and all he said was, "Protect it, Uriel. Don't let anyone near it until my return," but Michael doesn't know what it is, and his brother has refused to tell him, despite his numerous attempts to force the information out of him. This shouldn't be much of a surprise. Uriel was always the type to fulfill his task without question or hesitation, and when he sets his mind to something, then it's basically impossible to stop him. Lucifer always did say that Uriel was a stick in the mud, a fun one, but still was one. Speaking of which, Michael still holds on to his memories of when Lucifer used to be among their ranks. They were twins after all, identical almost to the point that you couldn't tell the other apart without Lucifer doing one of his snarky reminds to break the illusion. Michael still isn't sure why his father decided on having both their names rhyme with each other's, but he is the creator and he should respect his decision. Even though Michael and Lucifer have asked him numerous times why they are the only ones whose names rhyme together. But all those good times came crashing down when Lucifer tried to have a throne above their father, the one who created them. Lucifer was born to be perfect, the incarnation of perfection, and that went all to his head when he saw his reflection. Pride, one of the 7 dead sins and the one that tainted Michael's brother. He turned against the heavens and soon paid the price for his transgressions against his creator, struck from the heavens when he belonged and plunged into the darkness of hell where he would remain for millennia. Michael let out a small sigh as he picked up a sheet of paper, trying to drown the memory underneath the work. Michael Samuel. Is something wrong, brother? Michael perked up and turned to see Gabriel walking over to him, a tray in hand with cups of tea on it. Michael, Gabriel. Michael put up a smile as he took one of the cups from the tray, steam risen into his face as he blew it away to cool his drink down. Michael, I am all right, just getting through all these pieces of paper. Gabriel nodded in understanding as her brother took a sip from his drink. Michael, how are things going around heaven? Anything to report? Gabriel shook her head. Gabriel, nothing that seems out of the ordinary at the moment. Wow, I forget how bright this place is. Both Michael and Gabriel immediately perked up as they felt a powerful, yet familiar aura fill the room which began to affect the lighting. They slowly turned their heads to the front door where they saw Azazel walking into the room, hands in his pockets as he had a huge grin on his face. Michael, Azazel. Azazel smirked as he adjusted his sunglasses. Azazel, hey Michael, how's running heaven treating ya? Suddenly, 2 swords appeared near the fallen angel's throat as Gabriel and another angel, a handsome young man with blonde hair with blue eyes, had appeared with their weapons drawn against Azazel. However, despite being in his current situation, Azazel held his grin as he gave the 2 a side look and chuckled. Azazel, Gabriel, Raphael, it's good to see you both again. The new angel named Raphael was one of the seraphim, narrowed his eyes at the leader of the fallen angel. How did he manage to get into heaven without being noticed? No fallen or devil should be able to. The only way is if he forced his way through, and even at Azazel's level of power, there was no way he could take on all of heaven by himself. He was present at the Great War all those years ago, but he didn't really do much except observe, wearing the same clothes he has on now. It was like he wasn't concerned about the war, like he was more focused on something else entirely. Raphael, how the hell did you get into heaven fallen? Azazel, simple, I used the front door. You guys should really put some security there or else who knows what could make its way inside. Raphael growled. Raphael, then how about I take your head off your shoulders? Azazel, now, I'm not here to fight. Azazel grinned as he took a step forward, the swords pressing up against the fallen's neck as the 2 seraphim watched the blades shatter into pieces which shocked them. Hell, even Michael was shocked because how did Azazel do that? How did he shatter 2 blades that were forged in heaven so easily? Not many things could do such a thing. The only ones that the angel can think of are gods, the dragon gods, and maybe the current devil king. Azazel, if I were here to fight you. Azazel reached for his glasses, taking them off as he looked back at Gabriel and Raphael. The 2 seraphim froze in place as they felt a shiver run down their spines. Azazel was staring into their very souls as his eyes shined with a crimson-red Kuoh. Azazel, I would have blown this place to kingdom come before you even realized it. Michael sighed. He needed to end this madness before someone gets killed or before another war is started. Michael, enough, both of you. Raphael, but Michael, we can't Jew. Michael, Raphael, let me handle this. Raphael fell silent from his brother's words. He didn't want to, but he had no choice but to listen to his sibling's command. He gritted his teeth as both he and Gabriel backed away from Azazel, who just chuckled and placed his sunglasses back on. Azazel, man, talk about sibling dominance. Michael, Azazel. The fallen looked at Michael, who stared at him with a serious expression. A holy aura slowly covering his body and illuminated the room with a wrathful glow, but Azazel didn't seem biffed by this at all. The fallen angel kept his grin as he crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. Azazel, am I meant to be scared of the light show? Michael, why are you here, Azazel? Azazel, what am I not allowed to visit? Michael silently sighed to himself as he watched as the leader of the fallen walked over to a chair and sat down at it, not giving a single care whatsoever. Michael, you don't do social visits, Azazel. This must be important if you had to force your. Azazel walked through the front door. Michael sighed. Michael, just get on with it. Azazel chuckled in amusement, much to Michael's annoyance, but before long the fallen grew a serious expression. Azazel, those bastards are mutating. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 18, Punishment. Third-person POV. Azazel, those bastards are mutating. As soon as Azazel said those words, Michael's eyes widened in a mixture of shock and horror which his other two siblings have not seen in a very long time. Their sibling is always the calm and collected type, only showing motion when their sibling, Lucifer, rebelled against their father all those years ago. Michael, Azazel, are you sure? Azazel leaned back in his chair, looking at the leader of the angels with an expression said, "Do I look like I'm joking?" which made Michael sigh. Michael, so it's true then? Azazel, yep, it's starting again just like it did all those years ago, I am afraid. Michael, does Cerberus know about this? Azazel nodded his head. Azazel, he was the first I informed when I heard the news. Raphael and Gabriel, who were standing by and listening to the two, were confused by the topic. What were they talking about? Whatever it was sounded very important if it made their elder sibling nervous. Raphael, brother, what is the fallen talking about? Gabriel, yes, I too would like to know. Michael let out a small sigh. Michael, it's complicated. Azazel rolled his eyes. Michael sure loves to hold important information from others, and that is why Azazel likes him, because he gets to basically ruin the angel's attempts of keeping people away from the problem. Azazel, it's not really. In fact, it's pretty simple if you ask me. The fallen reached into his pocket, putting Raphael and Gabriel on guard as they believed he was gonna take out a weapon to harm their sibling. However, they soon see that he had taken out a cigarette along with a lighter. This calmed the two down a little as Azazel placed the cigarette in his mouth, igniting the tip with the flame as he looked at the two seraphim with a smirk on his face. Azazel, we're all in danger. The two's eyes widened in shock. Both what? Michael, Azazel. Azazel looked at Michael, who was glaring at the leader of the fallen angels, who returned with a cocky grin on his face, but not the type which makes one think he's an arrogant asshole. It was the type of a funny jackass. Azazel, what? It's the truth. I thought there was no lying within the gates of heaven. Michael wanted to tear into Azazel, yell at him for saying something so openly like that, but he knew that there was no bother because what's done is done and there is nothing he can do about it now. Michael, still, I was hoping to keep the danger out of public grasp for a little while longer. Azazel, you and I both know that it wouldn't last forever. Michael let out a small sigh. Unfortunately, Azazel made a valid point. Even if he were to keep the secret under wraps for another couple of weeks or maybe a month, it wouldn't matter because eventually the secret would have been revealed. It'd be only a matter of time before his siblings discovered what he, Azazel, and Cerberus are trying to keep hidden from the reach of the three factions. Raphael looked at Michael. Raphael, brother, what is the fallen talking about? What does he mean that we're all in danger? Michael remained silent at first, part of him wanting to keep the secret hidden, but after a mixture of looks from both Raphael and Gabriel, there was no point in holding it back anymore. Michael, it is a long story. Tell me, have either of you both heard of a place called Jeju Island before? This caused mixed expressions from both angel siblings as they looked at each other in confusion. They had never heard of Jeju Island before, and they were present with their father when the continent split apart and created what the world is today. But this is the first time that they had ever heard of such a place like Jeju Island. Gabriel was the most fascinated with the mortal world, and even she didn't know any of this. The two wondered what was so special about it. Why was it kept a secret from even the other members of the Seraphim? Raphael, Jeju Island, I've never heard of such a place. Gabriel, neither have I, and I like to spend time watching things in the human world. How come you've never mentioned this before? Azazel looked at the two. Azazel, cause the place was so dangerous that the three factions agreed that no one should even live on it. Raphael, what's so dangerous about this island? Azazel chuckled slightly. Azazel, let's just say it has a little infestation. Raphael, infestation, oh what? Michael, ants. Hearing this caused Michael's two siblings to look at their brother with confused expressions. They were worried about some ants. Raphael almost wanted to bust out laughing because of how ridiculous it sounded, because how are ants dangerous? Sure, they make up for their small size with their numbers, and there's around 15,000 different species of ants worldwide. But besides those two things, ants are literally no threat to humans or the supernatural world. Raphael, ants, are you serious, brother? Ants. Michael nodded his head, causing Raphael to laugh a little. Raphael's ha ha ha. Michael, this is no laughing matter, Raphael, this is serious. Raphael, brother, it's ants, they're no threat to any of us. Azazel looked at Raphael. Azazel, you won't be saying that when you come face to face with one that is like 6 feet tall. This gained the two seraphims' attention as they looked at the leader of the fallen angels. Did he just say an ant that was 6 feet tall? That shouldn't be possible, since the oxygen levels are lower than what they used to be 65 million years ago. If the levels were the same, then it would make sense, but at the moment it doesn't. Raphael, what are you talking about, fallen? Gabriel, yes, I too would like to know. Azazel looked at Michael, who just nodded his head, signaling his approval. Azazel, well, the free factions teaming up against the heavenly dragons isn't the only time we did so. We actually teamed up twice. Raphael, what? Michael, indeed, during the Great War, I was tasked to scout an island to house an outpost for heaven. Unfortunately, both the fallen and the devils had the same idea. Azazel chuckled. Azazel, yep, but what turned up after was much worse than our groups put together. Gabriel, the ants. Azazel smirked. Azazel, yep, they came through some sort of vortex. It wasn't a magic circle, no symbols or familiar magic, but when they came through, they were big and very ugly. Michael, at first our groups still fought each other as well as the ants, but as time went on, it was clear that the ants were the bigger problem. Raphael crossed his arms. Raphael, how? Azazel, simple, between the devils, angels, and my fallen, there was in total 300 and around 50 ants, but when we left the island. He looked at the two seraphim, his normal carefree expression was replaced with one of pure seriousness. Azazel, only 5 of us made it out alive, and there were still 50 of those bastards. Time skip brought to you by Skibidi Toilet. Nighttime had risen over the small town of Kuoh. The once bright blue had darkened into a pitch black, with only the stars and the moonlight illuminating the darkness. Issei made his way up his stairs toward his bedroom as he was utterly exhausted at the moment. Today has been a very interesting day, to say the least, and he just wants to sleep it all away. The brown-haired boy let out a small sigh. Issei, what a day. He arrived at his bedroom, opening the door to see both Yoruichi and Yamato in their human forms on his bed. Yamato, Issei, you're back. Yoruichi, how did it go? The boy only shrugged as he closed the door behind him, rubbing the back of his neck as he walked over to his drawers and opened one of them. Issei, annoying. Yoruichi, really? Issei nodded as he took out a white shirt, red boxers, and black shorts. He wasn't picky with what he wore, and he wasn't the type of person who wears the exact same color, like full black, full blue, or full red. Nah, Issei liked to mix the color around, because why the hell not? Issei, yeah, the most annoying parts are that both Scathach and Chisato tried to pretend to be my mom. Both Yoruichi and Yamato's fell silent ss. They both slowly gained a dark aura around their bodies. Did they just hear what they thought they just heard? Both Scathach and Chisato tried to be Issei's mother. They tried to be their master's parent. Issei didn't notice the too jealous woman as he grabbed his towel and made his way to the bathroom. He turned on the light as he placed his clothes on the sink. He then started to take off the clothes he had on, as all of a sudden everything started shaking. However, Issei didn't notice the violent shaking as he was too busy trying to get his shirt off him. While he was glad that his training has given him some muscles, it was a little annoying because now a few of his old clothes don't fit him anymore and he has to go and buy new ones. After Issei finally managed to get the shirt off, he tossed it to the side as he turned his attention to the shower. He turned it on and waited for the water to warm up, which didn't take long as he soon stepped into it as he felt the droplets flow down his back. Issei toned out the noise as he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting out a small sigh before opening them and seeing a screen appear before him. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job Shadow Monarch. Title Conqueror of Adversity +1. Level 87. Health points HP 36,800/36,800. Magic MP 4,200/4,200. Fatigue 25. Strength/SDR 125 plus 45. Vitality/Vit 97 plus 25. Agility/Agile 97 plus 45. Intelligence/Int 102 plus 50. Sense 97 plus 25. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 75% plus 20. Issei, I'm slowly approaching level 100. Issei had no idea what shall occur when he reaches level 100, but he doesn't care since it didn't matter in the end. Once he reaches the max level, he'll be strong enough to finally get some answers to the questions that have been plaguing his mind for the last month or two. Why did the system pick him? Where is his father? What is up with the strange dreams he had been having? All these questions and no answers to them, but soon he shall receive what he seeks and all shall be revealed finally. But once he learns the truth, what shall he do then? He'll be max level and he will learn what he needs to know. Maybe once it's all over, he can reveal everything to his mother and use THR gold he has been collecting to finally afford everything they need to have a normal life. No more shall his mother suffer from the fatigue, no more shall he stand by and watch her struggle to keep a roof over their heads. Yeah, that sounds nice. That's exactly what Issei feels like he should be having instead of going through all of this hassle just to make some weird screen not send him back to that barren wasteland full of those bloody centipedes. Seriously, if Issei didn't wake up when he was first sent there, then he would have been dead there and then. Penalty zone his butt. That is no penalty zone. That is basically what the world will look like if nuclear warfare happens or some shit. Anyways, he's too focused on the larger picture, when he should be trying to get the purified demon blood to make the holy water to finally wake his mother up from her coma. The memory of her laying in the hospital bed has been haunting him for days now, unable to get it out of his mind no matter how hard he tries. Issei gritted his teeth as he clenched his hand into a fist. He wanted to punch the wall out of anger, but he can't be doing something like that. Issei, no. He placed his hand against the wall, lowering his head a little. Issei, don't falter. He can't lose focus now. He needs to stay strong. He needs to keep going. He has to keep moving forward for his mother. He made a promise to her and he intends on keeping it until THR end. Plus he is sure that Sona would probably snap him out of it and proceed to beat the shit out of him until he gets his shit together. Issei sighed as he decided that he's had enough time in the shower. He turned it off and got out of the shower, grabbing his towel. As Issei began to dry himself off, his mind soon drifted off to something that Sona and Riaz told him. Flashback. Sona, Issei, Riaz and I have decided on your punishment. Issei raised an eyebrow. Punishment? Why was he being punished for? Issei, why am I even being punished for? Riaz, because we're your friends and you should have told us about all of this beforehand. Issei's sweat dropped. The only reason he didn't tell them about his secret was because he didn't know if he could fully trust them. Plus, it's not like he needed to tell them about the system or anything else involving his life. Issei, I have my own. Riaz, we know you had your reasons, but you still need to be punished. Issei sighed. Issei, fine, whatever, what is it? Sona, well, Riaz and I have decided that. Riaz, you're taking us on a date. Silence. Issei, excuse me, the fuck you say. Flashback end. Issei grumbled to himself a little, shaking his head as he started to rub his forehead because he gets the feeling he is gonna have a splitting headache by the end of this. Issei, your days. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 19, Hunt for Blood PT1. Third-person POV. Issei, geez, I can't believe I was forced into this. Issei stood in a very familiar location, dressed up in some casual clothing as waited patiently for his date to begin. He still can't believe that he's being forced to take Riaz, Sona, and the other girls on dates. The brown-haired boy could already hear the tortured cries of his wallet. All the gold he has been saving up for his mother and himself is about to be wasted on something stupid like clothes or makeup. However, in this darkness there is a glimmer of hope for him. Cerberus, Ria's brother, gave the group a couple of weeks off because he mentioned the school was gonna be where the leaders of the three factions are gonna be having their summit or something along those lines. Issei didn't really pay much attention to it because since they were given a couple of weeks off, this allowed Issei to make the girls an offer. He told them that he will accept their dates, but instead of doing it all together, he can do it on different days, which will give the boy time to recover from the previous one, and much to his surprise, they agreed to the terms without a fight. So now Issei was standing at the Kuoh Park fountain, waiting patiently for his first date to begin. Technically, this would be his second time dating a girl, but he rather not recall the events with Yuma, who he still has not seen since his quote-unquote death a month or so ago. Issei let out a small sigh to himself. Issei, geez, when is this gonna start? Issei's attention was instantly captured as he perked up, turning his head towards the source of the voice. To his surprise, it was none other than Ria's, and accompanying her was Sona. Issei hadn't expected to see them here, but he was relieved that it was just the two of them and not the entire group. Ria's, with her captivating crimson-red hair, was dressed in a stylish ensemble. She wore a pristine white long-sleeved shirt paired with black jeans that featured small red overall straps. Completing her look were a pair of sleek black shoes. Sona, on the other hand, sported a different yet equally charming outfit. She donned a vibrant red long-sleeved sweater that beautifully contrasted with her blue jeans. Like Ria's, Sona wore a pair of black shoes that added an elegant touch to her overall appearance. As Issei observed the two girls, he couldn't help but be taken aback by their stunning beauty. It was no wonder that Ria's was often referred to as the Princess of Kuoh Academy by the other students, particularly the male population. Sona, too, possessed an undeniable allure. Issei couldn't help but entertain the thought that she could easily pursue a career as a model if she desired, though he acknowledged that it was merely his own opinion. Issei, hey girls. Ria's, sorry if we kept you waiting, someone was getting cold feet. Sona blushed as she glared at Ria's. Sona, shut up. Ria's giggled as Issei couldn't help but shake his head at the two best friends, smiling as he could tell that they were only messing with each other. They were best friends, close ones at that, and he could tell that they have done a lot together over the years knowing each other. It was almost the same with Matsuds and Madohama. They were Issei's only friends when he attended Kuoh Academy, and up till their death they remained his friends. But now, the image of their death forever plays in an endless loop within his mind. Death is truly a terrifying experience that one could have. The fear as your body starts to burn, like you were just set ablaze before it cooking down to an absolute freeze temperature. The struggle for breath, the desperation to try and survive the situation you find yourself in. Death was something Issei didn't want to force onto his friends. They didn't deserve to suffer like they did. No, they deserved to be properly laid to rest, to feel at peace. Yet they didn't get that, and neither did Issei. He came back, he survived his death while they fell due to their injuries. Why? Why did he have to survive? Why did he get given the option at a second chance while they are now forced to exist as something that is neither living nor dead? Why? Ria's, Issei. Issei, how you say something, Ria's? Ria's, I asked if Sona and I looked good. Issei blinked. He must have dozed off for a little bit while the two were talking. That doesn't usually happen unless Issei has a lot on his mind, which he currently does. Issei, oh, I see. Sona, you okay? Issei, giving a reassuring smile, and nodded his head. Issei, yeah, I'm okay. You both look absolutely stunning, by the way. The two girls blushed from Issei's words, although Sona was still skeptical about what made him doze off for a moment. But she decided to not ask him about it for now, well, not until their date was done, and then she will. Issei, well, shall we get started on our date? Ria smiled. Ria's, yes, we shall. Sona nodded her head. Issei, alright then, let's head off. And so, the trio began to head off as their date has officially started. It felt weird to be on another date, but then again, Issei has been doing a lot with the system, so he hasn't really been able to settle down and just relax. Maybe that is why he had been on edge. Well, that, and the fact his mother was still in a coma. He still needs to retrieve the demon blood to make the holy water to awaken her from the coma. Ria's, hey, let's go here first. Issei, Ria's firmly grasped Issei's arm, her fingers wrapping around his forearm with a confident grip as she effortlessly began to pull the brown-haired boy along. Sona, with a composed countenance, trailed closely behind the two, her presence adding an air of elegance to their entourage. Issei's apprehension grew, sensing that Ria's intentions were leading them towards an unfavorable destination. Regrettably, Issei's foreboding proved accurate, as Ria's guided him into a lavish clothing boutique, whose opulent displays exuded an aura of sophistication. Issei couldn't help but anticipate the impending ordeal he was about to endure. Sona and Rias wasted no time in immersing themselves in the sartorial realm, eagerly trying on various garments that accentuated their individual styles. Issei couldn't deny that the clothes they adorned complemented their respective appearances. Sona effortlessly pulled off a professional businesswoman ensemble, which harmonized impeccably with her serious and calculated personality. On the other hand, Rias opted for attire that exuded an air of audacity and authority, transforming her into a striking semblance of a gangster or perhaps a seductive policewoman. The only elements missing were the quintessential glasses, a cap, and a pair of handcuffs, which would have completed the ensemble. While Issei appreciated the stunning transformation of his companions, his own fate took a whimsical turn. Sona and Rias, their laughter echoing throughout the shop, coerced Issei into donning an uncomfortable pink shirt adorned with whimsical hearts. Though he harbored no aversion to the color pink itself, Issei simply disliked wearing clothing that drew excessive attention. Having exhausted their exploration of the boutique, the trio ventured forth to an arcade, seeking amusement and camaraderie. Engaging in a plethora of games, they found themselves absorbed in the competitive allure of air hockey, where Sona surprisingly showcased her innate aptitude. They also dabbled in games like spin the wheel and skee ball, reveling in the joyous moments they shared. Their escapades even extended to a whimsical photo booth, capturing memories frozen in time. Their next destination led them to a quaint cafe, its ambience inviting and serene. As they arrived, Issei gallantly opened the door, assuming the role of a true gentleman, and courteously ushered the two ladies inside. Guided by their collective desire for respite, the trio gracefully made their way to a cozy table and settled themselves comfortably. In due course, a waiter approached their table, ready to cater to their needs. David, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our establishment. My name is David, and I'll be your server tonight. May I start by taking your drink orders? Issei glanced at the menu, his eyes scanning the various options. He decided to go for a classic iced tea, while Rias opted for a flavorful fruit smoothie and Sona chose a soothing cup of green tea. As David jotted down their choices, Issei couldn't help but notice the elegant decor of the cafe. The walls were adorned with intricate paintings, and the soft lighting created an inviting ambience. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafted through the air, adding to the overall atmosphere. Once their drinks were served, the trio engaged in lively conversation, discussing their favorite arcade games and reminiscing about the hilarious pictures they took in the photo booth. Laughter filled the air as they recalled the moments of joy and friendly competition they experienced together. Their appetites soon grew, and they perused the menu for a delectable meal. Issei's eyes widened as he saw the variety of choices, from savory burgers to delicate salads. Rias, always one to appreciate culinary delights, suggested they start with some mouth-watering appetizers to share. The trio settled on a platter of crispy chicken wings and a plate of bruschetta, savoring every bite as they savored the flavors mingling on their tongues. The conversation flowed effortlessly, ranging from lighthearted banter to deeper discussions about their dreams and aspirations. Time seemed to pass by quickly as they enjoyed each other's company. The waiter, David, returned to take their main course orders. Issei opted for a juicy steak, cooked to perfection, while Sona chose a delicate salmon dish. Rias, with her adventurous palate, decided to try a fusion cuisine, combining elements from different cultures into a single tantalizing plate. The aroma of their meals filled the air as the waiter skillfully placed each dish in front of them. The presentation was impeccable, and the taste surpassed their expectations. Issei couldn't help but express his delight, praising the chef's culinary expertise. Filled with both satisfaction and a lingering sense of adventure, they decided to indulge in desserts. Issei's eyes twinkled with anticipation as he ordered a slice of rich chocolate cake. Rias and Sona opted for a refreshing fruit tart and a creamy tiramisu, respectively. With their sweet indulgences, the trio relished in the final moments of their outing. They shared stories, dreams, and aspirations, creating a bond that went beyond mere friendship. The cafe, with its warm atmosphere and delectable treats, provided the perfect backdrop for their memorable day. As their time together drew to a close, they paid their bill and bid farewell to David, expressing their gratitude for the impeccable service. Exiting the cafe, their hearts were filled with joy and contentment, grateful for the unforgettable experience they shared. Rias, that was amazing. Sona, indeed it was. I don't think I have ever felt so normal. Issei couldn't help but chuckle, gaining the two's attention. Issei, Sona, ignoring the fact that you're not human. You and the others aren't so different than any other regular girl. Sona couldn't help but blush from Issei's words, looking away embarrassed, but her gaze moved back to the boy. Sona, are really? Issei, I'm many things, a liar isn't one of them. He then looked at Rias. Issei, the same goes for you, Rias. Rias, what? Issei, I don't see you as the heir to the Gremory household, the president of the orc, nor the king of your peerage. He smiled at her. Issei, I see you as just Rias Gremory. Rias couldn't help but blush from Issei's words, a smile growing on her face as both she and Sona looked at each other. They shared a nod as they walked up to Issei, each kissing him on the lips, which took the boy by surprise. Issei, A faint blush grew on his face, looking away as he couldn't believe what had just happened. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him. Warning, player's heart is beating quickly. Solution, finally getting some hose. Issei's eye twitched slightly from the system's words. While Rias and Sona were giggling at Issei's reaction, the boy punched the system screen. Issei, piss off you. Another screen appeared. Warning, player getting aggressive. Reason, can't handle the truth. Issei silently growled as he let out a silent sigh, shaking his head as he turned back to Rias and Sona. Issei, we still have some time before the end of the day. Wanna go see a movie? The two smile. Both yes. Issei chuckled. This actually felt nice. It made him wonder if he would have been able to sew all this if he didn't undergone a change from the system. Would he have still died by the hands of Yuma? Would he still have been revived? Would Rias and the others reveal that they're a part of the supernatural to him? So many questions, so many things that could and couldn't happen. The only one that Issei wished didn't was Madohama and Matsuda's death. Even though he was focusing on the date, he still couldn't stop thinking about it. It shall forever play out endlessly within the boy's mind for all of eternity, and he gets the feeling that his past self would be disappointed in him. Yeah, he probably is. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 20, Hunt for Blood PT2. Third-person POV. Interesting. That's all that Issei had to say about the last few days. He had to admit that he didn't have high hopes for the date with Sona and Raya, especially since the only other date he had ever been on ended with his own demise. Such a terrible fate, a painful experience which had led him down a new path. If it wasn't for that last few seconds before his heart gave out, then he would have gained the system nor discovered the supernatural world. He would have continued living his pointless life in his endless cycle of peeping on the kendo girls. But back to the date with Rias and Sona, things worked out in the end and they went their separate ways so he could prepare for his next date. If memory served him correctly, Aquino was up next, and if Issei was his old self, he would be screaming to the heavens how lucky he was to go on a date with such beautiful females. But unfortunately, he doesn't have the time for such things. During the time in between each dates, each one being different from the last because he wanted to be nice, he would spend all night preparing everything he needed for a long trip. Once it was over, he was going to head back to the demon castle and retrieve the final ingredient needed to make the holy water of life. The last time he was there, he was on floor 76 or something like that. That was when the quest he received had finished, but he had taken note that it stated that it was only the first part of the quest, which meant that getting the demon blood was obtained in the second half of the quest, and knowing his luck of things, it's going to be from a boss monster. Which is why he needs to be prepared for this battle, why he needs to make a plan of action, or else this whole journey will be for nothing. He knows that this boss monster will be stronger than anything he has probably faced before, well minus Thor and Sun Wukong. But just because he faced those beings doesn't mean he needs to be cocky. One wrong move is all it takes to lose his head and his life. Since the final boss is going to be a demon, it will be incredibly strong, fast, and probably very resilient to damage. That one demon boss already proved how fast it was. The fact that the final boss is most likely going to be faster than the previous one is terrifying. He also has to take into account that it will most likely summon an army to racken him. Good thing that Issei has his own army. His shadow soldiers could take on the demons it summons, but it all depends on what rank they are. For all he knows, this final boss could summon S-rank soldiers, and if that's the case, the only one who could possibly take them all is D-Drake. Out of all the shadows he had in his possession, D-Drake was the strongest among them all and possessed the highest rank, general. The dragon was an absolute powerhouse, which he was glad to have. He could easily take care of this boss monster without any hassle. But Issei knows that he can't just rely on D-Drake for this. He is going into unknown territory with absolute no knowledge whatsoever. He needed to make sure that he had everything needed to survive this journey, otherwise his mother will never wake up from her coma. Issei let out a small sigh. Currently he was sitting at his table in his bedroom. Behind him, sound asleep on his bed, were Yamato, Yoruichi, along with Rias and the others. With them sleeping on his bed, plus the fact he was preparing to head out soon, Issei didn't bother with getting any sleep. His fatigue was perfectly fine, he could handle it for now. However, Issei was unfortunately stuck in a little predicament. The last time he was in the Demon Castle dungeon, the heat from the raging flames was causing him to sweat, which in turn tired him out a little, making it harder to concentrate on any battles. He checked the systems shop to see if he could find something to assist him. Unfortunately, he couldn't seem to find anything. Issei knows that things will get worse the deeper he goes into the Demon Castle, so having something to help with the heat would be nice. Issei, great, just great. How the hell am I gonna handle that heat? He rubbed the bridge of his nose as he tried to think of anything that could help him, but while he was doing so, he sensed something which gained his attention. Issei immediately turned to his door as he saw it open slowly, revealing Grafia of all people. This confused Issei. Why was the maid of the Devil King doing in his bedroom? Issei, Grafia. Grafia, I see you're awake, couldn't sleep. Issei, something like that. The boy's gaze moved away from the maid, who walked over to his desk and stood next to it as Issei was more focused on his alarm clock, which showed the time, 1:22 a.m. It was very early in the morning, the start of a new day, and he needed to head off soon. Grafia stared down at the brown-haired boy as she could tell that he was struggling with something. The look in his eyes told her all that she needed to understand. Grafia, you seem troubled. Issei, let's just say I'm heading off to a dungeon and I need something to handle the heat. Grafia raised an eyebrow as Issei went on to tell her that the dungeon was called Demon Castle and that he needed to obtain the blood from a demon there to make something to awaken his mother, who was in the hospital. While Grafia was taken aback by the fact that he WSS off to kill demons, which is another word for devils, she knew that he WSSNT talking about her kind. The way he spoke, the way that Issei was telling her how much he needed the blood made her heart sink a little, because he wasn't doing this for any selfish reason. He just wanted to help his mother, that's all he wanted to do. Grafia wanted to help him, but she wasn't sure how to. Maybe she can ask Cerberus if they possess anything which can resist tremendous amount of heat. Yeah, she can do that since she was sent to check up on Issei Hyoudou. Grafia, when are you leaving? Issei looked at Grafia. Issei, I am leaving at 8, that way I have time to eat, because once I go and I can't leave, it could take me weeks. Grafia nodded in understanding. Grafia, I see, well maybe I can help. Issei looked at the maid with confusion as she left the boy's bedroom, closing the door behind her. Once she did that, a bright glow illuminated underneath the door for a few seconds before everything went back to normal. Issei, still confused about what Grafia said, merely shrugged his shoulders and thought nothing of it. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Cerberus Lucifer, the current ruler of the whole devil faction, was in his office signing some paperwork which he hated. If he had known that being the ruler of devils meant he had to do all this, then he would have given the position to someone else and have them deal with it. As he was signing what felt like the last sheet of paper, he noticed a familiar magic circle appearing in his office, gaining his full attention as from it came his wife. Cerberus, Grafia, you're back already. Grafia, I have Cerberus and I have news. Cerberus immediately stopped what he was doing. Thanks Satan, he doesn't have to do any more paperwork. Cerberus, what is it? Does it involve Issei Hyoudou? Grafia nodded her head as she explained the situation to Cerberus. The ruler of the devils was taken aback by where the brown-haired boy was heading and what he was trying to retrieve. But when his wife told him that Issei was doing all of this to craft something to wake his mother from her coma, Cerberus felt saddened by this. How could something happen to Issei's mother? No wonder Scathach and Chisato were at each other's throat of who was going to be his mother. They were trying to help the young man. Cerberus also guesses that seeing the other students with their parents must have reminded him of his own. No one should go through such a tragedy, especially someone at his age. Cerberus, I see. Thank you for telling me this, Graphia. Cerberus, he's heading to the dungeon at 8, but he needs something to help him with the heat since there will be fire. Cerberus began to think for a moment, something to beat the heat. The underworld isn't exactly how humans believe it to be. There are multiple layers of hell and each one is different than the last. But tremendous heat is one thing that many have experienced, well, those who dare travel to the lower levels. The red-haired man can't remember if they have anything that could assist Issei, but that didn't mean he'll give up. He can simply call up an old friend and ask him to make something. Shouldn't take too long, and there is the slight chance that they'll already have what they need crafted. Cerberus, beat the heat, you say? Well then, I know exactly what to do. Graphia, you do. Cerberus smiled. Cerberus, yes, I'm gonna call up Ajuka and ask him if he can craft what is needed to assist Issei. Graphia smiled. Graphia, that is nice of you, Cerberus. Cerberus merely chuckled, placing his arms on his desk. Cerberus, that boy saved my life, saved Seraphals, saved our sisters' lives. He has done more for the devil faction than I can count. This is the least I could do to repay the debt I owe him. Meanwhile, the sun slowly rose over the horizon, illuminating the dark sky in a gradient of purples that gradually transitioned into the familiar and beloved blue hue. The wind retained its chill as it gently rustled the leaves on the trees, and the sky, typically resonant with the calls of birds, remained eerily quiet. Jeju Island, infamous and resting at a considerable distance from Japan, had a history shrouded in mystery. Once teeming with inhabitants, the island had undergone a sudden and unexplained abandonment, leaving behind a haunting emptiness that puzzled all who encountered it. Those privy to the island's secrets were part of the supernatural world. They were aware that the current inhabitants of the island held a terror so profound that it had compelled the three factions to forge an unprecedented alliance in a bid to eliminate the malevolent force. Knowledge of this alliance was confined to a select few, as deep-rooted distrust among the factions necessitated discretion, even as they pursued the elusive goal of lasting peace. Once the leaders achieved reconciliation, they would mobilize their meticulously prepared forces and embark for the island. Yet, despite their hopes, the impending mission might not unfold as anticipated because time skip brought to you by me trying to see if I forgot something. Issei, you didn't have to do this, Graphia. Currently, it was 7:57 in the morning as Issei was standing outside his home with a bag full of supplies. Standing in front of him was Graphia, who had returned from the underworld with the items that she had requested from Cerberus. Graphia smiled at Issei. Graphia, nonsense, Issei. Think of it as one of your rewards for all you have done for the devil faction. Issei, you're making me sound like a hero. Graphia giggled. Graphia, you kinda are one. Issei rolled his eyes, much to Graphia's amusement. He was glad that she wanted to help, but she didn't have to go this far for him. All he really had done was stop Cockail and rescue Riaz from her marriage. Speaking of which, Riaz and the others were still sleeping, but he made sure to leave a note for them explaining where he was going and how long he will be gone for. The boy was aiming for a week at most, but if he gets through everything quickly enough, then it may only take a day or two. He wasn't entirely sure if he would, but what he did know is that Riaz and the other girls would probably strangle him if he almost got himself killed. Sona would most likely bring him back from the dead and kill him again. Yamato and Yoruichi would join her if she did. So Issei is hoping to both God and Lucifer that he manages to come back from this trip alive and not half dead, because he seems to have a track record of nearly dying a lot after he obtained the system. Issei, well, I should be heading off now. Graphia, have a safe trip. Issei chuckled. Issei, no promise there, just make sure Riaz and the other girls read the note. Issei turned and began to walk away a little, but stopped and looked back at the maid. Issei also, thanks again. Graphia smiled. Graphia, it's my pleasure. Issei smiled as he took out the Demon Castle dungeon key, took a deep breath before he exhaled. Issei, all right, time to go. In a matter of seconds, Issei went from standing in front of Graphia to then vanishing through an orange portal that appeared out of nowhere. You have entered the Demon Castle dungeon. As Issei was greeted by a familiar scenery, he mentally prepared himself because now the difficulty will increase dramatically now. Good thing he came prepared with everything he should need to survive within the dungeon. The items that Grafia obtained for him to defend against the dungeon's raging flames were a cloak and a ring. The cloak, dubbed Windrobe, was specially designed to resist tremendous amount of heat because it was made with special fibers down in the underworld. The ring, on the other hand, had no name, but from what Grafia told the brown-haired boy, it was imbued with the water from Sona's family as well as the maid's own ice magic. Issei had to say he has collected quite a bit of jewelry. He's got the collar from his battle with Cerberus, the ring of Loki, the demon monarch's earring, the demon monarch's necklace, and now this nameless ring. Issei, well, I can safely say that a quest has arrived. This gained Issei's attention as he guessed it eased the part 2 of the first one. He figured it would have showed up, but he wondered why it didn't when he completed the first part. Issei, alright, show me what you got. A screen appeared in front of him as he looked at it with his arms crossed. Normal quest, collect demon souls, part 2. The monarch of the demons, Baron, is residing on the highest floor of the demon castle. Eliminate Baron and collect its soul. Reward S. -1 highest quality runestone. -2 bonus stats plus 30. -3 hidden reward. Issei monarch. There is that word again. Ever since he heard that word, Issei has been feel off. He wasn't sure why though, he just knows that it has something to do with that word. But what does it all mean? What's so special about the word monarch? It was merely a word that defines a ruler like a king or a queen. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, this is becoming problematic. He shook his head, deciding to ignore it for now as he focused on the rewards, which were a lot better than last time, but what truly gained his attention was the runestone. Highest quality runestone, Shadow Exchange. A job-specific skill can be obtained by breaking the rune. Issei, Shadow Exchange. The only other job-specific skills that Issei has were Shadow Save, Shadow Extraction, and Domain of the Monarch. Those were the only ones he got from the job quest, which made him curious on why this skill wasn't given to him before. Why does he have to obtain after defeating this Baron demon? So many questions and so little time. At this rate, he'll never get the answers to what he seeks. Issei silently grumbles to himself as a huge magic circle appeared before the brown-haired boy. Floors 1 to 76 have been unlocked. Issei, wow, I actually guessed correctly, lucky me. Issei started to crack his knuckles, his shoulders, and even his neck as he prepared himself. Where would you like to go? Issei grew a small smirk, his eyes starting to glow with a faint purple queen. Issei, floor 76. End of chapter. S2 Chapter 21, Blast from the Past. Third-person POV. Demons. Several demons growled and snarled, each one different than last. One was as tall as a building, its eyes glowing with a crimson-red Kuoh as its armored body had several spikes on it. On top of buildings and in the air were demons with large wings, one even had a long whip-like tail. Their eyes were set on the one before them, who was none other than Tusk, the High Orc's former leader now turned Shadow Soldier. The Shadow watched as the demons approached him, but he soon raised his hand as a small orb began to glow within his palm, which soon became bigger, big enough to fit in the Orc's palm. It had a fire look, several symbols appearing behind the Shadow as started to increase in size. He grew until he matched the size of one of the demons, standing taller than the destroyed buildings around him. But that was not all. The top dragon head began to appear from his hood, which took the demons by surprise. However, before they could even react to what they were seeing, it was already too late for them. Tusk unleashed a massive beam which engulfed the large demon and all the others close to it. The beam traveled a great distance, destroying everything and anything that was in its path as buildings were cut through as if they were mere butter. You defeated a highest grade demon. You've received 1,700 EXP. You defeated an ancient demon. You've received 2,200 EXP. You defeated a highest grade demon. You've received 1,700 EXP. You defeated an ancient demon. Issei, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but be amazed by Tusk's strength as the boy swat away all the notification screens that were in his face. He got it. He obtained a lot of experience from defeating those demons. He doesn't need to be reminded anymore. The boy had to say he never expected Tusk to be this powerful, even though he was holding the Orb of Avarice, which was something he obtained after killing Vulcan. The description said that it dealt double magic damage, but he never expected it to BR at such a degree. The orb also seems to change size depending on the user. Since Tusk was larger than a regular magician, it would make sense for the orb to grow to fit in his palm. Maybe he should let the High Orc keep it since it seems to fit him perfectly, plus he had better magical power than his regular shadow magicians. A small smile grew on the brown-haired boy's face because it looks like he'll be clearing the remaining levels without much hassle. Sure, the Demon King is gonna be tremendously stronger than these regular demons, but he was glad that he won't have to deal with another Vulcan. Issei has so far so good. Issei soon turned his gaze to a screen which showed his stats. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job Shadow Monarch. Title Conqueror of Adversity +1. Level 87. Health points HP 36,800/36,800. Magic MP 4,200/4,200. Fatigue 25. Strength/SDR 125 + 45. Vitality/Vit 97 + 25. Agility/Agile 97 + 45. Intelligence/Int 102 + 50. Sense 97 + 25. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 75% + 20. Passive skills. Unknown LV Max. Perseverance LV1. Advanced Dagger Arts LV2. Active skills. Sprint LV Max. Bloodlust LV2. Stealth LV2. Vital Strike LV Max. Dagger Throw LV2. Dominator's Touch LV2. Issei still haven't gotten a level up yet, no surprise there since I'm close to level 90. He soon heard several growls as he turned SND, saw several more demons approaching his location. There was a lot of them, but this didn't scare Issei since he had faced so many in the previous levels that seeing one with almost a bore to the boy. After all, he was some weak and frail pervert who couldn't throw hands anymore. He had changed. He has gone through hell and back to reach where he was now, nearly dying so many times that even death would respect him. Issei merely looked at these monsters approaching as the boy closed his eyes for a few seconds before his opened them as stared at them, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple aura. Issei, time to hunt. Meanwhile at Kuoh. Riaz, what do you mean he already left? Inside the Hyoudou household, Riaz and the other girls were sitting in the living room. They had just woken up 5 minutes ago, noticing Issei was nowhere to be seen, which confused them at first. They thought he was downstairs making breakfast for them, but that wasn't the case since they were greeted by a familiar maid. They asked Grafia why she was in Issei's home, the maid informing the lot that Issei had already left his home to go and take on a dungeon. Riaz, Grafia, when did he leave? Grafia, 5 minutes ago. He made sure to not awaken you girls. In fact, he didn't seem to have slept at all last night. Sona, why is this dungeon important? Grafia nodded her head as she went on to inform the girls of Issei's situation, telling them that his mother had fallen into a coma and was now in the hospital. She also told them that he headed to this dungeon because it had something that would assist him with her awakening, but the boy had stated that he could be gone for probably a few hours to maybe even a whole week at most. Yamato and Yoruichi were silently listening as they already knew of Issei's mother condition, Yoruichi seeing it firsthand, and she wished she could help her, but she couldn't because she has no idea why the brown-haired boy's mother fell unconscious. She was in perfect shape and health, everything about her was perfect for someone her age. Yoruichi just hoped that Issei would be alright in the dungeon. He seems to have a thing for nearly dying. He did nearly do against both Wukong and Thor. Speaking of which, she'll have to visit Grandpa Odin in Asgard. Maybe he can help her with figuring out what was happening to Issei's mother. Yamato, hey Yoruichi. Yoruichi looked at Yamato. Yoruichi, yeah. Yamato, you think Issei will be alright? He's putting a lot on the line to save his mother, like this could be the last time we would ever see him again. Yoruichi gazed at Yamato for a few moments before she grew a small smile and shook her head. Yoruichi, no. Yamato, him. Yoruichi looked directly into Yamato's eyes as she had a small smirk. Yoruichi, never doubt Issei Hyoudou. That boy would kill even death to save the ones he loves. Yamato, I guess you're right. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound was heard as everyone turned their attention to the front door. Confusion filled the room as they wondered who could be on the other end. Those like Yoruichi and Yamato only knew two people who would visit Issei's home. Then again, it had been some time since they saw them. Grafia stood up and walked towards the front door, grabbing the doorknob and opening it up. Grafia, yes. As soon as the door was open, many eyes widened as they saw who was on the other side of it. The first person was Artemis, who Yamato and Yoruichi were not really surprised to see since the goddess had found Issei interesting. However, the second person was the one that they didn't want to see ever again because of what they tried to pull at a certain party a while back. It was the Egyptian goddess Ra. Grafia and Miss Artemis and Miss Ra. Ra looked at the maid with her arms crossed, a small smirk on her face. Ra, wow, the maid of the Devil King, didn't expect to see you here, Tilda. Back with Issei. Issei, so far so good. Issei stood before a couple of deceased demon bodies. By his side stood his shadow soldiers, excluding D-Drake, as some time had passed since he commenced slaying the demons. Notably, the number of shadows he could extract and preserve had increased, a development that pleased the boy. However, the shadow save limit had only expanded to approximately 155, which irked Issei somewhat. After all the carnage, the increase seemed a bit meager. Although it was certainly an improvement, it fell short of his expectations. Issei could extract close to 1,000 shadows, yet he could only preserve barely 200, which seemed nonsensical to him. He believed that he should be allowed to save the entire amount he had extracted. Though Issei recognized that he should be appreciative, he couldn't help feeling a bit underwhelmed, expecting more. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, well, there's no point in getting upset since there's nothing I can do about it. He shifted his focus to his shadows, awaiting a command from their leader. Issei, all right, listen up. I'm going to divide you into teams, 6 in total. The first team would be led by Tusk, accompanied by his legion of high orcs, although not all of them, as they would form a separate team. The next team would be led by Igris, and Issei was confident that the former blood-red knight would make him proud, as he always had. The following team would be led by Iron, who appeared very enthusiastic about leading his own team, much to Issei's amusement. Greed was up next, and like his comrade, he too would lead a team. Unlike Iron, however, the brown-haired boy was certain that Greed wouldn't act recklessly while out. Finally, the last team was to be led by Tank, who would lead his small group of shadow bears. Despite their limited numbers, Issei knew that Tank's team would manage well, given their incredible power back in the Red Gate. Issei, all right, those are the teams. Here are your orders. Issei held up a finger. Issei, eliminate any enemies you come across. He then raised a second finger. Issei, and 2, notify me immediately if you locate the entry permit. The shadows nodded in agreement, with Greed cracking his knuckles, Iron grinning with excitement, Tusk snorting alongside the high orcs, Tank growling in acknowledgement, and Igris unsheathing his great sword, which shimmered with a purple energy. Issei smiled, pleased to see that they were all ready to be unleashed. Issei, now disperse. With that, the shadows scattered across the land, heading toward their designated locations. Issei chuckled as he crossed his arms. This method was far more efficient than single-handedly hunting down and exterminating the demons. It did mean, however, that he would have to disregard all drops aside from the entry permit. Nevertheless, that was his top priority at the moment. As Issei stood there, receiving numerous notifications of the experience he was gaining, D-Drake's head appeared next to him, gazing at his liege. D-Drake, my liege, why didn't you assign me to a team? Issei, mainly because your overwhelming strength could destroy the entry permit, but also this gives me time to ask you some questions. This piqued D-Drake's interest, causing him to tilt his head. D-Drake, like what, my liege? Issei, well, it has something to do with the word monarch. Time skip brought to you by Issei as Alistair. Several days had passed since Issei dispatched his shadows to locate the entry permit. He knew it would take some time, but he hadn't expected it to be this long. He could already imagine Riaz and Sona berating him from back in Kuoh. They wouldn't let this slide. On the bright side, Issei had amassed a substantial amount of experience from the demons his shadows had vanquished, and they had also leveled up. Tank had reached level 24, trailing only 2 levels behind D-Drake, who had somehow gained 2 levels. Issei wasn't sure why the Welsh dragon had leveled up, considering he hadn't sent him out. One theory was that all his shadows shared the experience they gained, as he had observed a shadow magician rise from level 10 to 18 very swiftly. But this was merely a theory. A game theory. In addition to this, Issei had conversed with Ddraig about why the word monarch felt so peculiar yet familiar to him. All the dragon shared was that there was a connection between the word and the brown-haired boy, but he couldn't reveal why. When Issei asked why he couldn't, all Ddraig said was that an old friend told him not to reveal anything to Issei until the time was right, saying that the boy will know when he meets a certain someone who will be Issei's ultimate challenge. First of all, Issei wondered who this old friend of Ddraig's was because from what the dragon had mentioned, Ddraig wasn't that popular with others of his kind. Ddraig said that when he was alive, being so powerful was both a blessing and a curse. Sure, no one was dumb enough to challenge Ddraig since he could just incinerate them to ash, but this caused a hole to be filled within the dragon's heart. That's why Ddraig is so loyal to Issei, more than even Igris. Hell, the fact that he called Sun Wukong, one of if not the most powerful being in all of existence, a mere monkey should be enough proof of his loyalty. Ddraig cherishes his time with Issei because to him, Issei is the one that shall fill the hole in his heart. Anyways, there were only 20 floors left until Issei would confront the boss of the dungeon. However, his progress was impeded by a sudden problem. Apparently someone or something was systematically eliminating his shadow soldiers, draining Issei's mana at an alarming rate. This forced him to recall all of them before his mana was fully depleted. Despite the fact that a few of his shadows were not particularly formidable, their leaders should have been capable enough to handle whatever threat they encountered. Yet, even they proved to be no match for this mysterious opponent. At present, Issei was meticulously mapping out his location and the deployment of his shadows. 3 of the teams had been crossed out, those belonging to Greed, the High Orcs, and even Igris. This last one felt especially wrong to Issei, as Igris was one of his oldest and most powerful shadows, having undergone relentless training to become stronger, yet he was taken out far too easily. Issei, this doesn't make sense. How can this enemy be so powerful? Ddraig's head emerged from the boy's shadows. Ddraig, maybe they're not powerful. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, what do you mean? Ddraig, whoever is targeting the teams isn't a regular demon. Regular demons rely solely on brute strength, but this enemy is displaying intelligence and employing cunning strategies. It suddenly dawned on Issei that Tusk's team was closest to Igris' team, yet the assailant bypassed the High Orc and ambushed Greed. Tusk was formidable, even before obtaining the Orb of Avarice. It was clear that brute strength alone wouldn't suffice against him, as it would lead to defeat. This indicated that the enemy was targeting shadows they knew they could defeat. However, given Igris' power, it made no sense unless there were multiple enemies at play. Issei, Ddraig, do you think there is more than one enemy? Ddraig, it has to be. No regular demon is capable of orchestrating something like this, especially since your soldiers can regenerate. Narrowing his eyes, a faint purple glow emerged as Issei stood up. If that were the case, Issei knew who the next target would be. Issei, Ddraig, how about we go and say hello to our new friends? Ddraig, as you command, my liege. With that, Issei dashed off in a random direction, activating his stealth ability. He moved silently until reaching the location where Tank and the other ice bears were scouting. Initially, Issei thought the enemy would target Iron's team, but they were on the other side of the floor, away from Igris and Tusk. The only one closest was Tank and his group, so if he waited, they would appear. Issei waited patiently. Initially, nothing seemed to happen, causing him to doubt his intuition. However, his ears perked at the sound of an approaching presence. He narrowed his eyes as armored figures on horseback emerged a few feet away from Tank's group. They were armed with spears and halberds, with the lead figure wielding a double-edged blade. Looks like that's them, Issei thought to himself. Tank and the ice bears roared as they charged toward the enemies, but to Issei's surprise, one of the demon knights effortlessly dodged and cut through his shadow soldiers as if they were mere paper. Issei finally understood why he had been losing mana so rapidly. These demons were faster than his soldiers' regeneration. It was evident they outmatched them in terms of speed. This posed a significant problem for Issei. If he didn't eliminate these demons, his plans would be severely delayed. Turning off his stealth, Issei leaped from his hiding spot, landing before the demon knight, who charged toward him. Issei easily dodged the attack, glaring at the demon knight with one of his eyes glowing purple. Weak, Issei uttered, swiftly delivering a forceful kick to the demon's face, breaking its neck and skull, causing the demon's body to crash to the ground. You defeated a demon knight. You received 3,000 EXP. Issei turned his attention to the remaining demon knights who charged at him to avenge their comrade. Issei smirked in response. Issei Gamber. With that, he vanished from their sight, leaving the two knights bewildered. Unfortunately for them, their confusion was short-lived, as Issei reappeared and swiftly dispatched them both with his daggers. You defeated a demon knight. You received 3,000 EXP. You defeated a demon knight. You received 3,000 EXP. Issei, now then, time for the leader. As Issei gazed upon the leader, he immediately noticed that the leader seemed very scared. This was quite surprising, as he hadn't anticipated a demon, a literal creature from the raging inferno, to show fear before a mere human. A small chuckle escaped Issei's throat as he locked eyes with the leader, his expression instilling even more terror. The glowing purple eyes only intensified this fear, as if they were staring into the abyss, and the abyss was staring back. As the two entered combat, the demon knight leader began to jab at Issei very quickly with their weapon. However, Issei managed to dodge all of these attacks without any problem, but the way that they were attacking was strange. Forehead, neck, heart. Those weren't random strikes, they were accurately aiming for them like they were weakapots. Issei had to say, for a monster they actually had some good combat experience, which means that they just be probably a A rank or possibly a S rank monster. Issei soon swung his dagger, shattering the demon knight leader's blade as he grabbed them by the face, lifting them up a little as he prepared to finish them off. However, I give up. Issei immediately stopped as the leader raised their hands, showing that they dropped their weapon. Did he hear that correctly? Did they just say that they surrendered? Did he just hear them speak in a human language? Issei, what did you just say? I give up. Issei narrowed his eyes. The way that they were speaking, it wasn't the work of the system. They were speaking in Japanese, which shouldn't be possible, and yet it is apparently. But something about it was strangely familiar to Issei, like he had heard it before. Issei, that voice. He narrowed his eyes. The tone of the voice definitely sounded familiar to Issei. In fact, it didn't sound like a demon at all. It almost sounded human. Issei, the tone of your voice. Issei put away his dagger as he grabbed onto the leader's helmet. Issei, are you? He then took it off and was greeted by what he expected. The demon knight leader was in fact a young demon girl with long purple hair, large red eyes, sharp red eye markings, and pronounced canines. Issei, so I was right, you are a girl. Demon girl, I'm sorry, we were in the wrong. Please spare my life. Issei let her go as he crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow as Tank and his group appeared around the two. Issei, you attacked my soldiers and now you're asking for forgiveness. The shadow bears looked at the demon girl with expressions that clearly showed that they weren't happy, making her sweat a little. Demon girl, I committed a grave sin, but in our clan's shoes we have to protect this area. We can't just sit still and let some basta. She gazed at the shadows which growled at her. Demon girl, I mean some person run wild and kill other demons like ants. She then bowed to Issei. Demon girl, please forgive me. Issei raised an eyebrow. Issei, is it okay for you to beg for your life to the person who killed your men? Demon girl, a knight's duty is to protect their master. I am sure the knights will be happy if I am safe. Issei felt a little conflicted now. A part of him wanted to just kill the leader and move on with finding the entry permit, but at the same time, she technically isn't in the wrong since Issei was the invader in this situation, plus she looked strangely familiar. Issei, hey, what's your name? Demon girl, my name. Issei nodded. Eli's, it's Essel. Essel and I'm the eldest daughter of the Radier clan. Issei crossed his arms. Issei, for some reason you look familiar to me, but I can't place my finger on it. Essel remained silent as she looked at Issei, confused on what he meant. She doesn't remember meeting anyone like him before, especially not someone who is capable of killing so many demons without any mercy whatsoever. But looking at the boy's face, his eyes, his hair, and one of his muscular arms, It reminded her of a certain boy she had met a while back, a boy she gave her number to before she got called back by her father. What was his name again? Issei Izuku Issei. Issei. Her eyes widened as she looked at Issei with a shocked expression. Are you Issei Hyoudou? Issei nodded his head, narrowing his eyes at her. Issei, yeah, how do you know that? I don't remember telling you. A small blush grew on her face as Issei rubbed her arm. Issei, I am the nurse you met on your last day at the hospital. Issei's eyes widened. Issei, what? End of chapter. S2 Chapter 22, Hunter vs. Demon King. Third-person POV. Damn it. A fallen angel lay on the ground, gravely injured, covered in blood and bruises. His arm was missing and a few feathers were gone from one of his wings. Fear and horror filled his eyes as a towering monster, a red ant with wings, devoured the remains of a devil soldier before him. He and a few soldiers from the devil and angel factions had been assigned to watch over Jeju Island, ensuring no monsters reached the mainland. For years, they successfully defended against the ants attempting to cross the ocean. However, when the ants began developing wings, signaling an evolution, tension grew. They underestimated the creatures. Their complacency led to an ant breaching the mainland. Despite their efforts, only the fallen angel and a devil remained. Desperately, they initiated a distress signal, hopping for backup before the ant finished its meal. Damn it, where is that backup? The fallen angel's heart raced, sweat dripped down his face, and fear consumed him as he awaited the arrival of help. Suddenly, the ant turned towards him, triggering a desperate plea to stay away. Trapped against a wall, the fallen angel watched as the monstrous ant, blood dripping from its claws and mouth, approached on 2 feet, standing 7 or 8 feet tall. His desperate pleas for mercy echoed as the ant closed in, its eyes devoid of emotion, focused solely on its mission to serve its queen and defend the hive. The fallen angel's cries filled the air as the ant inflicted a horrific and agonizing death upon him, tearing him apart and consuming him while he remained conscious. Meanwhile with Issei. Issei, you're joking, right? Please tell me you are. Issei stood with his arms crossed as he stared at Issei, who rubbed the back of her head, letting out a nervous laugh. Issei still can't wrap his head around what she had just said. She was the nurse that saw him on his last day at the hospital. That made absolutely no sense whatsoever for a couple of reasons, such as the fact that she was a demon while the nurse was a human. Second thing was that both of their appearances were absolutely nothing alike. Finally, even if Issei was telling the truth, then how the hell was she able to get out of the dungeon? As far as Issei knows, none of the inhabitants of the dungeon should be able to cross over to the human world unless something happens to the dungeon gate. Sure, there is also the possibility that there was another way, but if that was the case, then the demons would have used it by now. After all, these demons were nothing like Ria's and the other devils he had encountered. Both were nothing alike, despite being demonic creatures that are known to be very dangerous and vicious beings. Unfortunately it's true. Issei, prove it then. Eli sighed a little, not really surprised that Issei didn't believe her statement as the brown-haired boy watched the demon girl reach for something and took out a piece of paper. At first, Issei raised an eyebrow at the sight of the paper, but as she handed it over to him, his expression changed. His eyes widened in shock as he saw that on the piece of paper, which was a little dirty and ripped in the corners, was his phone number. He stared at the piece of paper as Issei thought that he was seeing things. There was no way that it was actually his phone number. He shook his head. Maybe his eyes are playing tricks on him. Yeah, maybe that is the reason it looks like his phone number. He took another look at it. Unfortunately, nothing changed, which shocked him even more. Issei, no way, it's my phone number. Issei looked at Issei. Issei, you really are the nurse? Issei nodded her head. Issei, yeah, it's me. Issei, I see. He handed the piece of paper back to Issei, who put it away in a satchel. Issei, I guess it's good to see you again. Sorry for nearly killing you. Issei merely waved it off. Issei, no problem, I'm sure you didn't mean any harm. This made Issei sweat drop a little. Issei, you call me nearly stabbing you in the chest, no harm. Issei soon tilted her head. Issei, but why are you here? How did you even get here? Issei remained silent at first, not sure whether he should explain himself to Essel since she still was technically a monster, and Issei needed to find the entry permit to keep ascending. He had been on this floor for hours, still no trace of that entry permit. Unless… Issei, long story, but can I ask you something? This gained Essel's attention. Essel, what is it? Issei, the entry permit, where is it? Hearing this took Essel by surprise. The entry permit to the next level. Why was Issei after that? What did the boy have planned? She saw the serious look in his eyes, not quite the same eyes she once gazed upon in THR hospital. These ones had been hardened by countless deaths and battles. They were the eyes of something much greater than herself. Essel, why do you want to know? Issei, I have my reasons, probably like you and the demons have your reasons to listen to those voices. This confused Essel, making her raise an eyebrow at the boy's words. Essel, voices, what voices? Issei, the voices that tell you to kill humans. Essel, oh, we don't have that, we have something else. Issei's eyes widen a little. He fully expected Essel to be like that ice elf leader from the Red Gate, but it looks like he WSS wrong. Issei, if that's the case, what does yours say? Essel, protect the area we reside in. Issei raised an eyebrow in both confusion and awe at this newly obtained information. Now he knows that there is a difference between the monsters that come from the gates and the ones from the dungeons. The 2 times Issei got trapped in a red gate, the boss monster kept on saying something about voices. Whoever these voices are, they are certainly a mysterious force of nature and a major pain in the ass for Issei. The boy has absolutely no way of knowing who or what is behind the voices. All he can so is just speculate what the mastermind and their motivates are until he somehow meets them. Issei, I see. When did you start hearing these voices? Essel, the moment we opened our eyes here. Here. Did Essel just say open their eyes? Here? If Issei heard all that correctly, and he sure did, then this was a huge discovery. For the longest time, Issei always believed that the system was the one who created the dungeons as a way to taste the boy's skill, since it always gave him the keys to open them. However, with what he has now discovered, he can throw that statement out the window because apparently all the monsters within the dungeons come from a completely different place. Issei, why you mean to say you came from a whole other world? Essel nodded. Essel, yes, we came from the demon world. Issei, and what were you doing in the demon world? Essel didn't respond as she stood where she was, confusing the brown-haired boy as he noticed that her face seemed to be weird. He couldn't describe it, but it reminded him of the time he asked the ice elf leader about the voices. Issei, Essel, you. Essel, war. Issei was taken aback. Issei, what? Essel, we were preparing for war. Issei, war. Essel, yes. Issei narrowed his eyes. Issei, war against who? Essel, it was a war against an enemy so powerful that all demons were required to gather together. This surprised Issei a little. Was there actually something so powerful that all the demons in this dungeon were brought together to face off against it? If so, then who or what was that enemy? Issei needed to know. At some point he may come across this enemy and he doesn't want to be unprepared for it. So asking Essel about it now may give him the edge in the future. Issei, Essel, who is this enemy? Essel, it. Issei raised an eyebrow in confusion at Essel's lack of words. Issei, Essel. Essel, you have surpassed the allowed amount of information. The conversation will be interrupted. Issei's eyes widen a little. That wasn't Essel's voice. It sounded robotic, like she was possessed by something. This was exactly like the time with Baruka. The system is preventing Issei from acquiring important information. This left Issei with even more questions, and so far none of it made any sort of sense. Why was the system blocking the conversation? Why was it getting in his way? What was its goal? Actually, the more important question is not why the system was doing it, but rather, why is the maker so afraid of him finding out the truth? What will happen when Issei learns the truth? As the brown-haired boy was deep in thought, he noticed that Essel began to sweat a little as she looked a little pale. Before long, she began to fall over, but lucky enough, Issei managed to catch her before she hit the ground. Issei, Essel, you okay? He looked at the demon girl, seeing that she was unconscious, but was luckily still breathing, which made Issei let out a small sigh of relief. The system must have knocked her out to prevent Issei from dwelling too deep on his own those, and that pissed him off. He was GLSD that the system had given him a second chance at life, but now he was starting to regret his action. Issei great, just fucking great. Meanwhile with Azazel. Currently Azazel was seated in his office, positioned behind his desk, which boasted 3 expansive monitor screens. The first displayed Cerberus, the reigning Devil King and esteemed leader of the Devil faction. The second screen showcased his brother Michael, the esteemed leader of the Angel faction. Finally, the third monitor depicted the ghastly aftermath of the recent massacre wrought by the formidable ant that managed to escape from Jeju Island. Azazel, I am sure I don't need to explain how bad this is. Cerberus monitor, yeah, we can tell from the footage that those bastards are evolving quickly. Michael nodded his head. Michael monitor, yes, the soldiers we sent to eliminate the monster managed to defeat it, but from what I was told, I'm more concerned. Azazel, yeah, same here. This thing targeted the ones at the back, followed by the medic. The leader of the fallen angels let out a small sigh. Azazel, if these things are truly developing intelligence, then we can wait any longer. He then looked at the monitors with a serious look in his eyes. Azazel, we have to go through with the peace treaty. We need all hands on deck for when we attack the nest. Michael's monitor, I agree, brother, but we all know that not everyone will be glad about this. Cerberus nodded in agreement. Cerberus monitor, Michael's right, there will be those in our race that still hold a grudge against one another. Azazel, well, we don't have a choice. Our soldiers barely managed to kill that thing. What if another shows up and attacks the nearest town? The entire world will know of not only the ants but of us as well. Michael monitor, which will lead to worldwide chaos. Azazel nodded his head. Azazel, yeah, humans fear the unknown. If it's a threat to them, and trust me, they will see us as a threat, then this could lead to a war. Cerberus let out a small groan of annoyance. Cerberus monitor, oh great, another one, and it's not against each other. Azazel, so we're all in agreement, we need to have the treaty. Both Cerberus and Michael nodded their heads. Cerberus monitor, I shall to the arraignment, but where will we have house summit is THR next question. Azazel smirked. Azazel Kuoh Academy. This gained the leader of the devil's attention as he looked at the fallen angel with a serious expression. Cerberus monitor, why there? Azazel chuckled. Azazel, calm down, Cerberus, I'm not gonna do anything, I just want to meet someone. This time Michael raised an eyebrow in confusion. Michael monitor, who brothers? Azazel, a boy. Michael, a boy named Issei Hyoudou. Back with Issei. Essel let out a small groan as she slowly opened her eyes, confusion the only thing on her mind as she wondered what just happened. Essel, what happened? She slowly sat up, placing a hand on her face as her head throbbed in pain. It wasn't constant, but it still caused an uncomfortable feeling within her head. Essel. Essel turned toward the voice and saw Issei standing a few feet away from her, a look of relief on the brown-haired boy's face as he was glad that the demon girl wasn't harmed when she passed out. Essel, Issei. Issei, you sleep well? Essel nodded her head. Essel, yeah, what happened? Issei, you passed out and I had to defend you from these guys. Issei proceeded to point behind him as Essel's eyes widened. Behind the boy was the bodies of numerous demons, with some being highest-grade demons or even ancient demons. Essel, why you protected me? Issei nodded his head. Issei, of course, though I'm surprised that they wanted to kill you. Aren't you the same species? Essel shook her head. Essel, no, the ones you fought are demons without intellect. They view demons like me as lesser versions because we don't match their brute strength. Issei raised an eyebrow. Why did this feel awfully familiar with a certain bird that he kicked a while back? What was his name again? It started with an R, Ryan, Razor. It didn't really matter in the end, but what Essel just said did remind Issei of that event from a while back, even though the difference between the two things was that one had to do with status and class, while this one was different. Issei, well, it doesn't matter now that these guys are dead. Essel nodded her head as she stood up, bowing a little to Issei. Essel, thank you, Issei, for saving my life. If there is anything I can do to repay you, please let me know. Issei, there is. She looked up at the boy, wondering what he would like as a reward. Essel, what is it? Issei, take me to the entry permit. Time skip brought to you by me running out of ideas for this. Issei, yeah, should have seen this coming. Issei and Essel stood at the front door of a massive castle which sat on top of a cliff. A long staircase behind them led to ground level as raging fires erupted all around them. Issei had to say he fully expected some sort of large mansion and not what looks like a castle stolen from Transylvania, but then again, Essel was a knight, so it sort of made sense that she would live in a castle. Although it was a little hilarious the more he thought of it, since this was a demon castle in front of him and they were inside a dungeon called the Demon Castle. If that doesn't cause someone to chuckle even a little, then he doesn't know what will. Issei makes sense, she's a knight and everything, so a castle is a perfect fit for her. He followed Essel inside of the building, his gaze focused on his surroundings as Essel talked with a demonic knight, asking where her father currently was, only for the soldier to say that he was waiting for her in the throne room. Issei and Essel walked toward the throne room, the latter hoping that her father won't try and kill Issei, especially after she had witnessed him effortlessly kill 3 of her soldiers. She doesn't have any ill intentions against the boy, but she knew what he was capable of and knew he could easily kill them all if they angered him. Once they arrived, 2 soldiers opened the doors and Issei was greeted by an almost all-to-family scene. A large throne room, illuminated by the torches strapped to the pillars that supported the room. However, the difference between this one and the one he found Igris in was that there were windows which allowed the light from outside to shine room. Issei had to say this was his second time being in a throne room and he already didn't like it because he still gets flashbacks to when Igris kicked his butt in combat. This made the brown-haired boy wonder if he killed Essel and forced his way into the castle. Would this room be a boss room? It seemed like it would be one, especially since Essel's father was the one in charge. Essel stepped forward, looking at her father. Essel, father, I have brought a guest. Issei took this chance to look at Essel's father, and to be honest, he looked more like a vampire rather than a demon, but with long points ears which reminded Issei of a certain fallen angel he killed a while back. Essel's father, Essel, why you? Issei raised an eyebrow. Why does her father look afraid? Was it because Issei was there? Sure, he gets that he isn't a demon, but that doesn't mean he was ugly. Essel's father, who in the world did you bring here? Essel, father, this man is a guest, so. Essel's father, what kind of guest comes to someone else's home with an army? This surprised not only Essel, but Issei was taken aback by this as well. Essel, what? Essel's father, Essel, can't you see it with your eyes? There are countless soldiers hidden in that man's shadow. Essel looked over at Issei, who was both surprised and in awe by this. Does Essel's father have an ability that let him see what others can't? As far as he knew, no one could see his shadow's soldiers unless they were summoned, but it looks like he was wrong. This made him even more curious. What would have happened if he decided to kill everything in his path? Like, would Essel's father be able to easily detect his soldiers if they planned to do a sneak attack? Just then, all the knights in the room besides Essel pointed their weapons at Issei, who remained where he stood. Essel's father, you dare bring your soldiers into my home? Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, look, I'm not here to hurt anyone, just hand over the entry permit and I shall leave this place. Essel's father looked a little uneasy as he stared at Issei. The boy was no doubt the one killing demons at a tremendous rate and climbing the tower. Even though he was a demon noble, the Radier clan was unfortunately one of the weakest among the 20 demon clans. There was no chance of killing the boy, especially since he took care of both Vulcan and Metis, who were extraordinary powerful demons despite residing on the lower levels of the tower. If he could take care of them, then what were the chances that the Radier clan would be able to harm him? Plus, he also brought his daughter back unharmed. Essel's father, the entry permit, is that all you want? Issei, one more thing. Issei proceeded to point at Essel, who still stood next to the brown-haired boy. Issei, I am gonna need to borrow her. Time skip brought to you by me confused on what the fuck Palworld is. Issei, sorry for dragging you like this. Both Issei and Essel, who had a large bag over shoulder, were on the next floor of the demon castle. After some misunderstanding and a little bit of dinner, Issei managed to obtain entry permit from her father, but the boy also explained that he will need to borrow Essel as a guide. Essel's father made sure to ask Issei if he was sure that his daughter won't be in danger, which the boy found surprising since ignoring their intelligence and human-like nature, they were still monsters, and to see one care for one of their own. It felt unreal. Issei also discovered something else about the system. Apparently there is a party mode feature which popped up after he got THR entry permit. He had asked Essel if they could leave right away, which she agreed, and it just popped up right in front of the boy. One of the features of said party mode is shared experience, which annoyed Issei because if he and Essel worked together then she was gonna get some of the experience as well. If he killed a regular demon that gave like 1000 EXP, then both party members would get 500 EXP each, that is if Essel actually helps him. He told her to let him do all the work. It may be selfish of him, but Issei need to collect all THR experience points and reach level 100 as quickly as he can because he knows that he'll need it later down the line. Essel gave the boy a small smile. Essel, it's quite all right, Issei. I don't mind since I get to see you again. Issei let out a small chuckle. Issei, I see, but if you don't mind me asking, what's with the bag? Essel put the bag down and opened it, revealing some basics things like food and water, but surprisingly also several bottles of alcohol, which confused the Issei because he was pretty sure that those aren't really necessary. Issei, why is there alcohol? Essel, well, this alcohol is the head of the Garshi clan loves. My father prepared items that each of the clan leaders will appreciate. Issei couldn't help but narrow his eyes, so there was more items in that backpack of hers. That was more than enough for Issei to know that the other clans aren't gonna be as friendly as Essel's, probably due to their ranking or whatever. Issei raised his hand and gave Essel a gentle head pat, surprising the demon girl as she looked at the brown-haired boy with a small blush on her face. Essel, Issei. Issei, you don't need to worry about negotiations. Essel, why not? Issei let out a small chuckle of amusement as he turned, his eyes glowing with a beautiful purple aura. Issei, you just wait here, this shouldn't take long. As Issei began to walk toward the Garshi clan castle, Essel couldn't help but watch with awe as she saw numerous purple eyes shining behind the boy's shadow. A wave of emotion engulfed her as she finally gets what her father had seen, soldiers hidden away in the darkness of one's shadow, just waiting to be unleashed into battle. As the screams and battle cries filled the air, Essel was still trying to wrap her head around the fact that this was Issei Hyoudou, the same one she met at the hospital. He had grown so much from the last time she saw him. Issei never had such power before. It felt almost unreal feeling it now. She figured that back then she couldn't sense it because of two reasons. The first one is that he hadn't awakened his power. Maybe when she saw him training it was in an attempt to awaken it. The second reason, became she couldn't properly sense it. While she did meet him at the hospital, she technically wasn't there in person. No one, absolutely no one seemed to be able to leave the demon castle. It was like a prison of sorts, and all the demons within were like prisoners. Growing up, Essel's mother had told her stories of what their home used to be like before they appeared within the demon castle. She had dreamed of one day leaving and seeing the outside world with her very own eyes. Unfortunately, disaster struck and her mother had been killed by a ruthless demon who was on a rampage. Essel didn't know the demon, but she swore to get revenge on the fiend that took her mother away from her, for it was her that gave Essel the inspiration to leave the castle. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find the demon, and it wouldn't matter since she wasn't allowed to leave the floor. Her clan was won due to her father's fear of losing Essel THR, same way as her mother. So Essel trained herself and learned as much as she could, eventually gaining an ability called spectral body, which allowed her mind to leave her own body and form a new one in a different place. That is when she met Issei, because her ability formed her in his world in the form of a nurse. Essel, Issei, you've grown. With the brown-haired boy, it only took a few minutes to take care of everything within the Garshi clan, and just like the previous demons he faced, they were very underwhelming because he expected much more. After he killed them all and took the entry permit from them, both he and Essel made their way toward the remaining clans. Essel was still worried that Issei will eventually come across a demon that he can't beat, but much to her surprise, none of that happened as the boy and his shadow soldiers threw all that got in their way. You defeated a demon knight. You received 3000 EXP. You defeated a demon knight. You received 3000 EXP. You defeated a demon noble. You received 4,500 EXP. Issei, geez, so many bloody notifications. Issei swat the screens out of his face. He got the point that he received a lot of experience points. Also, if memory serves him correctly, that was his first time killing a demon noble, and he had to say that he will probably be killing more along the way, since they dropped nearly 5,000 EXP. Issei, now then. He turned his attention over to Igris, Tank, Greed, and Iron. Igris LV, Max. Rank Knight. A promotion is available due to reaching the required level. This shadow will be promoted if the monarch's permission is given. Tank LV, Max. Rank Knight. A promotion is available due to reaching the required level. This shadow will be promoted if the monarch's permission is given. Iron LV, Max. Rank Knight. A promotion is available due to reaching the required level. This shadow will be promoted if the monarch's permission is given. Greed LV, Max. Rank Knight. A promotion is available due to reaching the required level. This shadow will be promoted if the monarch's permission is given. Issei crossed his arms so he can promote his soldiers if they reached the max level. Maybe this means he can finally hear Igris, Iron, and Greed talk since D-Drake is able to. Sure, there is the chance that they may not be allowed when they reach their next rank, but it's definitely something to be curious about. Issei, this is definitely something to keep an eye out for in the near future. Several screens appeared before Issei, making the boy's eyes twitched a little because he was seriously about to throw hands with the system. Knight Igris has requested permission for a promotion. Knight Tank has requested permission for a promotion. Knight Iron has requested permission for a promotion. Knight Greed has requested permission for a promotion. Issei, well, they definitely don't waste any time whatsoever. They're already asking me for a promotion. Eventually, another screen appeared in front of Issei. Do you accept the request? Issei grew a small smirk. Issei, I accept. As soon as Issei uttered those words, shadows began to gather around the four soldiers and the ground started to shake and rumble a little. Essel watched in a mixture of shock and awe as the four were completely covered by the shadows, shooting up into the sky like four dark pillars of light. Shadow claws formed as they danced around the four, and the sight of the phenomenon brought a smile to Issei's face, which unfortunately was taken away when the system decided to remind him of what was happening by shoving several screens in his face. Seriously, he was gonna throw hands with something no one else can see. Knight Igris has been promoted from rank Knight to rank Elite Knight. Knight Tank has been promoted from rank Knight to rank Elite Knight. Knight Iron has been promoted from rank Knight to rank Elite Knight. Knight Greed has been promoted from rank Knight to rank Elite Knight. Issei, this fucking thing, I swear. Ignoring the annoying piece of shit, Issei turned his attention to his shadow soldiers who revealed themselves from the pillars of darkness. Barely anything changed from their appearance, which Issei knew would be the case, but he could definitely say that they have gotten a lot stronger. Like Igris' aura felt so much different than before. It was on a whole other level, which only meant one thing and one thing only. Igris had obtained the strength of an S rank. A small smile grew on the brown-haired boy's face. The former blood-red commander has came a long way from when Issei first met him in the job change dungeon. Sure, back then Igris was already a tough opponent, but now he'll be on a whole other league. Issei, well done Igris, you've come a long way. The other three had also grew in strength too. Iron and Greed were about equip in strength, while Tank appeared to be around the equivalent of a high-end A rank. Suddenly, several more screens appeared in front of Issei's face, which pissed him off even more as his eyes twitched. Igris LV1. Rank Elite Knight. Tank LV1. Rank Elite Knight. Iron LV1. Rank Elite Knight. Greed LV1. Rank Elite Knight. Issei, I swear. Essel, Issei. Issei looked over at Essel, tilting his head slightly. Issei, yeah, what's up? Essel, do you know how many clans you have destroyed so far? Issei crossed his arms. How many clans has he taken care of already? It probably hasn't been much since they were only on the 89th floor of the Demon Castle. That is also not including the Radier clan as well. Issei, excluding your clan, I think a total of 9. Essel, starting from the 90th floor, each one will be supervised by clans with high-ranking nobles. If you can persuade them, they may just hand over the entry permits to you just like my clan. Issei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this. Issei, if I was weaker than your clan, would you have negotiated with me? Essel was taken aback by the boy's words. What was he talking about? Yes, originally Essel wanted to kill Issei because he was a threat to her clan and their territory. But that was only because she didn't know who he really was. If she did know, then she wouldn't have attacked him. Essel, oh of course we woo. Issei, you don't need to lie, you said it yourself. Essel, huh? Issei turned from the demon girl as he started to yawn, stretching one of his arms up into the air to get the stiffness out of his joints. Fighting for so long can definitely leave one exhausted, which isn't what he wants while in combat. Issei knew that from experience. He almost reached 100% fatigue during the job change quest. He won't let that happen again. He still had 20 more floors to go until he arrived at Baron, which gives him enough time to get some rest and relaxation. Issei, as you said, there's a fierce competition between the demon clans due to ranks, so that is why. He then looked back at Essel, giving her a gentle smile. Issei, I've decided to boost the Radier clan to first place. Essel was left completely surprised by this action. Why would Issei do such a thing for her? He barely knows her, and yet he is doing something on this scale for her. Essel, Issei. She then looked down a little, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Essel, Issei, why are you doing this? Why excuse my clan when you don't seem to care too about the other ones? Issei, simple, because I like you. Essel didn't expect this response, causing a blush to crawl onto the demon girl's face. She felt her heart beat quickly against her chest as she turned away from the boy, placing one of her hands on her chest. Essel, what's wrong with me? Why am I feeling like this again? Issei watched Essel as he raised an eyebrow in confusion. Issei, what's wrong with her? Suddenly a screen appeared next to Issei. Urgent notice, another member added to the Ha. Issei silenced the system by backhanding it, an annoyed expression on his face as one of his eyes were twitching. Issei, fucking piece of shit. Time skip brought to you by Subaru and Elden Ring. She was correct. Just as Essel had stated, the very moment they had arrived at the 90th floor, the difference in difficulty was instantly acknowledgeable. The increase of monsters' levels and numbers was definitely in a different league compared to the ones on the lower levels. Unfortunately, Issei had came across a little problem that was even happening while he was on the 97th floor of the tower. Due to the increase of the monster's level, his weaker shadow soldiers were being taken out very quickly, which was causing his mana to drain at a rapid pace. Just like with Essel and her soldiers, the enemy was just too fast and powerful for his weaker shadow's regeneration to keep up, and Issei needed to make sure he had enough mana for his other skills as well. He can't just rely on his shadows. He had other abilities that required mana, and they were gonna be useless if he had none left. On the plus side, he had obtained a total of 3 levels, which he put all into his intelligence. However, despite all that, it simply seemed insignificant with how much his mana was being consumed. That just showed how the shadow soldiers are regenerating after being destroyed. Issei slashed a demon's throat, causing its blood to erupt from the wound as it collapsed onto the ground. The brown-haired boy panted ever so slightly, wiping a bit of sweat from his forehead as he turned and walked away from the corpse. All around him were the disused bodies of various demons, from ancient, demon knights, and demon nobles. He had slain them all and obtained all the experience he could get from them, which wasn't a lot anymore due to him going up 3 levels. Issei, okay, time to see where I'm at now. A screen appeared in front of the boy, showing his stats. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job Shadow Monarch. Title Conqueror of Adversity +1. Level 90. Health points HP 66,600/66,600. Magic MP 6,900/6,900. Fatigue 15. Strength/SDR 128 + 45. Vitality/Vit 100 + 25. Agility/Agile 100 + 45. Intelligence/Int 105 + 50. Sense 100 + 25. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 79% + 20. Passive skills. Unknown LV max. Perseverance LV1. Advanced Dagger Arts LV2. Active Skills. Sprint LV Max. Bloodlust LV2. Stealth LV2. Vital Strike LV Max. Dagger Throw LV2. Dominator's Touch LV2. Issei smiled a little, glad that he was now only 10 levels away from reaching level 100. He felt a little bit proud of himself because he had came a long way from what he used to be. In fact, it almost feels like yesterday that Issei woke up in that hospital with a screen in front of him. Essel merely watched Issei from the sidelines, her mind in deep thought. Essel, even the rank 5 Ricado clan and the rank 4 Petios clan couldn't beat him. She then cleared her throat. Essel, Issei, are all humans this powerful? This caused Issei to let out a small chuckle as he shook his head at the demon girl. Issei, now I'm just different from others. Essel, I see, so shall we head off to the next floor? Issei didn't respond as he silently looked into Essel's eyes. He enjoyed the demon girl's company, but he felt like he should send her back to her clan. Her father is probably worried sick about her and she hasn't really done much. Issei has been doing all the killing while she just watches. He just felt bad. He dragged her out here against her will, even though she agreed to come along. Issei, hey Essel, can I ask you something? Essel, yes, what is it? Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, why don't you head back to your clan? I can take care of things from here. Essel was taken aback by this. Why was Issei sending her away? Had she done something wrong? No, she couldn't have, so why was he trying to send her away when they had come so far? Essel, am I of no use to you anymore? Issei, no, it's no that. He placed a hand on her shoulder. Issei, you've been great, but I don't think your father would like it if yo. Essel, I'm going with you. Issei blinked. Issei, huh? Essel looked at Issei with a serious expression. Essel, I want to see the end of our journey with you, to see what's at the top of the tower. Issei, you sure? It's gonna be dangerous. Essel grew a small smile. Essel, it's nothing you can't handle. Issei stared at her for a moment, a chuckle escaping from his throat as he rubbed the back of his head. Issei, all right, I guess there is no telling you otherwise. They both turned and began to walk away as a screen appeared before the brown-haired boy. Moving to the 98th floor. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Nepal to be exact, stood one of its several mountains. Nepal is known to have some of the tallest mountains in the entire world, some that reach higher than the clouds. Perched on the edge of one of these majestic peaks was a powerful being, a striking young girl with long, flowing black hair cascading down to her hips, complemented by piercing gray eyes. Notably, her ears differed from a normal human's, featuring pointed tips, although this feature was often obscured by her lengthy ebony locks. Her dark gray eyes possessed reptilian-slitted pupils, and her attire consisted of a striking black Gothic Lolita fashion ensemble. This was no ordinary girl. This was Apphise, the Ouroboros dragon and the infinite dragon god. She stood as one of the two most powerful beings in the universe, capable of devastating power. With a mere choice, she could easily wipe out all life on the planet with a single gesture or even destroy the planet itself. Apphise's appearance, however, was not her true form. It was merely one of the many she had assumed over countless years. Among her previous forms was that of an old man with a long white beard, a visage that would understandably terrify many. Another was that of a small purple snake with gray diamonds, a form that inspired fear in most, primarily due to the innate dread of serpents. This Gothic appearance was yet another in a series of her many forms. She had undergone so many transformations that the exact count remained unknown. At that moment, Apphise was deep in contemplation, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of retribution against those who had deprived her of her home. Despite being a dragon, Apphise did not reside in a traditional cave like others of her kind. She inhabited a very unique place, a place visited by only two beings, the dimensional gap. The dimensional gap constitutes the space that exists between all worlds, often referred to as a void world. It represents an endless chaotic void where in every direction a blend of iridescent colors stretches into infinity. This was Apphise's birthplace, her sanctuary, until it was usurped by another being. She was not the sole inhabitant born within the dimensional gap. Another entity came into existence alongside the Ouroboros dragon. Survival within the dimensional gap is impossible without magical, demonic power or some form of protection. Any being lacking such fortification perishes within seconds of exposure to the nothingness within the gap. One might question why Offeyes would choose to dwell in such a place. The answer, however, is quite simple. She relishes the absolute silence that permeates the gap. As Offeyes continued to stare off into the distance, she soon perked up by a very familiar aura which made the dragon narrow her eyes. Offeyes, why are you here? She turned her head and was greeted by the sight of none other than Issei's father, the man who left it all behind. Goro, I see you're looking well, Offeyes. Offeyes, what do you want? Come to gloat. Goro let out a small sigh as he shook his head before gazing off into the distance. Goro, you know what's coming, don't you? Offeyes nodded. Goro, then you know that eventually you're gonna need to pick a side. Offeyes Alewa. Goro, I get it, you want your precious silence back. Offeyes was a little annoyed by this, and Goro can tell, but he knows that Offeyes won't hold a grudge over something so little as that. Goro, look, we had our differences in the past, but I'm not gonna sit around while they do nothing about the problem. He looked down at Offeyes. Goro, I just hope that you pick the right side. With that, he turned and started to walk away as Offeyes watched with a silent expression on her face. Offeyes, I hate you, Baka. Back with Issei. Issei, so this is it. Currently, both Issei and Essel were standing together as they gazed at something in front of them. After what felt like a long journey, they had finally arrived at the top of the Demon Castle dungeon, the 100th floor. The sight was undeniably captivating. Similar to the previous floors, a castle-like structure stood before them. However, this one was notably larger and appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. The walls seemed to be crumbling, weathered by the relentless forces of nature, with scorched marks scattered across the ground, a clear indication of a previous battle on this floor. As they stood in this place, Issei experienced a strange sensation, a feeling of familiarity that he couldn't quite place. It was as if he had been in this exact location before, but that couldn't be possible. This was his first time setting foot here. Perhaps it was all just in his head. Nevertheless, he knew he had to prepare himself, as the boss could appear at any moment now. Issei, I should have an edge since I leveled up. A screen appeared before the brown-haired boy and showed him his stats. Name Issei Hyoudou. Job Shadow Monarch. Title Conqueror of Adversity +1. Level 93. Health points HP 12600/12600. Magic MP 10800/10800. Fatigue 0. Strength/STR 131 +45. Vitality/Vit 103 +25. Agility/Agile 103 +45. Intelligence/Int 108 +50. Sense 103 +25. Available points 0. Physical damage reduction 85% +20. Passive skills. Unknown LV-Max. Perseverance LV2. Advanced Dagger Arts LV2. Active skills. Sprint LV-Max. Bloodlust LV2. Stealth LV2. Vital Strike LV-Max. Dagger Throw LV2. Dominantor's Touch LV2. Issei level 93, not bad. Suddenly, Issei felt a powerful wave of bloodlust heading toward his location as he looked up and saw something diving down from the sky at a very fast rate. Issei narrowed his eyes as Essel looked up in fear, also feeling the bloodlust as the being landed on the castle. This allowed Issei to finally see the boss of the Demon Castle dungeon, Demon King Baron, whose face was shrouded in darkness, only being pierced by his glowing red eyes. He rode on the back of a massive white wyvern. In his hands was a huge sword which radiated power. Demon King Baron. Issei, so that's him. The sheer aura coming from Baron was unlike anything Issei had ever felt. It felt so different from those like Igris and Drags, like Baron's very existence is warping the very fabric of reality. Well, that is what it felt like to Issei, but there was no denying that this was not gonna be an easy battle. It made the boy wonder if he could even defeat him, like he was level 93, and yet there was a part of him no screaming out to run away from the demon, like it knew that he had no chance at killing the monster. But as much as that part of him tried to crawl its way to THR's surface, Issei stood his ground with a serious expression. He has come so far to turn back now. He has done so much just to save his mother from her coma. He won't be weak and just run away like his old self used to do. No, he will stand his ground and collect the blood even if that means tearing Baron's head off his own body. Issei, I won't turn back. He stared at Baron, who stared back at the boy. The demons say a faint quay of purple appearing on Issei's eyes, which caused Baron's muscles to tense a little because seeing that color brought back some unpleasant memories from a long time ago. As this was going on, Essel felt her entire body shaking from head to toe because she couldn't believe her eyes. She was standing before the Demon King, the ruler of the tower and the most powerful demonic being in all of existence. The bloodlust he was emitting was in a while other level than Issei's. It made her want to get on her knees and beg for her life. How can Issei defeat such a being? He was powerful, but the Demon King was in a whole other league of his own compared to regular demons. Issei, fighting this dude will be annoying when he's in that wyvern. Issei looked at the wyvern, which was growling at both him and Essel as it waited for its master's command. Wyvern Kaizelin. Issei, oh, it has a name. Of course it fucking does. As Baron took to the skis, Issei soon realized something which caused a small smirk to grow on his face. If he is correct, then he was gonna enjoy the rewards for killing Baron, but for now it appears the battle has begun. Baron growled, a crimson-red aura flowing from his eyes as he held his sword outward. Demon King, Baron is using skill Hell's Army. Issei perked up at this as he watched several doorway-like portals appear from the ground. Issei, that's not good. From within the vortex, a claw appeared and gripped onto the side before a whole demon pulled itself out and let out a savage snarl toward Issei. Demon soldiers have been summoned. As more demons poured out from that portal, a demon knight walked out from a different portal and brought out its weapon, which was either a spear, a sword, or even an axe. Demon knights have been summoned. The brown-haired boy watched, narrowing his eyes as hundreds upon hundreds of demons exited from the portals. Each was different than the last. Some were low-ranking demons, while others were demon generals, which was an entirely new thing to Issei. Their numbers grew as Essel and Issei watched, the demon girl glancing over to Issei and saw that he didn't look concerned at all. How could he be so calm in a situation like this? From what she could tell, there were probably hundreds, if not over 1,000 demons in front of them. Essel, Issei, what do we do? There's no way we can stand up against them with those numbers. Issei merely chuckled. Issei, not to worry, I have a plan. The demons roared and snarled like savage beasts, launching themselves into a full-on sprint toward Issei and Essel. Their footsteps shook the very ground as they drew closer to the two. Essel, Issei. Issei, not yet. They got closer. Issei, not yet. Closer. Issei, almost. Even closer. It was at that moment that Issei grew a small smirk, his eyes glowing with a menacing purple aura. Suddenly, the ground beneath the demon's feet began to change, which caught some attention as they looked down with confused expressions. Skill Domain of the Monarch activated. Issei, come out. Several weapons erupted from the darkness and pierced through the demonic creature's flesh, causing blood to gush out from their wounds as the light faded from their eyes. Essel was stunned by what she had just witnessed, not sure if she saw that correctly. She shook her head as she witnessed Issei's shadow soldiers rising up from the darkness beneath her feet and began to battle the Demon King's army. This was a shocking display which stunned even Baron himself, but several of the weaker shadows were easily taken out by multiple demons, only for them to regenerate and kill the demons when they had their backs turned. A few of the demons who had wings took to the sky to avoid the ambush from beneath their feet, but Issei had a feeling that there would have been flying, and that is why he came prepared with something to handle them. As the flyers flew toward Issei, several fireballs came out of nowhere and struck them, either stunning them or knocking them to the ground to be finished off by the shadow soldiers. Issei's shadow magicians stood by, their hands glowing with magic as they began to provide support for the ground forces and take care of the pesky flyers. As Issei was watching with a satisfied smile on his face, more larger demons tried to attack Issei, only for its arm to be sliced off, which caused it to roar in pain and agony. Issei had always the protective type, Igris. Igris stood next to Issei, his sword dripping with demon blood as he glared at the massive beast before him. How dare it try to harm his king, especially when he is unarmed. Igris held his weapon tightly as it sparked with red and black electricity before being coated by a purple aura. He then swung his blade and sliced the large demon's head straight off its shoulders. As the body collapsed toward the ground, he charged forward with blinding speed, slicing through several other demons before he looked up. Above him were multiple flying demons which had bows in their hands. They fired arrows at Igris, who merely dodged a few of them before he swung his massive blade and destroyed all the remaining ones without much effort. In another part of the battlefield, Tank charged through several demons who were unable to stop the shadow tier as he tore them all apart in mere moments. Tank soon grabbed one demon by its leg, tossing it over to Iron, who chopped a demon down the middle. He noticed the incoming demon and easily caught it, looking at the poor creature with a grin which filled it with fear. Iron soon began to crush the demon with his bare hands, shattering its bones as it called out in agony.